in the region of Asia and the Pacific. It was the first organization in the region to be devoted to the development of public administration in order to advance the economic and social development of countries in Asia and the Pacific. EROPA has been designated by the United Nations Public Administration Network as one of its online regional centers and has a special consultative status with the United Nations Economic and Social Council. EROPA is indeed grateful to you for your interest in this year's conference, a gathering of, as of this count, more than 400 public administration practitioners and scholars joining us from every continent, virtually and on-site, for 9 plenary sessions with 45 speakers from 15 countries to deepen the discourses on futures of civil service, federalism in managing global changes, reforming governance and public administration, local governance and leadership, governance and competition, directions of public administration schools, and digital transformation and governance. Later today, there will be 13 parallel sessions and 13 more tomorrow for the presentations of 107 accepted research papers. We have quite the numbers, and we will be incredibly full for the next 2 days. So without further ado, let us all welcome the Honorable Mr. Minister Rajendra Prasad Shrestha, Minister of Federal Affairs and General Administration of our host country, Nepal.
Respected Chairperson, distinguished EROPA Executive Council delegates, Mr. General Secretary, representatives of institutional and individual members of EROPA, moderators and speakers of plenary session, scholars, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from Kathmandu. It's my great pleasure to be a part of EROPA Virtual Conference 2022. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, we have been unable to convene in person and share our experience and learning in the field of public administration and governance. Had we had normal situations, I would have grabbed the opportunity to take our distinguished guests to show the historic and natural sites around Kathmandu. A little hiking in the outskirts of the valley for a retreat and a small tour to a number of local government to observe their exemplary service delivery reforms. At this moment, we do not have any option but to accept the new normal. However, as the host of EROPA Conference 2022, I am pleased to welcome all of you virtually. I believe that this is the moment when I can reassure Nepal's 2 decades of collaboration among the member states, institutional and individual member of EROPA. COVID-19 has become a new normal for society and government across the world. I am happy that the conference had centered on the theme of governance and public administration in COVID-19 pandemic, learning, innovations, and reforms in managing global changes. Well, in Nepal, Ministry of Federal Affairs and General Administration is leading most of the public sector reforms and federal affairs management. And I have continuously encouraged Nepal's researcher and policy practitioner to put such discourse into our policy dialogue. During the preparations of this conference also, I motivated the plenary speakers, moderators, and researchers from Nepal to engage in global conversation through this platform. In addition, I am confident that EROPA provides an ample platform for researchers and practitioners to share the best practices and finding in the field of governance and public administration. In this regard, I sincerely ask all the scholars, academics, practitioners, and other participants to have a great conversation during 2 days of conference. Well, it has been about 7 years that Nepal adopted federalism as a tool of governance reform. I believe that Nepali participants will eagerly listen to the best practices of federal countries as well as to share our accomplishments during these years as a federal country. We are committed to fulfill the aspirations for perpetual peace, good governance, development, and prosperity through the medium of federal democratic republican system of governance. Nepal civil service is rigorously engaged in improving the service delivery, promoting good governance, as well as enhancing overall aspect of development administration of the country. As you know, that public sector reform is an ongoing process requiring multi-layer of intervention and huge amount of efforts. Nepal's public administration reform has been going towards the right direction. I think this is where international platform like EROPA would be helpful for us. I believe that the sharing of the best practices, success stories, and experiences regarding public sector transformation will add great values to the stock of our knowledge and insights. Distinguished participants, EROPA was established about 6 decades ago with the aim of increasing regional collaboration in terms of public governance. Given the context that we are losing state membership gradually and bringing more state institutional individual members on board and have been hankered down, the state members should collaborate to extend EROPA's scope in the region. The reason I am emphasizing broader extension of its membership is that we need more efficient, more collaborative, and more regional-oriented EROPA. Also, EROPA centers in different countries could be developed as centers of excellence, where the pioneers from the field of public administration could incubate themselves toward reforms in their respective countries. I request all the member states for their highest consideration to develop these centers as knowledge centers. Finally, I keenly look forward to listening to more insights from discussions during the plenary and parallel sessions. I believe that the papers presented in the conference by the scholars will be very useful in addressing problems and coming up with public administration solutions in the region, especially at the juncture of COVID-19 pandemic. Lastly, I wish for the successful completion of the conference. Have a great time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, and thank you for inviting us to your country. It is the honor of EROPA to be working with Nepal in hosting this year's conference. From Nepal, we move to the Philippines for the message of the chairperson of the Civil Service Commission, Attorney Carlo Alexei B. Nograles.
Honorable Shri Rahendra Prasad Shrestha, Minister of Federal Affairs and General Administration of Nepal, Secretary Arjun Prasad Pokhrel, Ministry of Federal Affairs and General Administration of Nepal and first Vice Chair of the EROPA Executive Council, Dean Ploy Suevices, Graduate School of Public Administration, National Institute of Development Administration, Thailand, and Chairperson of the Eastern Regional Organization for Public Administration Executive Council. Dr. Nguyen Dang Ke, Executive Vice President of the National Academy of Public Administration of Vietnam and the second Vice Chair of EROPA Executive Council. Dr. Alex B. Brillantes Jr., Secretary General of EROPA. Members of the Executive Council, other esteemed guests, speakers, participants, and fellow civil servants, a pleasant day to all of you. It is an honor to speak in front of fellow public administrators who through the years have remained faithful to the cause of advancing the study, practice, and recognition of the relevance of public administration and management in governance. Allow me to take the opportunity to thank the EROPA and our host country, Nepal, for the hard work in organizing this annual conference, which has become a venue for exchange of information and ideas on approaches to ensure efficient, effective, and ethical public service in Asia and the Pacific. As the premier human resource institution of the Philippine government, the Civil Service Commission holds a pivotal role in realizing the public governance agenda of the country. The 1.8 million workforce of the Philippine government is the backbone of governance and the oil that keeps the government and its machinery running. Thus, when I was appointed to head the CSC in March of 2022, among the first order of business was to come up with interventions to further professionalize the civil service in pursuit of efficient public service delivery to better serve our fellow Filipinos. Part of the agenda is bridging the digital divide toward a resilient and future-ready civil service. Relative to the theme of the 2022 EROPA Conference, Governance and Public Administration in COVID-19 Pandemic, Learning, Innovations, and Reforms in Managing Global Changes, allow me then to share my learnings during my stint as former co-chairperson of the Interagency Task Force for the Management of Emerging Infectious Diseases, or the IATF, and now as the current chairperson of the Philippine Civil Service Commission. For almost 3 years, we have seen how the COVID-19 pandemic has affected our respective countries primarily on two fronts. The first relates to its effects on health systems and citizens' health, and the second is its consequences on the economy as seen in the economic slowdown on a global scale. COVID-19 exposed the vulnerability of all countries' systems, and it has become a crucial learning phase that has allowed us to devise mechanisms to stay afloat and cautiously navigate our way to a better way of doing things. For the IATF, we employed the whole-of-nation approach in deliberating on emerging issues and crafting of policies that guided the Philippines. The IATF also benchmarked with the best practices of other countries, observed local government units and contexts, gathered data, and consulted experts on projections and opinions in order to come up with science and evidence-based decisions and solutions. We effectively designated COVID-19 response teams and safety and health officers and conducted internal risk exposure assessments for proper monitoring and mitigation of the proliferation of the infection. Throughout the journey of managing the health crisis, we stress the importance of working together, of collaborating, government, private sector, and our citizens to ensure the effectiveness of the mechanisms in place to pull through and recover from the pandemic. I learned so much in co-leading the IATF, and I would like to emphasize that as leaders and movers in government, we have the richness of these insights and the experiences to look back to and help us realize our aspirations for a new and better normal. I prefer using the word better, as it shows that something was learned along the way as we move forward. These learnings are now being translated into policies and programs to ensure public service continuity in case of another public health emergency. Speaking of learnings, one of my most important ones is the need for flexibility. The pandemic also changed the landscape and behavior in workplaces around the world. We needed to understand this new normal for different sectors, including our government workforce, and come up with policies and programs to ensure unhampered delivery of government services despite pandemic restrictions. To reinforce this, a study published by Forbes, an HR research company, entitled "The Impact of the Coronavirus on HR and the New Normal of Work," credited the COVID-19 pandemic as the accelerator for one of the greatest workplace transformations of our lifetime. According to the narrative, and I quote, "Fundamentally, a seismic shift happened on how we live and do business, and it accelerated the fourth industrial revolution, fueled by smart technologies such as artificial intelligence and mobile supercomputing. FaceTime will no longer be the measure of worker productivity. Instead, we will finally focus on results. With the benefits of tapping into a geographically and ethnically diverse talent pool, managers will increasingly explore how to make remote working part of the culture." End of quote. Thus, we must address the inevitable shift in the practice and concept of work. The public sector physical setup or on-site inclination must be redesigned for flexibility, autonomy, and collaboration, and enable an increasingly remote, agile workforce to conduct work and delivery output anywhere and anytime. Our concept of the workplace is no longer what it was before, a physical structure where you go and work to deliver results. Because much of our work today takes place in the digital rather than physical space. We use technology to interact with others, access business processes, collect and analyze data, and draft reports to communicate, collaborate, and knit our teams together across spatial and organizational boundaries. Work is now digital, mobile, and faster than ever. The new workplace is wherever we are, as long as we can go online and navigate a shared digital environment to get our work done. I'm extremely proud to share that the majority of government workers in the Philippines were able to make the shift from merely thinking of the workplace as a location to accepting workplace as a network of digitally mediated relationships and interactions. You can look at the result of the study released by the Development Academy of the Philippines through the Asian Productivity Organization on the effects of the alternative work arrangement on public sector performance and productivity. Key findings are as follows. Majority of respondents perceive themselves to be still productive while on alternative work arrangements. While majority are reportedly productive, better internet connectivity remains a leading concern to effectively perform given tasks. And organizational culture, particularly high levels of trust and support, good communication systems, and collaboration within the organization plays a pivotal role in ensuring employee productivity. In place of the interim alternative work arrangements, our Philippine government, through the CSC, now has policies on flexible work arrangements, or FWA. This is actually a landmark policy that provides adaptable and responsive work schemes for government workers to manage any current or even emergent situations that may affect the delivery of public services. Of course, there is also a parallel policy for the private sector in the Philippines called the Telecommuting Law. But for us in government, the Flexible Work Arrangements Guidelines covers 1.8 million government employees regardless of status of appointment. Through this, we have made the work environment for our civil servants more flexible, resilient, and adaptable, as departments can tailor fit work arrangements within their offices according to their specific needs, functions, and mandates. These are just some of the learnings that we have had from our experiences in the Philippines. I would like to say that the next 2 days are significant as they are rare opportunities for EROPA participants of different countries to learn from each other as we share our learning, innovations, and reforms to improve our systems of governance to effectively manage global changes. Although there are no one-size-fits-all solutions to complex issues, the sharing of successful experiences offers an opportunity for innovation in governance and public administration, benchmarking and learning each country's best practices are important strategies in stimulating and inspiring governments in their reform efforts towards a participative and progressive development. On behalf of the Philippine Civil Service Commission, I thank each and every participant, public administrators, scholars, and practitioners from the different countries for attending the 2022 EROPA Conference. Your learnings, innovations, and reforms will be very, very helpful in constructing responses to various challenges governments face. Let us continue being partners in building a government that is agile, efficient, resilient, and future-ready. Thank you very much, and mabuhay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Nograles of the Civil Service Commission of the Philippines. Thank you for sharing with us your insights and experiences in how the Philippines coped and continues to cope with the pandemic, in particular with the new work arrangements for the civil service. Thank you for your inspiration to us. We move to the representative from the academe to give her welcome remarks to the body, Dean Ploy Suevives of the Graduate School of Public Administration, National Institute of Development Administration, Thailand.
สวัสดีค่ะ Honorable Minister Shri Rajendra Prasad Tereta, Attorney Carlo Alexi Moraes, Dr. Alex B. Brillantes, plenary speakers, distinguished guests, presenters, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of EROPA Executive Council Chairperson, it gives me great pleasure to wish a very warm welcome to all participants to the EROPA Conference 2022. I would like to express my most sincere gratitude for your presence at this conference during this difficult time. This year, we have various papers covering a wide range of current research and topics related to governance and public administration in COVID-19 pandemic, learning, innovation, and reforms in the managing global changes. This excellent academic gathering aims to provide an opportunity for local and welcome wider international participation and collaboration to develop new ideas, new approaches to problem solving, and new platforms to help facilitate public administration and service provision. I'm highly confident that this conference will definitely a wealth of opportunities for fruitful dialogue between distinguished keynote speakers, guests who will soon giving their speech at the conference plenary session. Many university professors, academics, researchers, students, as well as representatives from institutions and audience from all around the world that have the same objective to join this conference absolutely is academic cooperation. After the tough situation when pandemic posed challenges in every country, governments around the world are under increased pressure to become more transparent, open and accountable, and build institutions that are responsive to citizens' aspirations to restore or maintain trust in government, as well as it becomes a notification of all of us in order to understand the disruption and trends. Therefore, the collaborations among us today and tomorrow is a sign of greater future. This is the way to build a better, more inclusive society. Ladies and gentlemen, I again would like to welcome you all to this conference. We hope you have a very memorable experience. Thanks and are also due to our host, Ministry of Federal Affairs and General Administration, Nepal, and Eastern Regional Organization for Public Administration. Our expertise speaks for giving their time and insight today, and all members who have worked tirelessly to ensure the best quality experience for delegates during our conference session. We hope very much next year conference will be held in traditional face-to-face format, and the world will return to the normal. I also would like to extend my warmest best wishes to all participants gathered here for progress in your most valuable work. Thank you and enjoy your participation in the 2022 EROPA conference. ขอบคุณค่ะ
Our gratitude to you, Dean Suevices. We share your wishes that we be able to return to face-to-face conference next year, but also your wish for a fruitful dialogue for the next 2 days. We are looking forward to that with 15 speakers and 107 accepted research papers. I think that is going to happen. So for the final welcome message for the opening ceremony this afternoon, let us all welcome the Secretary General of the EROPA, Dr. Alex B. Brillantes Jr.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Sonia Pimentel. Namaste, Sawadee-Kap, Mabuhay from the Philippines and from the EROPA Secretariat. It is with honor that we welcome the participants to the 67th Conference of EROPA. It is also the second conference that we are holding in a virtual manner after the first successful conference co-organized with NIDA. We have Dean Ploy with us that was held in Thailand last year. This year, we are privileged to have the Ministry of Federal Affairs and General Administration of Nepal to be our co-organizer. They in fact organized another conference sometime back in 2010 when we were all in Nepal, and we would love to come back to Nepal again, Your Excellencies. This was the proceedings. Indeed, the EROPA community continues to strive and maintain the relevance to public administration, scholars, and academics, even as the world continues to be confronted with, I'm sure you've heard this story, existential threats characterized by some as VUCA, a world that is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. This 67th conference offers a virtual platform, as mentioned by the Minister and Dean Ploy, a virtual platform for public administration scholars, academics, practitioners, and other individuals. So many practitioners and academics in this virtual forum today. We are elated that this year's conference that focuses on the theme governance and public administration in COVID-19, learning, innovations, and reforms in managing global changes has attracted over 100 100 papers. And today, I think we have close to 500 participants in this virtual forum, including, I know, over 100 physical participants there in beautiful Nepal. We have, of course, as mentioned by Dr. Sonia, participants from different countries: Costa Rica, China, Germany, Indonesia, Japan, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Mexico, Nepal, the Philippines, Singapore, Switzerland, South Korea, Thailand, Rwanda, United Kingdom, and Kenya. Indeed, an international grouping, in spite of the fact that we are not physically available, thanks to the digital miracle. May we once more express our gratitude to the Federal Republic of Nepal through Your Excellency, Minister. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion. The Excellency Minister Rajendra Prasad Shrestha, and to my friends on a personal note, Mr. Kiran and Mr. Narayan, who we've been meeting countless hours in preparing for this conference. And we would like to express our gratitude to some of to those who organized some plenary panels, including the Hans Seidel Foundation, the UP Public Administration Respond Project, and of course, the South Asian Network for Public Administration. My brother Mizan is with us today. They also organized another panel, and of course, the Philippine Public Management Administration and Governance Education Project. It is really work of synergy among us in spite of the limitations of not being able to be face-to-face. Today, dear friends, we hope the conference will stimulate our minds with new lessons learned, innovations, and good practices towards good governance, towards another kind of VUCA, one that is visionary, one that provides understanding, clarity, and as mentioned by Chairman Nograles, agility, flexibility. So with that, we would like to thank all of you, and I'm sure that in spite of the limitations, this will be a very, very fruitful conference. Namaste. Thank you very much. Sawadee Kap to all of you, and we look forward to a successful conference. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brillantes. I think that as of this time, we've already, with the online participants and those who are joining us on site from Nepal, we've already breached the 500 mark, and we're very happy with that. Okay, from here we proceed to the presentation of virtual certificate of appreciation to our speakers this morning. Okay, this certificate of appreciation is awarded to the Honorable Minister, Mr. Rajendra Prasad Shrestha, for his invaluable contribution as speaker at the EROPA conference with this year's theme, Governance and Public Administration in COVID-19 Pandemic, Learning, Innovations, and Reforms in Managing Global Changes, held on September 14 to 15, 2022, 9 o'clock a.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. Nepal time via Zoom communications. Signed, Alex B. Brillantes Jr., Secretary General of EROPA. Signed, Arjun Prasad Pokarel, Secretary, Minister of Federal Affairs and General Administration, Federal Republic of Nepal. The same certificate of appreciation is given to Attorney Carlo Alexei B. Nograles of the Civil Service Commission of the Republic of the Philippines. The same certificate of appreciation is awarded to Dean Ploy Suevices of NIDA, Thailand. Okay, we will pause for a short break to give time for a photo session to those who are on site in Nepal. And also, we would like to invite those who are online now here to open your cameras because the Secretariat of EROPA will take photos, screenshots of this occasion.
आदरणीय सहभागी महानुभावहरू माननीय मन्त्रीज्यू र श्रीमान सचिवसँग हामी पनि
Please
एउटा स्टिल
open your
फोटो लिँदैछौँ
cameras and give us your sweetest smiles. Dean Ploy, thank you very much for your time and for your presence.
कृपया अगाडि आइदिनु होला हामीसँग 1 मिनेट मात्रै टाइम छ
with natural surprises of discoveries, cultural diversities, and encounters with new faces. Travel elevates us, motivates us, challenges us, and gives us a lifetime of experiences and memories. The recent pandemic had forced the world to stop. Everything was in a pause. Nothing seemed normal. But nothing lasts forever, and we all learn to reset and make the most of the opportunities and challenges that come our way. From the mountains to the plains of the Taray, and with 10 UNESCO heritage sites, we have once again opened doors to our sacred land. Sometimes to rise, we have to pause and reflect. To preserve our culture, nature, and collective experiences for the next generation to come. We look forward to serving you again, and we promise to inspire your soul. We welcome you to venture into the ultimate spiritual destination. Nepal awaits until we see you again.
Oh, thank you very much. Don't we just wish we are in Nepal now with that very beautiful site and again, no, with their amazing, rich culture and heritage. Okay, from here, we proceed to the first plenary session. The first session will be taking off from the recently concluded World Government Summit, where it featured a plenary on the futures of civil service. This plenary will likewise tackle the vital role of the civil service in the onset and amidst the global pandemic in order to achieve public service continuity to the challenges faced by the civil service, the innovations and evolving working modalities to cope with the demanding needs of the pandemic, and the ways forward or futures of the civil service given the trends and uncertain global environment. And to serve as the moderator of this session, a professor and conferred scientist of the University of the Philippines, a founding member of the Asian Association for Public Administration, former president of the Philippine Society for Public Administration. He was a commissioner of the Commission on Higher Education in the Philippines. The very, very familiar to us all face. Let us all welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary General of EROPA, Dr. Alex B. Brillantes Jr.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you very much again, Dean Sonia. You're herself a dean at the University of Makati. Thank you very much, Dean Sonia. We have a very exciting panel, actually, as mentioned by Dean Sonia. It will take off from the round table organized in Dubai during the World Government Summit. And we're very fortunate that we have four excellent speakers from New York, from Nepal, from Kazakhstan, Costa Rica, who will talk about the futures of civil service under the pandemic. Our first speaker is none other than Dr. Guido Bertucci. He's the Executive Director of the Governance Solutions International, organization which promotes development and sharing of innovative experiences in governance.
You're on mute, sir.
What happened? Okay. Did you hear me earlier? Or shall I repeat? I'll repeat from the very start.
Up to his name, sir.
Oh, well, our first speaker is Dr. Guido Bertucci. He's the Executive Director of Governance Solutions International, and he was in charge of the United Nations Program on Public Administration and Development, which when we first read him, Guido is really a very, very well-published man, and that's the first time we read this very excellent material, many of which are required material for students and practitioners in public administration. He has been cooperating in the organization of the World Government Summit held annually at the UAE. And he was responsible for the creation and management of the United Nations Public Administration Network, or UNPAN, of which 30 international we have 30 international and regional partners, including EROPA. So thank you, Guido. So without further ado, let me introduce Guido Bertucci. He holds a laureate in political science and postgraduate diploma in administrative sciences from the Catholic University in Milan, and a number of honorary doctorate degrees. Dear friends from all over the world, a pleasure and an honor to introduce Dr. Guido Bertucci, speaking from New York. Guido, please.
Thank you, Alex. Honorable ministers, distinguished panelists, it is an honor for me to have been invited to participate in this very important conference, and which is absolutely very, very timely. And I want to thank EROPA and you, Alex, and Secretary General of the organization for having given me the opportunity to speak. I will start actually, the chairman Nograles from the Civil Service Commission actually gave me a very good introduction, in the sense that he quoted Forbes, the survey by Forbes, in which it stated that the COVID-19 pandemic has really created a seismic switch in economic, society, and the labor market. Of course, we can start from the beginning, from the very beginning on the effects of the pandemic, the initial effect of the pandemic. Of course, it was the closures of offices, which in certain countries still occur, remote introduction of remote work, the slow delivery of services, and the introduction of new health protection protocols. But according to the various surveys, the COVID-19 had also given rise to a major seismic shift, as it was indicated, what is called the Great Resignation.
Oh,
in many
Guido,
countries,
sorry,
United
do
States.
you mind putting it on full screen slideshow? Thank you. Sorry.
It's okay, just a minute. You don't have the slide on full screen?
No, it's not on. Yeah, there you are. This slideshow.
Okay.
It's big enough, but it would be great if it's on slideshow.
I'm trying to put it on slideshow, but I cannot see that.
I think the icon below, Dr. Guido.
On slideshow, yeah.
There. I think the icon below, Dr. Guido, on the right side. Yeah, there you are.
No. I apologize. I don't know.
That's
why.
okay. That's okay. Well,
Anyway.
Would you like us to do the share screen, Guido?
Yeah, can you do that, please?
Okay, thank you. And just inform us next, okay? So we'll do the share screen, dear friends. Fantastic. There you are. Just let us know if it's next, Dr. Guido.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Apologies.
So, sorry for the technical problems created by my inexperience. And so anyway, we are talking about the Great Resignation, which is a phenomenon which is taking place in the United States, in Europe, in many other countries. According to a March 2022 Pew poll in the US during 2021, 53% of employed adults actually quit or changed jobs. A large percentage of people aged between 18 and 30 years. We're talking therefore a whole generation of younger people change. Switch,
next,
please.
Next slide, for example.
Next. Now, what is the reason? That's the survey asked question, and here we have a list of reasons: low pay, lack of advancement opportunities, childcare issues, particularly for women, lack of flexibility in where and when to work, insufficient benefits, vaccine requirements. Next. So people are quitting, and they indicated what are the reasons, but what are they looking for? The same, another poll by the Pew Research Center in February 2022 found that one of the main reasons, what they're looking for was increase in income and on benefits, improved work-life balance, ability to do better utilize the skills and strengths, improve job security, flexible vaccination policies. We have seen in many countries how many problems these vaccination policies have created among public servants especially, and obviously the opportunity to work in a diverse and inclusive workplace. Next. In the public sector, a recent poll on local government employees in the US has certain findings why people have left public sector jobs. 44% mention less competitive salaries, 34% a slower adoption of new technologies, 33% less room for promotion, 32% fewer networking opportunities, 30% slower speed of hiring. So we see basically what are the reasons why the younger generation doesn't want to work for the public sector any longer. And how can we attract these people? Now, this will give an opportunity not only to try to do some patchwork and try to attract more people, but also an opportunity to entirely overhaul the civil service and build a new service a new civil service for the 21st century. Next. The civil service, therefore, should take into account what are the evolving working modalities in the job market. For example, the introduction of truly flexible work, the ability to use any device, whether it is a mobile phone, whether it was an iPad, whether it's a computer, which is given by the company or is a personal computer, the ability to customize the work and the responsibility, and also the ability to exercise leadership, not only in a hierarchical way as it is basically traditionally done in the public service, but anybody can be a leader if it has the capacity to emerge as such. Also, the learning patterns should change in a sense that everybody can teach and everybody can learn. And finally, the ability to continuously learn and adapt. Next. In the light of this changing modalities of work, what are the attributes that we need to have in the civil servants? First of all, the civil service of the future uses the most updated technologies, shares freely information. This is not really the case in many times in our public service. It is self-motivated, keeps connection with colleagues, particularly through the mobile technology. It's self-disciplined, particularly if he works away from the office, it has to be self-disciplined and self-directed. Next. As a result of the pandemic, an emerging modality which has been very much adopted by many administrations around the world is the modality of hybrid work, namely blend of office and remote work. We have heard, for example, the chairman of the Civil Service Commission talking about that concerning the Philippine situation. In 2022, a survey by Cisco showed that only 9% of the employees which were interviewed expected to return to the office for 100% of the time. So there is an expectation on the part of employees that they're not going to work 100% in the office, that they will have to share or they could share their time between the office and home. And therefore, it's emerging also the concept of hybrid workspace. The hybrid workspace is anywhere an employee works. And if the civil service does not embrace hybrid work, there will be a loss of talent because, as we have seen before, the expectation of the new generation, the expectation of the new employees are that there will be more flexibility at work. Next, please. Of course, the hybrid work has many challenges. And for example, lack of equipment, it was mentioned, the digital divide, lack of a digital infrastructure which are able to support such possibly massive remote work, the lack of training, and obviously, very important, the difficulty in managing remote workforce. The manager cannot walk office to office and check whether people are working or not, whether they are producing or not, and therefore new management skills will be required. Obviously, disruption of existing processes. New processes will have to be introduced which take into account this new modality. And of course, security protocols, because especially if employees have to use personal computers instead of company provided computers, obviously the security in certain areas has to be strengthened. But there is also a major drawback, which is the lack of social interaction. Another service which I cannot quote now, but it was carried out in the United States, showed that one of the main drawbacks identified by employees concerning the hybrid work was, or the remote work, was the lack of inability to network and socialize with their colleagues. Next. In the civil service, therefore, in order to take into account this new modality, a number of reform steps will be required, which of course will be part of the opportunity to totally overhaul the civil service. New management skills will be required, and training needs will increase. New leadership capacity will be required to deal especially with the ability to lead in a hybrid work, in a hybrid environment. Laws and regulations will have to be changed, and innovation will have to be constantly promoted. Next. Now, the management leadership challenges are many, and I try to just list a few. For example, how to manage the remote or hybrid workforce, how to motivate employees in a hybrid system, how to monitor the productivity, and how to monitor the compliance, and how to promote the engagement of the staff, and also how to create a culture of trust, a two-way culture of trust in which the supervisors trust the employees who are not working physically in the office, and in which the employees actually feel very much the ethical duty to perform the work, even though they are not under supervision, direct supervision. Next. Obviously, part of the and parcel of this total reform is the acceleration of the digital transformation, the acceleration of government development, the introduction and the provision of better technological tools for civil servants, and the ability to better manage data, especially big data, which are obviously more and more becoming essential for the performance of the job in the public sector. The maximization of hybrid events. We see the United Nations have definitely very much embraced that, and we see here in this conference that we are carrying out a hybrid event, and increase, obviously, an increase of budget for digital transformation. Next. The training is another, as I identified, has to be strengthened to focus on digital competencies in training and utilizing remote tools, and obviously rewarding under training participation, because obviously the incentive, even under normal circumstances, the participation in training should be rewarded to encourage people to participate. Next. The security challenges are many. I will provide just a few. the use only of agency-provided hardware, the use of VPN connections for the secure communication, the use of encryption, and the installation of strong anti-malware and firewall software, and obviously also use of two-factor authentication, especially for the job, you know, the financial, where financial transactions are carried out, where personal data are being shared by the employee. Next. Some measures to recruit and retain the civil service. Obviously, as we mentioned, introduction of flexibility in working hours and location, the adaptation of the remunerations of certain group of skilled workers to labor market levels, especially in the technological area. We see how in the technological area, private sector can pay really very much better wages than in public sector. Facilitate the job rotation and the career advancement, and of course, they improve the human resources planning and talent management. Next. Exactly, in order to achieve that, we have to change the role of our human resources management offices. They have to switch from hiring and firing to enabling employees and helping them to get engaged, from managing the compliance of rules regulation to coaching and mentoring, or from maintaining the status quo to the driving of change, to be not technologically advanced, to heavily rely on technology, and from actually participating in defining the organization strategies. Normally, human resources management offices, they were just an implementation office, and they were never part sitting at the planning phase of the strategy of the organization. And finally, focusing on payroll and compensation to shaping employee experience. Now, this is what happens in a situation, an economic situation which many economies are finding themselves in, which is the gig economy. This is the next step. I don't want to get into this, but I think in many countries, particularly the United States, we have reached, we are entering what we call the gig economy. A free definition which I found on the Webster was a free market system in which temporary positions are common and organizations hire independent workers for short-term commitments. And obviously, as part of the gig economy, next, please. We have the definition of the gig worker. A person who works temporarily in temporary jobs, typically in the service sector, as an independent contractor, a freelancer. So this is, I would say, is the next horizon in which we have to be prepared to enter in the next, I would say, the next 10 years, and the public sector needs really to be adapted to take into account this if we want to attract the best personnel, especially younger personnel. Next. Thank you for your attention, and I hope that this brief presentation will give us an opportunity to think about the future of the civil service, particularly in light of the experience that we have gained with the COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Guido. I mean, I'm sure you heard, just as they were about to put the bell, you hit 15 minutes. We're very grateful. Extremely substantive presentation. The challenges that you mentioned, the digital divide, no, and of course the lack of social interaction, which I think is something that we're all missing attending this. But anyway, thank you for those very important points, which we shall continue to discuss in the open forum. Thank you very much. Speaking from New York, live from New York.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, dear friends around the table. Our next speaker is Mr. Suresh Adhikari, the Secretary of the Government of Nepal. He's with us in spite of the fact that he is ill. We're very sorry to hear that you're ill, Mr. Suresh, but you are incredibly committed to EROPA that you still managed to join us. We're very, very grateful. Mr. Suresh, His Excellency, has a master's degree in public administration and political science from Tribhuvan University in Nepal, and a bachelor's degree also from Tribhuvan University. Highly experienced, he has served as Secretary of Government of Nepal in the Election Commission and the Commission for Investigation for Abuse of Authority, and he has been serving the government for more than 30 years as a highly seasoned and experienced civil servant during his career, having worked in the Joint Secretary at the Ministry of Federal Affairs and General Administration when the ministry was at the critical juncture of transitioning. With varied experiences in different fields of in Nepal public administration, His Excellency Mr. Adhikari has developed expertise in various areas of public policy, planning, human resource management, national and security management, provincial and local governance, and he is a very popular author. Also, I can say, like Dr. Guido, a academic, a practitioner, and an academic. He is also an author and coach among university graduates aspiring to join the civil service of Nepal. Dear friends, and we're grateful, we must express our appreciation to you. In fact, in spite of the fact that you're ill, thank you for joining us, Mr. Secretary Suresh. Let's all welcome Mr. Suresh Adhikari, Secretary of the Government of Nepal. Namaste, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Alex. Due to the dengue fever, I'm at my own home, so could not participate with the Movaga team. Anyway, this is my privilege to deliberate my presentation on future of public administration under COVID pandemic. Let me allow to start my presentation.
Excuse me, Mr. Suresh, will you turn on your camera, or you have decided to turn off your camera?
Yeah, I make my presentation directly.
Okay, and can you kindly put it on slideshow so the slide is bigger? So you have opted not to turn on your camera. That's perfect, sir. Thank you.
It's fine now?
Yes, okay. No, it's not yet on slideshow, sir. Yeah. All you have to do is go down to the button below that says slideshow, slide presentation, sir. We don't have a copy of your slide, that's why. Oh my goodness. Nawala na. There. But that's fine, sir. It's
fine?
okay. Okay, even if it's
okay,
not
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
My apologies, sir.
Thank you. Public administration and integral part of governance. We know that public administration provide different types of services. Licensing or relief to disaster victim, taxation related services, peace and security related services, and so on. Similarly, development activity is another responsibility of public administration. As you know, development administration is an integral part of public administration. The current public administration in developing countries is responsible for providing development services to the people for quality of life. Similarly, regulation is one of the major part of public administration for establishing rule of law and to make service delivery and development delivery more effective, efficient, just, and equitable. So there are three major components of public administration which make governance system effective and efficient, because public administration is a part of the government, an executive hand of the government. Without the success and effectiveness of public administration, government cannot be success. So public administration is a mirror of the government. Impacts of COVID pandemic in public administration. The global pandemic, COVID, has badly affected to Nepal's public sector and public administration, which weaken the public services, except the health sector. Government highly emphasis on the health sector, health infrastructure, medical equipment, vaccine, and so on. So other public services were worstly affected because public servant could not reach to the service station, and people were at home, and there was prohibited for public gathering, and the public opinion, there was gap between the government service and the public expectation. Similarly, due to the budget crisis, some institutions were closed. Now, closing and decreasing of institutions is continued in our context. My predecessor presenter also mentioned that many institutions and organizations were closed and reduced because of the budget crisis. Budget reduction for human resource management is another impact of COVID. Well, we all know that major proportion of the government budget goes to health sector. So HR development is in shadow still now. More budget allocation in electronic devices and healthcare. Government budget has been spending on electronic devices. Due to the COVID pandemic, we imported many electronic devices like laptop, mobile, and other devices for online services, for virtual services. So not only in government sector, but in community level, and people also purchased electronic devices. So huge amount of the government fund is spent on the electronic devices and healthcare, obviously. Halting of direct engagement of people in public affairs. Public affairs means public policy making, development activities, and implementation of different programs and projects. There should be public engagement in public affairs for making government policies. There should be input of the people. There should be feedback of the people and communities as well as the stakeholder. But due to the COVID pandemic, there was halting such type of engagement of the people. So it raised the question of legitimacy and ownership of the people. Similarly, there was psychological fear to the civil personnel due to COVID infection, how to go office. There could be infection. So there was a kind of fear, which definitely reduced the morale and motivation of the civil personnel. Beyond the challenges, there are opportunities created by COVID pandemic. We got opportunities despite many challenges. There is wide use of electronic devices and online services. Public sector is used to electronic devices. Manual works are replaced by electronics one. Customer also familiar in online services. In the case of Nepal, we have followed online application system for citizenship, for land registration, for licensing a driving license, and so on. So online services is being a part of our life. Similarly, we learn to live in crisis. In the starting days of the COVID, there was a UN cry, how to go office, how to do work. But now the fear is removing slowly, and civil personnel also continuing their work despite the crisis. And we learn to live in crisis, which is created by COVID pandemic. Due to the following online services and using electronic devices, service, public service are being prompt, which is reducing time and cost, and definitely the one-time cost for electronic devices is normal, but in future, the cost of the public administration will be reduced, which is most important for the countries like us. Changing role of public administration. Role and responsibility of public administration is changing in the global area. After the new public administration or new public services and new public governance, there are different school of thought has come in public administration, which has suggested to make public administration more people friendly, and it also suggests to ensure public participation and engagement in public affairs, in policy making, in the development activities, in programs, in service delivery, and so on. Public administration is a part of state affairs, which brings governance closer to the people, because public administration has top to bottom organization institution, and there should be the work purging to the people with the trust of the people, with the participation of the people, with the engagement of the people, which make governance system more effective and trustworthy as well. Public administration has a responsibility to collaborate with non-state actors. Public administration alone cannot do work because of the capacity gap, because of the resource gap. There are several areas of public services. There are several areas of public affairs which cannot be addressed by public administration alone. After the 1980s, private sector has emerged, and the role of the private sector has been increasing. State is just regulator, promoter, facilitator, and environment builder. So there should be mutual collaboration, horizontal or vertical. We have followed federal governance system. There should be collaboration among the central, province, and local levels, and as well as community. In horizontal level, there should be collaboration between public, private sector, as well as civil society. Civic engagement is must for promoting public ownership. After the 1990, many areas has been being community driven, community-based healthcare, community-based education system, community-based forestry, community-based sanitation, community-based drinking water. Local and communities engagement has been promoting. So this type of civic engagement should be increased in the days to come, because people themselves know about their problems, and people themselves do work for them. Government just facilitate them. enhancing regulatory power for quality of public goods. Without regulatory power in developing countries, different scholars have written articles about losing regulatory power in developing countries. So regulatory power is must, which develops system, which follow rule of law, which follow the legal system and procedure. Without strong regulatory power, state can be failed, public administration can be failed. So enhancing regulatory power, public administration serve to people. It means not to serve criminals, not to serve smuggler, not to serve who breach the law. So there should be strong regulatory activities of the public administration. Similarly, ensuring openness and accountability. Transparency and accountability are the major component of good governance. Without these two factors, we cannot imagine about the good governance. So public administration should ensure openness and accountability in every steps of its activities. Similarly, promoting digital governance or smart governance is another task of the public administration. The globe is being closer. All activities of the global system are known within a second. So, for the enhancing competitive capacity of public administration of each country, digitization of governance is must. We should follow electronic devices and develop. We should introduce different software system in service delivery, which is a major component of smart governance.
Yeah.
Redesigning public administration on COVID pandemic.
We just
After the
have
COVID
3 more
pandemic.
minutes, sir.
Okay. After the COVID pandemic, what we should do? How to redesign public administration is a major question. So we have to decentralize and evolution of the services to sub-national levels. I already mentioned that service should be community-based and local governance-based. During the crisis like COVID, local governance or community might be more effective than the central government. There is a proof. So there should be facility or virtual bureaucracy. Manual bureaucracy is also existing, but virtual one is necessary for providing different types of service in online. Right sizing employees. Due to the budgetary crisis and lack of fund, right sizing of the employees must. It's urgent. Enhancing capacity of human resource to cope crisis. We have to train our human resource. We have to capacitate our human resource. There should be best practices of other countries. We have followed good practices, and we should enhance capacity of our human resources to cope such type of crisis which may come in coming future. Following health protocol at every organization, we have followed a health protocol, and we should continue until the COVID completely stop. Identifying risk factor and fixing strategy to minimize them. We should aware about the crisis, and we should follow the strategies to minimize such type of crisis which may come. Restoring public trust is must. During the COVID pandemic, people, public administration lost the trust of people. There was not a communication between public administration or public sector and people. Public opinion was not flourished. So restoring public trust after the COVID pandemic is very important. Economic and business-like manner. We should spend money, but with economic manner, with business-like manner.
One
So
more minute, sir.
unnecessary spending should be controlled. Okay. Final slide, efforts of Nepal. Nepal has followed a decentralized system. Government services are being digitized, like passport, citizenship application, taxation, vehicle registration, land registration, and so on. Promoting sensitiveness on preventing health measures. Health protocol at office has been followed. Decentralized of public service. We have decentralized public service in local level and ward level, which are the units of local levels. Different 35 types of public service provided by the ward, which are under local government. Training and awareness to employees for crisis management is another measures followed by the Nepal. Decreasing and merging government institutions. We have merged government institutions with the aim of cutting government budget. Widening health sector. Definitely, health sector is widening in the recent days. Thank you for your attention. Query, please.
Wow. Thank you so much for that very powerful presentation, Mr. Suresh. In spite of the fact that you are ill, we are really, really grateful. But indeed, you talk about the importance of training, the importance of us involving capacity building, and of course, you emphasize more citizens' engagement and feedback within the context of decentralization, something I think that resonates with a number of us in the region. Thank you very much for that incredibly powerful presentation, including the role of training, capacity building. Many of us around the room are involved in that. Great. So our next speaker, dear friends, is all the way in Kazakhstan, a very respected figure in the discipline of public administration. Dr. Alikan Baimanov is the chairman of the steering committee of the Astana Civil Service Hub. Astana Civil Service Hub. And many of us, many civil services around the world are members of the Astana Civil Service Hub. The Astana Civil Service Hub promotes civil service effectiveness by supporting the efforts of governments of countries in the region and beyond, building institutional and human resource capacity of national public administrations. And that's exactly what all of us around the room are. Dr. Baimanov is a distinguished, prominent public figure who has held leading public posts in the government of the Republic of Kazakhstan, having worked in the office of the Prime Minister, Agency of Civil Service Affairs, Minister of Labor and Protection, and twice as Deputy of Parliament of Kazakhstan. He is also author, like many of you around the room, like many of our resource speakers, Dr. Gito, Mr. Suresh. He's also a academic, a practitioner and academic. He is an author of a series of publications on issues on social protection, public management, and civil service, as well as political and party building. Dear friends, a leading figure not only in Kazakhstan, but in the public administration community in the world. Speaking all the way from Kazakhstan, may I respectfully introduce Dr. Alikan Baimanov, Chairman of the Steering Committee of the Astana Civil Service Hub. Let's welcome Chairman Alikan. Chairman?
Thank you very much, dear Professor. Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me express my sincere gratitude to the Eastern Regional Organization for Public Administration and personally to Chairperson Professor Chloe Subvises for the invitation and the privilege to share with you some reflections on the topic of the plenary. I extend my deep appreciation to our old friend, Dr. Alex Briantes, for his personal contribution to the long-lasting partnership between our institutions. Taking this opportunity, I cordially thank our dearest friend, Professor Pansu Kim, who first built a bridge between the hub and Europe. I'm also thankful to the Minister of Federal Affairs and General Administration of the Federal Republic of Nepal and to Honorable Minister Prasad Shrestha for hosting today's conference, which is of great importance to all of us. The new reality outlined by the COVID-19 pandemic, the VUCA or bunny world, disruptive technologies and geopolitical tensions, has undoubtedly stretched civil service systems to the limits. At the same time, the pandemic has hit all aspects of people's lives. Worldwide, we observe that regardless of the socio-economic model, the critical eyes of citizens are turned to the state, fairly expecting timely and effective response to crisis issues. Due to widespread internet access and social networks, citizens are well informed about solutions in other countries, and they can compare and assess decisions of their governments against certain benchmarks, creating a virtual quasi-competitive environment. This all inevitably causes the rise of citizens' expectations, change the very character of the government-citizen relations, and bring the issue of trust to the fore. The response to this global challenge is further complicated by prevailing populism and the contradiction between the long-term goals of national and global development and the short-term interests of politicians. Under these circumstances, we must ensure a balance between quick wins and maintaining a commitment to long-term strategic goals related to the SDGs and other global issues like climate change, demographic shifts, and depletion of natural resources. In search for prompt decisions that pandemic required, it's equally important not to overlook transparency and accountability. Neither decision should be made at the expense of citizens' rights and freedoms. In this context, ensuring a whole-of-country approach represents a serious challenge for any public administration. At the same time, the pandemic has inevitably become an accelerator for the widespread application of new technologies. We witness how, in response to emerging challenges, the use of digital technologies has improved the quality and pace of public service delivery across the globe. Modern technologies are also employed for enhancing management in government institutions, while big data is frequently used in decision-making. Yet, despite the huge number of growth opportunities, we must remain vigilant in executing a digital transformation. It's important to balance decision-making and the interests of public safety with ensuring citizens' rights and freedoms. It's also crucial that both nationally and internationally there is an appropriate legislative framework to ensure civilian control over audio and video surveillance systems. Ideally, in the long run, this should help improve trust in government and its institutions. It's worth bearing in mind the experience of mankind shows that the possession of new technologies requires a new level of responsibility as the cost of mistakes increases. An example of this is nuclear technology. That's why new technologies call for new requirements to corporate culture and ethics. During the tech boom, all the above defines the significant role of human resource units, human resource management, policy, and corporate culture. That is not only knowledge, but also motives and desire to serve the public interests are very important.
Dr.
Any system
Alika,
or how?
just a very quick are you showing a PowerPoint, sir? No PowerPoint.
No PowerPoint.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Any system or organization will benefit from instilling a corporate culture built with an emphasis of mutual respect for dignity, each other's rights and freedoms, labor and efforts, and finally respect for time, non-renewable resource, the value of which is increasing. Flexible recruitment and contract systems, as well as work-life balance, are also worth paying attention to, as generations Y and Z, who especially value their time and dignity, are entering the labor market and achieving civic age. Ultimately, it's important to ensure unconditional protection of the principles of meritocracy, both in the selection of promotion and personnel and in ensuring their rights. Keeping in mind the current trends, let me further outline a few topical directions that would, to my mind, increase the effect of the efforts taken. First is adaptability and flexibility of systems and organizations, and agile approach is becoming more and more imperative in the context of new normal. Indeed, the demand for flexible work arrangement and flexible work organization systems is reaching a new level. For example, Belgian experience of civil service combines both flexible working models and open space with the absence of permanently fixed workplaces. Also, this will certainly require measures to organize flexible structures, ministries and municipalities with less regulation. Second is an environment. No doubt systems will advance their efficiency if organizations will create a setting for maximum development and use of people's potential, whether it be citizens or employees. Innovations mostly evolve in the environment which gives opportunities for talents and competences of people to serve common goals. Third is innovation. Next is digital capabilities. Public administration who had already invested in digital capabilities are better positioned to manage the crisis. For instance, Estonia has been benefiting from pre-crisis investment in distance learning technologies to upskill employees. Fifth is leadership. Effective public service leaders will harness these opportunities to advance a vision of the public service that's forward-looking, flexible, and fulfilling. The next is of fundamental importance to keep strategic management flexible. Last but not least is continuous learning. In a day-to-day routine, most public servants often lack time and resources to study good practices of other countries and share their own ones, not to mention the cross-regional knowledge exchange. In this sense, knowledge and experience sharing can help those in search to find best fit solutions for their own settings. All the above require multilateral efforts, underlining the importance of close collaboration. In fact, cooperation at all levels, international, intermunicipal, and interprovincial, is gaining ever-growing importance. One of the effective forms of experience sharing is peer-to-peer learning alliance that the Astana Civil Service Hub devoted to digital transformation and innovation of public administration. During the pandemic, we transformed it into the virtual alliance of practitioners to assist the governments of participating countries in their search for swift decisions in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and its implications. Overall, a wide partnership network we have developed over the years with direct support and involvement from our partners has been in great demand during the difficult times of pandemic. In the new reality, therefore, the importance of such multilateral platforms for the exchange of knowledge and experience as EROPA and the Hub is growing. Taking this opportunity to express my deep appreciation to the EROPA and its leadership for remaining genuinely committed to collaborate and support the implementation of the Astana Civil Service Hub mission. Dear colleagues, there are certainly many factors that determine futures of civil service, but I dwelled on those that comes out from the practice of our region. In this regard, I want to emphasize the importance of today's conference, which allows us to learn new and enrich current experience. Although there is no silver bullet, everyone can find best fit solutions and deepen understanding of current challenges. I wish all of you a lot of energy and enthusiasm in your endeavor and prosperity to your home countries. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairman Alican Baimano. Indeed, we talk about the importance of peer-to-peer learning, which is why we're here. You cite the examples of Estonia, Kazakhstan, Belgium, and of course, earlier on, we heard from Nepal, peer-to-peer learning from each other. You said there's no silver bullet, but hey, we're here to learn from each other. We talk about the importance of innovation, something that I think you at the Astana Civil Service have really pushed for and really advocated. Digital capability, continuous learning. That's why we're here today. Continuous learning and good and best practices and the virtual alliance. I hope we continue this virtual alliance under the leadership of the Astana Civil Service Hub. Thank you very much, Chairman Baimanov, and I'm sure there will be some questions later on. And indeed, there are many issues that continue to come up, including the importance of trust, citizens' participation, and training. What an exciting session! Now we're now going to our fourth speaker, certainly not the last, but of course a good friend of ours. I have my notes with me. I've been preparing so hard for this. A good friend speaking all the way from Panama, but he's also based in Costa Rica. Dr. Alexander Lopez has a PhD from the University of Oslo in Norway and is a professor at the National University of Costa Rica and advisor also of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. Former director of the Central American Institute for Public Administration, ICAP, a regional organization working in Central America and the Caribbean, founded in 1954. EROPA was founded in the late 50s, but hey, they were founded in 1954. Okay, he has been a consultant, and has worked in several countries: Norway, Vietnam, South Africa, India, Brazil, Mexico. Hope you come to the Philippines someday. I'm sure you have. And he has been a consultant to Inter-American Development Bank, including the Asian Development Bank, World Meteorological Organization, United Nations Environmental Program, and many. Again, dear friends, something that links all our speakers today. He's also an excellent publisher, having published extensively in Spanish and English with well-known editorial houses such as Sage, the MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology Press, Routledge, and Kluwer Academic Publishers. Dear friends, speaking all the way from Panama, if I'm not mistaken, a good friend of ours who also was with us in Dubai on this Future of Civil Service. Let's welcome Dr. Alexander Lopez, speaking all the way from Panama. Good morning. Good evening there, my amigo, Dr. Lopez.
Hi, Alex. Thank you. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to EROPA for this kind invitation to take part in this plenary session. Of course, greetings to everyone in Nepal. I still have great memories from my visit to Nepal that was in 2010, I think. So I am really happy to be part of this panel. I hope to make some, reflection that could contribute to the debate that you are going to have today and in the next days. What I would like to share presentation here. Let me see. Something happens. See?
It was there earlier.
Yeah.
There you are.
Here,
just put this a slideshow, sir.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. I would like to do is I will hope to do it in 10 minutes or so.
For 15 minutes is fine, sir.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Is to have some questions that I think are quite relevant when we talk about the future of public service. I mean, more than answers, to provide with some questions for the debate in this panel. So the first issue is that we have to ask, what is the problem that we face when we are talking about the future of the public service? A first line to answer this question is related to the radical changes in technology that is changing the role of the state, the way the state is doing. Consequently, the role of the public service and the market, and more important, how the market interplay with the state. That very issue is connected to a second important one, which is that what we have seen in the past years is that the private sector has transformed quite a lot and quite quickly, while the public sector has not. Most public organizations are still locked into old practices, as the workforce policies, rigid job classification, and reliance on seniority as a substitute for capability. What is the consequence of that? One of the consequences is that day by day is getting harder for the public sector to have people that really want to work in the public sector, because the young people want to have experience that the public sectors are not providing. They want to have work experience that the workplace are also not providing. So there is a challenge. So what are what are the challenges? Well, there are of course many challenges. But the basic one is that we have a process of change. Change is not nothing new. I mean, we have been living with change for centuries. What is new is that the rate of that change is dramatically different. It's absolutely faster and is more profound than what we have seen before. So that change in the way that we are experiencing right now have implications on the three dimensions that are affecting the future of work at the public sector. That means the work, the workforce, and the workplace. But there is a good news, and the good news is that if those changes are managed well by the government, we will have windows of opportunity to make a more efficient public sector, because we will be able to create a larger opportunity space for government to adapt to this. So the following question, related to the previous one, is how will the government worker, how will be the government worker of the future? So what are the main characteristics? In the previous presentation, starting from the one that did our friend Guido Bertucci, we can sort of have some main characteristics that we will have in the future. First of all, of course, will be a more mobile workforce, available to work from everywhere at any time. For instance, in the Costa Rican case, there is a new law for what is called digital nomads. The previous speaker from Astana was talking about Estonia. Estonia has a similar also pattern, a very well advanced pattern when it comes to mobile workers. Of course, it will be very much data-centric, analytics-driven. The well is those will be skills absolutely required. It will be probably highly educated people also, with a high degree of autonomy. And this is a challenge for the public sector, in which autonomy is not a word that is very much used in the public sector. Looking for opportunities to make a social impact. A final one that is also a challenge for the public sector, for the public service, consequently, that person will be probably not specifically attached to one career. Much of the public sector has been built on one that you have to have one given career, but the direction, future of the public sector is going in another direction. So the following question is those changes will have a positive impact on the civil service. Of course, the answer could be yes, could be not. What I would like to stress here is that we will have a window of opportunity to make things different. For instance, one of the biggest challenges is that very much what we have done in the last year has been try to do the work instead of solving tasks, doing tasks that the system says that we have to do, instead of being more creative and trying to get things in another way. That new way could be identifying new problems and trying to have a more prospective way when we sort of try to solve that problem. If we do that, then we will have new human resources oriented by two criteria. The first one will be identifying and seeing problems and opportunities and developing approach to solve that problems and address opportunities. That will be a switch from task to solving problems. Again, how will a flexible public service or a public servant look? Well, the flexibility has been a criteria that has been mentioned from the previous speakers, and that is probably it could be defined as that possibility that the public service have to move people with the skill in needs to the places in needs as a consequence of changing environment or changing circumstances. That means also the possibility to stop doing things that are no longer needed and to change it to another emerging priorities. That means upskill, reskills of the existing workforce that we have. And finally, there are two questions that I think central to the debate. The first one is about the competences, the future workforce to deal with uncertainty. Uncertainty is a driver and will be a driver. So we get better prepared for the next, because we are living in an era of shock. We just have the pandemic, but we have the climate change, we have economic shocks, etc. So we live in an era of shock, and we must be prepared for that. And the second one is how can government improve job design to increase flexibility and autonomy of the public servants? Those two criteria are absolutely core, or central to the public service and to the public employees of servant, flexibility and autonomy. So I would like to finish by posing these two questions. And once again, thank you very much for this kind invitation. I'm very happy to see you, Alex, and to see some good friends in the panel. Thank you very much. And I think I will have to run because I will have to do some packing because I have to be again at the airport tomorrow early. And now it's past 11 in the evening here. But happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for your generosity, Dr. Lopez. You are so generous. He has to fly to the airport, but anyway, you're with us. But certainly, you talk about one very important point. If changes are managed by government, there are many windows of opportunity. We do have, let me mention that we have over 100 people attending the conference from a single venue, and there are some questions. So I know that there are 100 people physically there in Nepal. But anyway, thank you, Dr. Lopez. Maybe just a few more minutes. We're almost done, but the points that you raised, no, the importance of, you mentioned also the importance of the challenges to government. You said it change our management by government, but you pointed out that these are also windows of opportunity, no, but uncertainty. Uncertainty drives a lot of innovation. That was also mentioned by Chairman Baimano. What a great panel we have. Now, dear friends, we shall have a few minutes for some questions. I don't know if Dr. Alex can stay because he has to rush to the airport, but that's what the VUCA world is all about. But anyway, are there any particular questions from the floor? I know that in Nepal, we have 100 people physically present in the room, and we have over, if I'm not mistaken, close to 570, so maybe 600 participants already participating virtually. Let's take advantage of these brilliant speakers. Dr. Guido Bertucci, I must mention that you are the founder of UNPAN, and thank you for the opportunity. Of course, Chairman Baimanov, and of course, our Minister, Dr. Srestra, and of course, Dr. Alexander Baimanov. What a powerful first panel. So if there are any questions, shall we now begin with our colleagues in Nepal? There's about 100 of you there, led no less by the Minister. Are there any particular questions? And you can, of course, put them in the chat box. My good friends here will manage it. Any questions, dear friends? Please let us know. We have about 5 minutes for questions, and then we proceed to the next panel. Our next panel is equally exciting on federalism. Okay. I see Mira Amatia. Or shall I proceed with you first, sir? Any questions from the floor there?
Hi.
Oh, there, Mira.
Yes, hi.
You are from?
Thank you for giving me I'm actually from Nepal, but now I'm in USA, United Nations, United States. My query is here we have there are about 4 papers are presented now just and in last Dr. Alexander, my query is you talk about the administrative challenges on the situation of pandemic corona. You talk about the little bit just about the climate change, but now we are especially from Nepalese community, basically from Kathmandu district, and we are facing the challenges of clean environment, basically the solid waste management and etc. So what about the challenges that should be addressed by the government in the pandemic situation like corona, and now we are facing the dengue pandemic also? This is just my query.
Okay,
how should we manage by the government?
Thank you, Madam Mira, speaking from the United States, but you are right now in the US from Nepal. Let's get one more question, and then we can proceed to the next. Thank you for a very good question on the pandemic and climate change, etc. Did somebody raise their hand? If not, then we can proceed with our colleagues. You address that to Dr. Alexander, and of course, Guido and Chairman and the rest can address. Okay. Yes. Oh, there's a question. Can you read it for me? There's a question in the chat box. Aina, I don't see it. So,
May I read it, sir? This is Sonia po.
oh yeah, okay.
Okay.
Dean Sonia.
Okay, from Mr. Alan Cabandong, ICT leadership plays a vital role in digital transformation and governance. How do you think ICT government executives appreciate the importance of ICT to the attainment of electronic digital government, eventually achieving digital governance?
I think all our panelists can address that in a few minutes. Dr. Guido, that was still part of what you mentioned. Shall we take one more question, dear friends? Then we proceed. Then maybe if we have time, another round. Okay? I see a question raised. How about in Nepal? You have questions there from the floor in Nepal? Sir Kiran? No. Yeah. Let's have one question, then we'll now proceed. Then I think that I just saw 2 hands raised.
And there's one more, sir, in the chat box.
Okay.
For Dr. Lopez. What do you, from Mr. Achilles Charles Grandeza, what do you think is the future of public administration in a developing country like the Philippines, where technology is not as advanced as other nations? How do you think should old leaders or leaders who are oblivious to technology lead the education agency?
Fantastic. I think that can also be answered by all. The digital divide. Okay. So, Sir Kiran, did you have a question, or shall we proceed now with the answers? Okay. But there's one question from Nepal. Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir. And then we'll now ask our panelists.
Hello.
Okay, we can hear you, sir.
I'm Kavinder Nepal from Nepal. I have been working in Ministry of Federal Affairs and General Administration. I have a question to Mr. Dr. Guido. In terms of, we are talking about the future of public service. Now Nepal also facing the talent management is one issue in our context. So my query is, you talk about the civil servant who are working, who have been working in the as a civil servant, but my question is how we can hunt the brain talent hunt from the labor market in our developing context, specifically in our context, Nepal.
Thank you very much. So maybe I'll ask each panelist to respond, because this all cut across, including the question of Mira, including the question of Mr. Cabanlong on the pandemic and climate change, the digital divide, and talent management. Okay? Can you now ask, I guess we can begin with you, Alex, perhaps, because you will have to leave, then Dr. Guido, and of course, I wonder if Chairman Baimanov and Dr. Suresh would like to answer. Dr. Alex?
Thank you, Alex, and thank you for the question. Very quickly, related to the first question that was well placed by Mira, if I pronounce well. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah. What I have to say about that, in relation, I mean, this the pandemic or the climate change issue in relation to the public service, is that, at least to my understanding, is not that the pandemic came to change everything. It's not that the pandemic suddenly make a disruption in the system. Absolutely. The pandemic, as the climate change, is a trigger, has been a trigger of a process that was already underway. So we have to understand then climate change, the pandemic, and as triggers of the process that we have experienced in the last decades. Concerning to the question of technology, yes, this is a good question. I think that Alex Brigantes will be the perfect person to respond about the Philippines, how with the challenge in the Philippines. But let me just say a couple of things about that. yes, technology is a critical issue, but it's not everything. Just remember the last two criteria that I placed. That is flexibility and autonomy. You can have a system with, I mean, full of technology, but perhaps you don't have flexibility or autonomy. There are governments with, I mean, with a lot of capabilities in technology, but the degree of autonomy of the public servants are very low, because the system, the technological system, is used to control how things are done and in the way those things are executed. So technology by itself doesn't mean more autonomy and doesn't mean more flexibility.
Wow.
I will finish with that to give the word to the other speaker. Thank you very much for this.
That is a very quotable quote. Okay, now let's listen to Dr. Guido. I mean, many questions on talent management, the digital divide. You know that US different from us in the third world. Dr. Guido, please.
Well, yes, thank you, Alex. My position about the digital divide is a little bit maybe controversial. Could be, I do not, the digital divide, it is a digital lack of capability of the government, because in every country, people now use the mobile phone to do everything, okay? Not only in the US, not only they pay bills and from the bank, they order online, etc. The problem is that they cannot do that in relation to the government, because the government does not have the application. It does not have the interface with the technology which already people are using. So that is my point. So if the government is able to introduce application and system which can then be easily utilized by people, then I think that we definitely can bridge better the digital divide. Okay, that's of course taking into account the existing the availability of infrastructure, because without infrastructure, nothing will work. Concerning the talent, the attraction of talents, that's a very, very difficult question. But we go back, one item I think government, civil servant cannot really resolve, which is remuneration. Remuneration is very difficult to match the remuneration of the private sector in the public sector. However, as Alex mentioned, the ability to motivate staff, the granting of autonomy, the granting of flexibility, the granting of independence, I think these are factors which can help to attract talent, in spite of the fact that we cannot really provide equal remuneration.
Wow, thank you very much, Dr. Guido. Our speakers for the next panel are here. But anyway, I wonder if there are any final remarks, let's say from Chairman Ali Khan or Dr. Suresh or Guido. But really, I think one major quotable quote is as pointed out by Alexander: if the change is managed by government. And Guido did say, it's a real problem if the government, so sometimes it's government that is being left behind. Indeed, a controversial point, but a very, very important point. Hey, government, manage it well. That is what Alexander said. Any comment, any final comment from our colleagues in the room? Chairman Ali Khan, Mr. Suresh, before we go to the next panel on an equally exciting point on federalism. I'm sorry, we don't have that much time. Apologies to Sir Mark. Maybe you can just send us the question, and it's the use of electronic devices and digital platforms and increased utilization of meta. That's what Sir Mark mentioned. Okay. So I guess if there are no questions from or final remarks from all of you guys, Professor Guido and Professor Alex and Professor Chairman Ali Khan and Mr. Suresh, I shall now turn over the floor to Dr. Sonia. But even before I do that, I do just give them our virtual certificates of appreciation. Dr. Sonia, maybe you could do that. So, okay, we are now awarding, pardon us, dear friends, it's just an e-certificate to really express our gratitude for your generosity. Other parts of the world, you have to leave for the airport. But yes, to our first speaker, Dr. Guido Bertucci, really thank you very much for your time. talent.
welcome.
And
You're welcome.
like I said, you were the founder of UNPAN. Thank you very much for doing that for us. You did the world a favor, Dr. Guido, for your invaluable contribution as plenary speaker in today's panel, Governance and Public Administration in COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much, Dr. Guido. Our sincere appreciation from EROPA. And our next virtual certificate is, of course, to Mr. Suresh Adhikari. Thank you very much, sir. I know you are ill, but we're very grateful that you are so generous in sharing with us the experience of Nepal and a lot of good experiences we have learned from you. Thank you very much, Secretary Suresh. And the third one, of course, to Chairman Ali Khan Baimanov. Dear friends, let's visit the Astana Civil Service Hub. Indeed, an innovator. And Dr. Ali Khan also mentioned the role of Pansuk Kim, one of the key pillars of EROPA, no? And Ali Khan has been with them. Thank you very much, Chairman Ali Khan, for being with us. I do hope in the future, personally, we can hand you these certificates, but really very powerful presentation, the Astana Civil Service Hub, and really the importance of innovation that you are doing in Astana. Thank you very much. And of course, a final certificate, Dr. Alexander Lopez. You are so generous, sir. You're about to leave for the airport, but you took time to be with us. Thank you very much. And indeed, one of the things that resonated among all of us, no, is the importance of trust in government, the importance of technology. You said government should manage it, guys. Government should manage it. The importance of participation, citizens' participation, as mentioned by Mr. Suresh, but of course, social interaction, something I miss the most. We're doing this, but we have no social interaction. And of course, the importance of digital collection, as mentioned by Alan Cabanlong in this question, and by Ms. Mira. But guys, as Dr. Alex mentioned, it's a window of opportunity. But government, you have to manage it well. So it's not really a digital divide. I'll think about that, Dr. Guido, because for many of us, the digital divide, but everybody's handphones, you are so right. So with that, thank you very much. We have taken group pictures. Our next panelist here. Dear friends around the table, let's give them a round of applause. And those of you who have submitted your questions, my apologies, we're not able to read them all. I'm sure you'll agree with me. It has been a powerful first plenary panel. Let's give them all a round of applause. And those of us in the virtual, please give them a nice heart. Please, let's give everybody a heart and tell them, hey guys, thank you and we love you. Thank you very much. I'll now turn this over to my good friend, Dean Sonia Pimentel. Dean Sonia?
Thank you very much, Doc Alex, and you are right. The discussions really resonate to all of us here, especially to us who are in the civil service. But as much as we want to continue with the discussion, we have to move to the next session, which is, as you said, just as exciting. The discussion in our second plenary session will focus on managing the pandemic under a federal structure, lessons learned and good practices. This will be a roundtable discussion with the plenary speakers and the moderator that shall discuss the structure of speakers' respective countries and what were some of the challenges that their countries had when the pandemic hit. What is the current situation as the crisis is still not over? The second part will be on the lessons learned. How sticky will relevant changes be? The discussion may also bring in some comparative evidence from more than one country. We are honored to have as our moderator for this session an internationally recognized scholar in the areas of federalism and decentralization, conflict resolution, and democratization. He is the academic head of the International Research and Consulting Center at the Institute of Federalism, University of Freiburg. Before joining the IRCC, he led the Politics and International Relations program at Canterbury Christ Church University, United Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Kyle Soren.
Thank you very much. Wow, what an entrance. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody from Switzerland. It is 7:30 here, so it is reasonably early here, although as you will see, one of our speakers is from the United Kingdom. It's even earlier for him. So I am optimistic that it's not the earliest for me. Good morning, good afternoon, hello to everybody wherever you are. Welcome to this fantastic roundtable on managing the pandemic under federal structures. We have a fantastic panel today. We have 4 speakers with us. It's really great opportunity. They will talk about different countries, different experiences. Before I introduce our panel and our speakers, let me introduce the topic to you a little bit more from what Professor Sonia just said. Obviously, the pandemic was a watershed for the whole world. This idea, many of us 3-4 years ago would not believe that things like lockdowns would happen, that we would be asked to stay at home, that we would see big cities all across the world being completely empty. The pandemic, COVID-19, in the first place, of course, is a health issue. It's a question, it's a virus. It's a question of how do health systems cope with it? And that has many different layers, from the immediate response of how do you limit the spread of infections, to the development of vaccines, the spread of vaccines, the ongoing questions about booster vaccines. That is the health side. We will not particularly talk about this today because this is not a panel of medical experts. What we will talk about is the other side to COVID-19, is the effect that COVID-19 had on questions of democracy. What do you do when all of a sudden parliaments can't meet anymore? What do you do when in a country like the one where I live, referendums can't take place? You can't go out to collect signatures for public initiatives. Political parties can't meet. Elections had to be delayed in many countries. Fundamental questions for democracy were raised. Fundamental questions about human and fundamental rights were raised. What do you do when your government tells you you have to stay at home? You have to close your business, right? You can't have any contact with your family, right? So deep-rooted questions that continue to have a knock-on effect about the situation of human and fundamental rights in many countries. COVID-19 had a fundamental effect on the rule of law. When many countries revert to emergency legislation, how do we ensure that courts can still check the legality of decisions if they are taken by emergencies, if they are not scrutinized properly, if they are implemented very quickly? And of course, we have a whole dimension of economic and social issues. When you lock your economy down, you cannot just tell people you have to close your shop. You have to offer them some financial incentive. We will hear about the case of India. What do you do when you have millions of workers who work in one part of the country who all of a sudden are being told, go home? What consequences does that have? When we talk about federal and decentralized systems, of course, we get an additional dimension to them. We get the form of multi-level governance. We get different layers of government, from the local to the regional and to the national government, that deal with these issues. Most often in federal states, we found that crisis management and dealing with many of the aspects I just mentioned were actually shared competences or concurrent competences. So therefore, there was not only a question of who is in charge of what, but also how can coordination be ensured. That will be at the heart of the discussion we will have this morning. The question of how did federal structures affect crisis response, but also how did crisis management engage with federal structures? What intergovernmental cooperation did we see? What worked particularly well? But also what did not work well at all, and what lessons are learned? And of course, as Professor Sonia has mentioned, we need to look at it today as well. The global pandemic is not over. the virus is still with us. We are probably all a bit more relaxed because a lot of people are vaccinated. The virus seems to have mutated to a less dangerous variant. But most experts tell us that by no way can we be sure this is over and the virus won't come back with a vengeance. So therefore looking at, well, have federal systems become more robust? Have we learned lessons? Or are there still ongoing issues and problems? Seems to me to become really, really important. What is important for me for our roundtable today is that before introducing our participants, I will only ask 2 questions to each of the participants, and then I invite all of you in the audience to ask questions. The idea of this roundtable is really giving you a chance as well to ask the experts that we have here today questions about how federalism affected crisis management, how intergovernmental relations developed, and how system changed and adapted to federalism. That is enough from me. Please allow me now to introduce our fantastic panel we have today. We have 4 excellent speakers from different parts of the world. I will introduce them in order that they are listed in the program. The first speaker we have on our round table is my wonderful former colleague from the UK and close friend, Dr. Paul Anderson. Dr. Anderson now works at Liverpool John Moores University in the UK. He's an expert on territorial politics, and we are very happy that Paul has joined us this morning. Our second expert on our roundtable is Dr. Johanna Schnabel. Johanna is also a long-term friend, close colleague, and she has quite extensively written about crisis management and federalism during COVID-19. Johanna works at the Freie Universität Berlin, and we are very glad that you're able to join us this morning, Johanna. Our third panel member is Dr. Kim Dal Devkota. Dr. Kim is a member of Parliament for the Federal Republic of Nepal, and he has been directly involved in the crisis management. From a practitioner's point of view, as a member of Parliament, he has directly experienced how Nepal had to face the challenges of the pandemic. Our final member, I'm very glad he's here with us this morning, is Professor Chanchal Kumar Sharma. Professor Chanchal works at the Central University of Haryana in India. I'm very glad that Chanchal is with us this morning. He is one of the leading experts on Indian federalism, and he too has done quite an extensive amount of research on looking at how has India dealt with the pandemic and how has Indian federalism coped with the challenges that the pandemic threw at its institutional, legal, and constitutional framework. So this is our panel today. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Nice to have you all here. So let me start with my first question, so we can start the discussion. First of all, my first question that I really would like to ask is kind of the essence of the crisis. When we look at the different countries, let's start with the order we have here in the program. If we start with you, Paul. When we look at a country like the United Kingdom, what challenges did the country face during crisis management, during the pandemic, and how did it really affect the intergovernmental relations that we see in the United Kingdom?
So thank you very much, Soren. Good morning, everybody. The first thing to say, obviously, about the United Kingdom is that the United Kingdom is not a federation. It does not fit the requisites of what we would use to measure or to define what a federation is. What the United Kingdom is a decentralized country. It is a country that's made up of 4 different territories, and 3 of those territories have their own parliaments and their own governments. And this is what we call devolution. The big challenge, or the big issue with devolution in the UK, is that the biggest nation within the United Kingdom, which is England, where I am today, does not have its own parliament and does not have its own government. This has never really been a huge issue for many people living in England, because when you're the biggest partner within a country, you don't necessarily feel that you need your own parliament or government. But this is one of the issues that did come to play out during the COVID pandemic. Because the United Kingdom is not a federation, there's very limited what we would call shared rule. What that means is there's limited institutions and indeed experience or a political culture that encourages cooperation and coordination between the different governments within the United Kingdom. This weak shared rule means that we have in the United Kingdom intergovernmental relations, and we have the infrastructure to support relations between governments, but we don't have a political culture that encourages cooperation, and we don't have a political system that enables cooperation to happen easily. And I suppose at the beginning of the pandemic, there's 2 things to point out here. One, the United Kingdom was still dealing with Brexit, and Brexit was a political challenge for the governments of the United Kingdom because of the 4 nations within the UK. England and Wales voted to leave the European Union, and Scotland and Northern Ireland didn't. And what this entailed then was we had a government in Scotland that wanted to stay in the European Union, and we had a political party, part of the coalition government in Northern Ireland, that wanted to remain within the European Union as well. And so tensions or relations between the governments within the UK before the pandemic were already very strained at an all-time low. The other issue to point out there is that you have governments in the United Kingdom. We have 4 governments. All 4 governments are led by different political parties. So in London, in Westminster, we have the Conservative Party, at that time under the leadership of Boris Johnson. In Wales, you have a Labour Party. In Northern Ireland, you have a coalition government through the Good Friday Agreement. And in Scotland, you have a nationalist party whose reason for being is the independence of Scotland. So even before the pandemic hit, we had big tensions within the UK. And the biggest challenge that came around then from COVID-19 was this interaction, was how do you encourage and manage interaction between different levels of government that are not accustomed to working together, and where the infrastructure to encourage cooperation is very weak, very rarely meets, and is often dominated by the government in Westminster. And what's very interesting here in the UK is that at the beginning of the pandemic, so from February to March 2020, all 4 governments worked together. They produced documents together in early March 2020, the first time this had ever happened in the whole history of devolution. They worked together in order to agree measures to be put in place. There was slight variations in timings, but in general, the governments worked together. And the key focus there was the first lockdown that came into effect on the 23rd of March 2020. Boris Johnson, as the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, went on television to announce this lockdown. And then immediately the leaders, or the first ministers in the other territories, went on television to say, this is the same for us. We all agree with this. So that was the sort of the beginning. All these concerns about crisis management being challenging didn't come to fruition. That very quickly unraveled as we sort of moved towards easing lockdown measures in the summer of 2020, and from then consistently, where interaction has been almost non-existent. Governments have started to criticize each other for the lack of support or following different routes. And there's been almost a significant lack of, or there was a significant lack of communication between the governments. So we saw very quickly that it moved from a period of convergence where the governments were happy to work together very much towards divergence. And the big issue in the United Kingdom then is the absence of effective infrastructure to deal with interaction between different governments. I'll leave it there and we can come back to that later.
Thank you very much, Paul, for this very good overview of the response in the United Kingdom. Johanna, let me ask you the same question. Now, your work has a lot focused on, let's say, the continental European federations. And these are, unlike the UK, these are proper federal states that have, in many cases, the infrastructure for cooperation. What kind of behavior did we see there in terms of cooperation, in terms of dealing with the crisis? What kind of patterns have you discovered in your own work?
Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. So I'm going to share a few thoughts on Germany and Switzerland, which are two rather old, well-established, fairly well-functioning federations that share many features, but have taken different decision-making approaches to manage the crisis. To give some background information, Germany is so it's one of the largest federations in Europe. It has 16 Länder, which is the second tier of government, or the constituent units. The equivalent in Switzerland are the cantons, of which there are 26. Now, both Germany and Switzerland are cooperative federations. Søren has pointed to that have well-developed structures of RGR, and in contrast to the UK, these are actively and frequently used. In both federations, the constituent units participate in federal decision-making, although the way they do so is different. What's also important to know about Germany and Switzerland when it comes to crisis management, but also when it comes to their functioning more in general, is that they are administrative federations, which means that federal legislation is implemented by the constituent units. So there is very little or small administration at the federal level. Most administration occurs at the constituent unit level or by local government. Now, going to the management of the pandemic, what's interesting to see is that Germany took a very decentralized decision-making approach. In line with the so-called Infection Protection Act, the Länder were responsible to put in place most restriction measures. However, the Infection Protection Act assigns the federal government the role of a coordinator, and the federal government played this role. It assumed this role by organizing regular meetings with the premiers, at which the premiers and the federal chancellor, back then was Angela Merkel, discussed the different restrictions that were going to be imposed, which were then decided and implemented at the constituent unit level, so in the different Länder. To coordinate these decisions, the meetings occurred within an existing format. It's called the Conference of Premiers, that is also used in normal times, though less frequently. Now in Switzerland, the approach was quite different. Switzerland's pandemic governance arrangement foresee a three-stage approach that's written down in the Epidemics Act, whereby in normal times the cantons are mainly responsible for public health measures. Now, if the WHO declares a public health emergency, the federal government, so the crisis management, moves into the second stage, and the federal government can decide on a range of measures, not all of them, but a range of them, but it must consult the cantons before deciding on them. Now, if the situation worsens, and that's up for the federal government to establish, the federal government can decide on all measures, and it does not need to consult the cantons anymore. So there we have a very centralized arrangement, and this is what happened in the beginning of the first wave of the pandemic. Once this very critical situation was over, Switzerland moved back into the second stage, whereby a range of measures was imposed by the federal government. Cantons also decided on several measures, and there was more coordination. So what we can see in both countries, and I would like to highlight this, is that coordination was close and frequent and ongoing. This doesn't mean that it was not without issues and that there were no conflicts, but overall coordination, especially if we're comparing these two countries to other countries, you can see that coordination worked fairly well and was fairly close. Now, by looking at Germany and Switzerland, I can see three main challenges these federations had to face. The first one concerns responsiveness, the second one concerns policy, and the third one concerns implementation. What we can see in both countries, and that was widely discussed in the media, is that because there were several governments that had to, in one way or another, agree on restrictions or at least exchange information and their positions, reaching a decision sometimes took a bit longer than it might have in a unitary, if these countries were unitary countries. So one of the criticisms in both countries was that there was delayed response to a pandemic that required immediate response. Now, talking about the second challenge, another challenge that we can find is policy fragmentation, because measures were decided, or when measures were decided at the constituent unit level, we find different measures that were decided in different parts of the country, which again was perceived in the media as leading to a patchwork of measures that was very difficult to understand from citizens' point of perspective. If we take a more broader perspective on this, we can see that in fact the differences were not that significant. They sometimes concern like DIY stores being allowed to open in one part of the country but not in a different part of the country. Sometimes shop opening hours were slightly different. So overall, these differences were not significant, but they led to confusion among the citizens and a lack of understanding for these differences. Then the final main challenge that I see concerns the implementation of measures. So even in Switzerland, when most decisions were made by the federal government, the implementation was a responsibility of the cantons. So now that comes back to my earlier point about these two countries being administrative federations. So it's very important, and I guess that also applies to most of the countries that you live in or represent, is that implementation, that the lower levels of government are so important when it comes to implementing decisions. They have the resources, and also they have the information on what is needed at the local level. And so here we have situations where federal governments inform the constituent units too late about their plans on how to respond to the crisis. They sometimes did not take the information advantage of the constituent units or local government into account, or their capacity to implement restrictions or to enforce restrictions, or fail to provide the sufficient resources that the lower tiers of government needed to implement the decision. Overall, and I would like to conclude on this, these two countries, despite these challenges, despite certain problems, were quite successful in managing the pandemic to the extent to that is possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johanna. Very interesting to hear the different, also not necessarily expected approaches that Germany and Switzerland took here, and some of the challenges on the way. Dr. Kim, let me ask you about Nepal. Now, when we look at the UK, at Switzerland, at Germany, these are relatively established democracies. These are relatively established, well-developed Western countries, economically well-developed. Nepal is the youngest federation in the world. Right? It's still a very young federation, still a very young federal architecture, institutions. How did Nepal cope with the challenges that the pandemic threw at it, and how did the federal system manage the pandemic and manage particularly coordination between different government levels?
Presentation को पालो चाहिँ कृपया शान्त राखिदिनु होला प्लिज फिडब्याक जान्छ उता
Thank you, Dr. Soren. Dear panelists, ladies and gentlemen.
Dr. Kim, we can't hear you.
It's okay.
Now we can hear you.
Thank you, Dr. Soren. Dear panelists, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like many thanks to the organizer for this opportunity. Dr. Soren, I will come from the topics, the topics of the discussion. I will come in the challenges that you try to base the link with your Switzerland or the American democracy. I will come in the later on. The topics I will start from the topics. The topics of the discussions is managing the pandemic under federal structures. Given the limitations in the timing, I think we will not be able to capture all the many areas. In my opinion, we should stay within the limits in the areas like situation, positions of the country, the decision-making process that you at the beginning you said the IGR, IGR, intergovernmental relationship between the level of governments, challenges, and finally lesson learned or way forward. And in one sentence, in the context of Nepal, the relationship between the level of government in the management of COVID is good. And talking to federalism, just I'm trying to base tooling in this federalism. It is the division of state power between the levels of government, and it is just a means, not the goal in. The goal in is the good governance, good governance, development, and the strengthening the democracy, as you said at the beginning. What our Prime Minister at the beginning said, vaccine. This is the important in the COVID, in the context of COVID. Now I'm coming to the country background. In the country background, coming to country background and the decision making. As you are aware, Nepal is located between the two world's most populous countries, India and China. 36% of the world populations lives in India and China alone. We have open border. This is the important to be considered. We have open border with India, and borders with China is not that strict. From the very beginning, we have socio-economic and cultural relations with both of the countries. We have people-to-people relations. It is needless to say how much pressure, I am coming the pressure in the challenges, how much pressures we had been under mentally due to the start of COVID-19 from our neighboring country, China. As I said, with whom we also have people-to-people relations from the ancient period. The one city of China, where this pandemic was originated, the first case in Nepal appeared from a 31-year Nepali student who came to Nepal from that city on 9th January 2020. At that time, there was no laboratory to test for the pandemic. The sample was sent to the WHO lab in the Hong Kong. Now we have testing the virus facility in different parts of the country. I'm linking here some in the issues and this opportunity as well. What the opportunity we got? In terms of horizontal and the vertical coordination mechanism, including the IGR for the pandemic cases, at the beginning, the government formed COVID-19 Crisis Management Center at the central level. Such mechanism, whereas because it is important for the linking in the intergovernmental relationship, such mechanism were also created at the sub-national level, or sub-federal level. At the center, it was led by the Deputy Prime Minister, and province by the Chief Minister, and at the local level by the mayors or the chairpersons. As you know, we have the 7 provinces and 753 local governments. The state power, in terms of state power is divided across the federal country. It is the important for the linking in the pandemic is divided in the federal units with a mix of self and shared powers. For is there was a good relationship between these federal units of government for the prevention and management of pandemic. In particular, the policy decision was made by the federal level, while its full implementations were carried out by the provincial and local levels. In data management and relief distributions, the role of the local government was seen the most effective. The biggest problem, the biggest challenges we faced during the pandemic was the lack of medical equipment, trained manpower, and labs infrastructure. Due to the open border, a large number of people who went to India for employment came to Nepal. It was difficult to manage them easily as well. In terms of, just I'm talking the challenges, in terms of challenges in the economy, what is the impact in the economy? Due to this, the economic growth in the fiscal year 2019 and 20 declined to negative of 2.37%. At that fiscal year, the government had projected economic growth of 8%. As per the Central Bank of Nepal, 61% of industries and businesses were completely closed at that period. Further, as per the National Planning Commissions, which is the apex body of the planning and budgeting in Nepal, but the report is not released yet. Their assumption was that about 200 to 300 billion GDP was lost by in terms of Nepal. About 5 million people are abroad for the employment. Out of them, about 4 million are in the Middle East Asian countries. Due to this pandemic, heavily affected in the foreign employment. The government revenue was also declined. In our economy, there are two major challenges in terms of talking to Nepal. The first challenges is our revenue is the custom basis. The first challenge is the revenue is the custom basis, and more than 50% of revenue comes through the custom point. Number one. The second challenge is in the our consumption. Our consumption is based on the remittance. Though the remittance I just mentioned, more than 5 million people are abroad for the employment, and around 4 million people are in the Middle East Asian countries. So employment decline during this pandemic year. So this is we got this biggest challenges in this pandemic period. So in the linking coming to your first questions, in the you tried to link in the democracy. Democracy. We have the three set of, just I said, we have three set of government. At the center we have the federal, and we have the provincial and the local government. In the American democracy, if you compare in the American democracy, they have about 250 years experiences, and you have the Switzerland more than 150 years experiences of the federalism. If you compare with the Germany, they have also more than 175 years experiences. But in terms of Nepal, we have only 5 years experience of federalism. We promulgated new constitution in 2015 only, 2015, and the election for the local government and or the provincial and federal government we did in the 2017, and the one cycle for the local government just completed. We held the second term elections for the local government just in the last May, and the new election for this provincial and the House of Representative, what I said in the federal, will be held in the November. So even a 1 year cycle, 5 year cycle is not completed yet of the Nepalese democracy, Nepalese federalism. So I think in a very short period of time, if you talk a very short period of time, there are some problems in terms of intergovernmental relationship. For example, just staffing. There are some staffing problem in the local government, staffing problem in the provincial government. I have seen here most of the government employees are here. Even the government has not finalized the Employee Act yet. It is more than 3 years that this Employee Act is in the Parliament. The government withdraw this this Civil Service Act, but Civil Service Act due to the Civil Service Act in the all 7 provinces, they have formed the provincial service commissions. Service commission basically for the recruitment of the staff. These commissions, staff recruitment commissions, they are not also functioning well because of the lack of this Civil Service Act. There are some problems in the intergovernmental relations, staffing, and in some legal. In the constitutions, we have rights, functional rights. Example for the just I said the self-rule functions. Exclusive functions. There are exclusive functions. and some shared functions, concurrent functions. However, some legal documents, have not completed yet. Many legal documents is yet to finalize from the central parliament, even the provincial government. Even having said that, our democracy, I have not seen some problems in our democracy. Yes, Alex.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for this broad overview and this really interesting insight into some of the challenges that Nepal faced, but also, as you said, some of the elements that worked well and where coordination really worked and the different governments interacted successfully with each other. Shanchal, let me come to you now. As our previous speaker has said, right? One of the largest population-wise, one of the largest countries in the world. Obviously, during different waves of the corona pandemic, also quite at the center of world media attention. So for India, a pandemic like this must have been a major issue and a major challenge. What is your assessment about how the crisis management worked? What would you say worked well? What did you say were some of the problems? And would you say that the intergovernmental interactions and relations did what they were meant to do, or were there clear visible tensions and problems that, for example, Paul pointed out in the case of the UK?
Thank you, Soren, and thank you all the panelists who have spoken before me for their insightful comments. I'm afraid I don't have very positive reading. Rather, my reading of pandemic management is a bit critical. But first of all, it needs to be understood that the Constitution of India, while specifying the functional role of the units, does not subserve the doctrinaire idea of their inherent autonomy. Our Constitution blends federal features with strong central control. In India, the second chamber, whose powers are subordinate to the lower house, that is the House of People, is not designed to act as a hub of the aspirations of the states. On the other hand, the partisan logic of collective action afflicts our intergovernmental forums, whether it is the constitutionally mandated interstate council, which even otherwise is in a state of terminal decline, or the governing council of the Niti Aayog, which is a non-statutory body. This partisan logic of collective action weakens the effectiveness of intergovernmental forums as institutions of shared rule, collaboration, and coordination. When the pandemic struck India, the biggest challenge was to prevent India's poor healthcare system from being overburdened. The challenge was to quickly ramp up the supply of beds, vaccines, ventilators, and other critical care equipments across the country. The challenge here was not just financial, but also political, because achieving these objectives required a very high degree of vertical and horizontal coordination among government departments and agencies and among different actors at all three levels. Achieving such coordination and collaboration has been possible in countries where the federal culture supports ideologies of integrationism, for example, Germany, or non-centralism, for example, Canada, where the units enjoy a high degree of self-rule. However, achieving coordination proved to be a big challenge in India because the unitarist and centrist ruling party at the center adopted unilateral measures, especially during the first wave, and fend for yourself approach during the second wave in an environment that was badly strained by partisan polarization among states and across the nation. So when the pandemic started hitting off in early 2020, the ruling party at the center adopted a very centralized approach to address the crisis. While several countries in South Asia implemented partial and smart lockdown measures, India imposed one of the world's strictest lockdowns, which was announced unilaterally without any prior consultations or planning. This unplanned lockdown resulted in serious economic disruptions and triggered a huge migrant labor crisis, while failing to contain the spread of virus. Overall, the immediate challenges were to devise appropriate lockdown strategies, to protect life, safeguard livelihood, and to provide, most importantly, food security to poor migrant laborers who had no means to sustain their livelihood while remaining indoors. In addition to the three there were three high-level policy challenges relevant to intergovernmental relations. These were, number one, to develop a framework to support local governments, because the third tier of government was at the forefront of the war against COVID-19. Number two, to provide economic support to the states, because the financial crisis triggered by the pandemic at the state level was much higher than that suffered by the center. And finally, to operationalize a sort of negotiated cooperation to cope with coordination challenges so crucial for a swift policy response to COVID-19 crisis. That's all from my side for this question. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shansha. It's really interesting. I apologize if you hear a drill in the background. There seems to be some drilling going on at 8:10 in the morning. This is Smith efficiency for you. This is really interesting to hear that you mentioned the centralized response, some of the problems with it, and also, of course, one thing that maybe Paul, Johanna, and Dr. Kim haven't pointed out yet, but of course, which is also very important, is not just the federal interaction, but also the capability on the ground, right? What kind of healthcare system did you have? What kind of challenges were created with that, right? And as you mentioned, especially in India, that was a key question. You have a relatively weak healthcare system and one that's also different depending on where you are in India. Right? And then how do you prevent that from overburdening? Now, the best healthcare systems in the world ask themselves exactly the same question, right? How do we prevent our healthcare system in Switzerland, in the US, in Germany, right, from being overwhelmed? And these are some of the best funded systems in the world. So if you then have a system that's maybe not as strongly funded, a lot of interesting questions come up. Now, before I open the floor up to our audience, and I know you will have many questions, I would like to ask our speakers one more question, and I'll ask you for relatively short and precise answers so we have plenty of time for questions from the audience. And maybe we go here in reverse order. So my question is, as Professor Sonia has mentioned in her opening remarks, I'm interested in two things. So I'm hiding two questions in one, and still ask you to be short. The first thing is, kind of, what would you say are the key lessons learned? What is like where you say, if I look at my case or my cases, these are one or two key things we have learned from the pandemic crisis management. And with that, connected to that is my question of stickiness. In other words, have there been any changes, or have there been any new forums, any new discussions that are staying? Where there is a discussion to say, okay, I mean, I can give you the example, I'm sure Johanna will go into detail. In Switzerland, there is at the moment a huge discussion about the role of parliament, right? To say we can't really leave parliament out of pandemic management. So how do we in the future engage parliament? So that's kind of a sticky issue that came up because parliament was left out. And that kind of will be around. There will be a new and amended infection management law, a pandemic management law that will give a much stronger, more prominent role to parliament. And I wonder in the other cases that we have seen where you can see like, yes, this is an emerging debate that will be around and will be really important for the near future, or if the crisis were to come back. Shansha, can I ask you to kind of give us your assessment of what were key lessons learned and what are these sticky points when you look at India?
Soren, in terms of lessons learned, I think India has to offer both do's as well as don'ts of pandemic management. While central governments in several countries such as Austria, Brazil, Italy, South Africa, Spain, the United States boosted intergovernmental grants to provide financial support to subnational governments during the COVID crisis, the government of India, even during the devastating second wave, did not wake up to the reality that financing is critical for realizing the enormous potential of a decentralized response. The extreme level of fiscal centralization in the name of COVID management was not complemented by any systematic attempt to support the states and the local governments who were at the forefront of the war against COVID-19, but had fewer resources to meet the challenge. Similarly, while central governments in several countries such as Belgium, Canada, and Italy have used existing institutions to cope with coordination challenges, and several other countries such as Australia, Austria, and the United States have created new intergovernmental coordination mechanisms to deal with the crisis, the Indian government chose to ignore the calls for reactivating the moribund interstate council by giving it effective administrative powers to deal with the coordination challenges. As a result, during the second wave, we saw the height of the blame game and an attempt to use COVID-19 as a political weapon, which is a stark reminder of the problems that arise when a crisis occurs in a multi-level system afflicted with partisan polarization. As the calamity unfolded, the center completely disappeared from the scene, stating that health was a state subject. This stance then manifested in the states fighting with one another over essential medicines and oxygen cylinders. As the chaos rose to a crescendo, the Supreme Court had to take a suo motu cognizance to resolve center-state and interstate conflicts and contesting claims on vaccination and oxygen supply. Even in this scenario, some states clearly emerged as beacons of pandemic management. My observation is that one important variable here is the quality, capacity, and preparedness of the health infrastructure, which varies widely across states. However, a closer look reveals that a good health infrastructure is not enough, because we have observed that some states with relatively poor health infrastructure, for example, Odisha, have performed better in comparison to other states with relatively better infrastructure, for instance, Karnataka. Here I see the role of the leadership as a crucial variable. Indeed, many chief ministers, even in the context of a relatively low health infrastructure, led their states to put up a strong fight against COVID-19. However, I have found that even a combination of good health infrastructure and committed leadership is not enough for successful response unless backed up by certain preconditions or three strong fundamentals of local governance. These are, number one, trust and coordination between state government, local governments, and civil society organizations. Number two, interdepartmental trust and interministerial coordination. And number three, community-based volunteering or community participation in state policies. So, but for a complete success, though, the center has to play an important role in coordinating the overall strategy, while at the same time taking care of the economic costs at the state level and investing in capacity building at the local level. That's from my side, Soren.
Thank you very much, Shansha. It's really interesting because you didn't so much talk about lessons learned, but more about lessons that still need to be learned, right? So that I find that really interesting. That, I mean, what I find fascinating about the pandemic is we can talk about all the political structures and coordination, and that's super interesting for us as academics. But of course, COVID-19 had devastating effects for people's lives and families and livelihoods, right? And then to think about, we are still at the stage where we're thinking about what are some basic lessons that we need to learn from this, right? You know, when we take it around this way, I still find very, very fascinating. Let me come to Dr. Kim. When you look at Nepal, Dr. Kim, you mentioned there will be an election coming up in November. The country is still kind of, let's say, finding its feet with federalism. As you said, we're still with the civil service trying to make it all work, bring it all together. It's still relatively young. What would, in your experience, when you look back now, what would you say? These are the one or two key lessons learned, but also these are the one or two key things that will stick around, that were key issues that either developed or became important during the pandemic, and they will now be there with us for the near future.
Uh,
Please share with us.
yes, thank you, Soren. You have raised two main questions. You know, the first questions you raised, is how the stickiness in the pandemic is, and the second, the lesson learned. You know, lesson learned. Coming to the stickiness in the pandemic, about 4,500 to 5,500 people are tested for COVID-19 every day. In terms of, the stickiness in the pandemic. First, I'm talking the stickiness in the pandemic. As per studies data, 5,059 samples were tested. Out of them, 203 appeared positive case. Ministry of Health data reveals that on every day, 2 to 3 people are dying. However, studies data death rate is all zero. The number of deaths since the first wave of pandemic is 12,015. Our population size is around 30 million. In Nepal, the recovery rate among all positive cases is 98.60%. To date, 78.60% have been vaccinated. As I said at the beginning, as our Prime Minister said, vaccine. That's why I tried my best to link this out. The populations, 78.60% have been vaccinated the first dose, and full dose is vaccinated is 76.30%. The achievement so far we attained in the pandemic was possible only in the cooperative and cooperation's role of the levels of government. First is the stickiness in the pandemic. The second, coming to your lesson learned, lesson learned, opportunity, or what you say, what we can say, the way forward. As we all know, in the midst of every crisis lies great opportunity. The government realizes a need for hospital in every corner of the country. The government started to build hospital in almost all local levels. Health posts were expanded, is also expanding to what's of the local level. What are our smallest local level units in Nepal. The pandemic has provided a key message to the world that health services, health institutions should be devolved, and health services should be managed under the control of the government. Should not it be leave at like in the private. It was very difficult during the pandemic to manage the private hospitals. Not only our country, even in the USA or in the European country as well. The message has also been sent that civil society, political parties, level of government should all be in the same place at a time when the country is in trouble, crisis. Messages has also been gone that rural economy, particularly agriculture sector, should be given a priority. I would like to highlight, in terms of coming to Nepal, even in the agriculture sector, why agriculture should be given the priority. In case of Nepal, during the pandemic period, in our GDP, the share of agriculture sector is around 1/4 sector, and more than 2/3 people are employed based on this agriculture sector. So during the pandemic, we could not get so much problem in the in the daily necessary goods because our dependency is more on the agriculture sector. At 2015 earthquake time, we had a big earthquake in Nepal, 7.8 magnitudes. There were no elected representative at the local level. There were some structural problems in managing relief, rescue, and post-earthquake reconstruction in the absence of elected representative. Elected local governments have been relatively more successful in handling the COVID-19 pandemic in case of Nepal. So I think how challenges come to opportunity. I will give you one two example in case of Nepal. In the last 2 decades, Nepal has faced great challenges. 17,000 people were killed due to 10 years of Maoist movement without the help of the and meditations and foreign countries. And Maoist movement was resolved successfully by our political leaders in, the 240-year-old monarchy was ended due to the peaceful movement of the Nepalese people. With the end of this monarchy, Nepal move in the republic democratic system. This is only we move in the 2015. In 2015, I just talk about the earthquake. Nepal faced large scale earthquake. About 10,000 people were died due to this earthquake. In the first Constituent Assembly dissolved without the promulgations of the Constitution. Because of this earthquake, all political parties came in together, and they promulgated the Constitution. Because of this, these challenges, and the this is the what I said, in the every challenges carrying the opportunity. This is, I think, what I try my best to know. So in the local government, local governments doing very best. They did very well in the managing for the data management or relief distributions. So it will be the really good experiences sharing to other countries as well.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kim. That's very, very interesting to look at some of the lessons learned and look at what has worked in Nepal and how the Nepalese government tried to manage the crisis in an efficient way. Johanna, coming back to your two case studies, Germany and Switzerland. Now, for those of you who don't know, I am originally German and I live in Switzerland. So both countries are, for different reasons, close to my heart. When I follow German press, the discussion is all about preparing for the next wave of the pandemic coming in autumn. When I follow in Swiss press, nobody talks about COVID anymore. Kind of like, this is over, this is gone now. It's yesterday's news, right? New problems, arise about, nuclear energy and whatnot. So when you compare the lessons learned in both countries, but also how have these systems changed, what would be your assessment?
My very short answer is very little. Maybe I should first start by something that you've already pointed out, that Chanchal and Dr. Kim have mentioned as well, is that obviously European countries, or most European countries, started from a slightly different, let's say, position in the sense that their economy was fairly okay, let's put it that way. Crisis preparedness of the situation in the healthcare sector is obviously different. And given these differences, I'm going to talk more about how the pandemic has changed the federal structure of the country, or the federal institutions of federalism in these two countries. And yeah, so my answer regarding change of the federal structures is that so far, we don't really see much fundamental change. And maybe I'm a bit pessimistic here, but I don't think it's very likely that we will see fundamental change in the future. That doesn't mean that there's no pressure for change. And we could see that in both countries. There have been calls for the usual discussion on the appropriate role of the federal government, the constituent units, and local government has re-emerged. That happens every once in a while, mainly when there is a crisis or when any problems emerge. In Germany, it mainly translates as calls for a stronger role of the federal government. We have seen that during the crisis, the Länder played a very important role, decided most restrictions. This has become under question. Even Bavaria, which is a land that usually is very eager to protect its autonomy, has called for a stronger role of the federal government. However, all these discussions have now given way to other issues, namely the war between Russia and Ukraine, the energy crisis, inflation, and so on. So Søren mentioned that there is a discussion how to respond to the next wave, but I don't see this discussion leading to any major changes in the governance arrangements that we have in Germany or German federalism for that matter. In Switzerland, the discussion mainly revolve about a better and earlier involvement of the cantons in the decisions when they are made by the federal government. There have been several reports that have been published highlighting this as a major problem. And there is a discussion on how to improve intergovernmental structures and to make sure that they are ready to tackle a future crisis. Colleagues from the University of Bern have developed or have designed a crisis institution that would include representatives of the federal government and the cantons, though a smaller number of the cantons, not all 26 of them, which is expected to allow the two levels of government to achieve a coordinated response, but very quickly to be able to respond immediately to any future wave or any future crisis. The cantons have been very vocal in supporting these kind of initiatives and in calling for better intergovernmental structures that give them a better voice in decisions by the federal government. Now the question is, if these new structures materialize, will they actually bring in something new, something better, or will they just be a rebranding, which is what we have seen in Australia, where the Council of Australian Governments has been replaced by National Cabinet, but is essentially the same institution, just with a different name. Now, I would like to present two broader lessons that we can draw from looking at the way federations handle COVID-19. These are 3 S's: solidarity, subsidiarity, and structures. I think all of these are very important, very crucial for the success of federations in handling public health crisis or any other crisis for that matter. I think solidarity is very important. John Schall pointed out how important civil society is. Of course, solidarity is very important at an individual level, within a neighborhood, within civil society, but also within the constituent units of a federation. We have seen examples of that. For example, in Switzerland, Basel developed a good campaign to explain restrictions to children, which has then been used in other cantons. In Canada, provinces have provided ventilators to provinces that didn't have them, and so on. So I think this is a very crucial condition for success, and so we need to think about how solidarity can be improved in the future. I think subsidiarity is an important term that is often used in European politics. It's an important term in Switzerland. I think it is a good lesson to be learned. I think the Swiss approach, saying that in normal times cantons can decide if the situation worsens, the federal government gets a stronger role, but especially this relates to the small size of Switzerland, if the situation further escalates, uniformity is very important. Quick and decisive action is important. That's something federal government can ensure. Now, the way this works specifically in Switzerland is a bit problematic, because in the end, it's a federal government that decides to centralize powers. The cantons have no say in that. That's obviously a problem for federalism. But I think the overall idea of subsidiarity and having a phased approach, staged approach is promising for handling crisis. Now, coming to the third S, and it's structures, and I think that has become clear in all our interventions, is how important intergovernmental structures are, not only their existence, but also their use, because they allow for the close coordination that is needed to handle such a crisis effectively. Nevertheless, when talking about structures, I think we also need to talk about federalism in itself. Federalism has been criticized very often for all the disadvantages it may have, but I think it has a very strong advantage, and that's coming back to the question about democracy, is that federalism promotes negotiation and dialogue between the different actors, which introduces an additional layer of checks and balances into a system, which usually improves the quality of decisions, make sure that restrictions are only as important as they need to be. Of course, as we have seen, the pandemic interfered led to major interference with people's freedoms and daily lives. And I think it is important to have mechanisms that prevent these restrictions from being let's say, overdone, from being too harsh. And so I think here federalism can play an important role. Nevertheless, and I would like to finish on that, it's important to keep in mind that federalism, decentralization, coordination are only one of many factors that determine how successfully a country manages a pandemic. And we also need to look at these factors and how they interact with the federal structures. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Johanna. And I think especially the last point you mentioned, I think we should also not forget that the jury is still out whether federalism is even a key factor on managing the pandemic. Has federalism made a difference? And at the moment, the academic findings on that is quite ambivalent. Probably 3-4 years down the road, as big research projects on that topic emerge, we'll probably know a bit more about that. But coming to Paul, the United Kingdom now, obviously in the last few days, really, the United Kingdom has seen quite a bit of political change. It's moved from a queen to a king, but also it's seen a change of prime ministers. The prime minister that got the UK through the crisis is gone. What will remain? What are some of the lessons learned? Is the system more robust? Is it more fragile? What's your assessment?
I think, in line with the other speakers, just as pessimistic. And partly for that, I think, is what you're saying, Soren, is lessons. I think in the UK, lessons have been learned or are being learned in terms of preparing for a crisis and, preparedness for a pandemic and things like this. And most of the focus by government and parliament has been on this. How do we ensure that healthcare is not overwhelmed? How do we ensure that we can trace things and put measures in place? Lessons learned in terms of multi-level governance, almost non-existent. Partly because, as I mentioned at the beginning of my intervention, devolution in the UK affects only 15% of the population. It doesn't affect England. It doesn't affect the central government in Westminster that much. So they have very little interest in developing and working with the other governments. But sort of in line with what the other speakers have said, the lessons that could or should be learned relate to, as Johanna was saying, one, the governments need to work together. And we saw this in the UK. In a crisis, governments can work together. Intergovernmental relations have been reformed, but this is not necessarily because of the pandemic. They were being reformed anyway. But what that means remains to be seen. Intergovernmental relations only work when governments are willing to let them work and willing to participate in them. The second thing relates to local government, and I think this links very much with the developing cases that we've looked at today. Local government can be very effective when you're dealing with a health crisis. So what we find in the UK is that local government doesn't have the resources or the respect of central government to deal with things. And this links to Johanna's point on subsidiarity. Is about trusting and having faith in that different levels of government can deal with things. And the third point I would like relate to in lessons learned is money, is finances. One of the big issues we have in the UK is that we have different levels of self-rule, and Scotland, for example, has a lot of self-rule, but it doesn't have control over most of its income revenue. It has control over how to spend it, but not necessarily in terms of how to raise it. And so financial issues, how government is financed becomes a big thing. And I think that links to your point you were mentioning earlier with reference to Chanchal in terms of capabilities. And I suppose one of the big sticking issues that we've got in the UK from the pandemic is that it has shown that devolved governments in Wales and in Scotland are capable, even without central government, to deal with a pandemic. And that's going to be a big issue in the future, because we've already seen in Scotland that because of the pandemic, more than 50% of people now want to be an independent country. And in Wales, we see growing support for independence. Support for independence in Wales is now around 20%. Now that seems very little, But as I often tell people, support for independence in Scotland before the referendum was also around 20%. So what we've seen in the UK now is people looking away from central government and actually saying devolved government can help or maybe can handle things much better. In terms of crisis, COVID hasn't gone away. If you lived in the UK, you would think it had, and we've sort of gone from one crisis to another. The COVID crisis has been superseded by a political crisis that has been superseded by an economic crisis, and now we are in the 14-day period of mourning over the succession or the death of Queen Elizabeth and her replacement. So COVID more or less has disappeared, but we will see where that goes in the winter and if it comes back. And how governments react to that. But I don't think at the moment many lessons, or the lessons that need to be learned, have been learned.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you very much from my side to all of our speakers for this really interesting debate. I'm sure we could go. I have many other questions for all of you, but I will hold myself back. We still have about 20, 25 minutes for questions from the audience, which I think is much more important to give you as our audience the floor to ask our questions. Can I please ask people who have a question to raise their hand so we know you have a question? And when I give you the floor, could you please just very briefly introduce yourself, tell us where you come from, and please also tell us at whom you are directing your question. Okay, so who is your question for? And please keep your questions brief so we can take as many questions as possible. Right, I can see two hands. I'd like to give the floor to Parshuram Bhattarai, please.
Dr. Soren, Dr. Soren, before going in the followers, just I would like to highlight some, our federalism implementation is just 5 years. What we achieved, what we did during these 5 years. Just I will try my best to highlight just in the some points, Can I go? Can I say?
Can I suggest we take Parashu's question first, Dr. Kim, and then we come back to you? Shall we do it that way?
Okay.
Okay, we do it that way, and then we come back to you. Parashu, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon to all. In short, my questions to, I don't know who is the best person to respond, but it's to all of them, I think. In the field of governance, we talk about the more people participation, and that's why federal system is adopted by many countries and in Nepal also. I am from Nepal. I am working for Nepal government in National Natural Resource and Fiscal Commission. My question is in federal system, the sub-national governments are asking for more autonomy, more self-rule in the decision making. But however, in the context of managing pandemic, that demands quick response. There is more uncertainty about the development. So there is that needed the more quick response about the situation. So is it which system is better for managing the crisis global pandemic like COVID? Is it unitary system of decision making is more appropriate for managing crisis like COVID? That's my question.
Parashu, we are losing a bit your connection. So if I understood your question correctly, it is about what kind of system is best suited to manage a pandemic and to deal with the pandemic. And maybe also what are the advantages and challenges that come with federal and decentralized governance. Anybody from the floor wants to take the question? Paul, do you want to make a start? And then anybody else needs to come in.
So thank you very much for the question, and I think we would all agree that it's the million-dollar question in terms of multi-level governance studies. Who deals with crisis better? And I think I can understand the rationale behind saying, well, a unitary country deals with things better. There's one central command. and this can work. But I think federal countries or decentralized countries can also deal with things better, not least because if you have a pandemic like coronavirus, not every place is affected by at the same level. And so therefore, if you have one central government making decisions for the whole of the territory, saying, okay, we'll shut down the whole country, but the virus is only located in the north, then I think you have problems there. And their federal structures, this sort of subsidiarity principle that Johanna mentioned, becomes important because local government or federal, subnational governments or local governments have expertise. They often have niche expertise in how to deal with some of these issues, and therefore decisions can be made much quicker at that level to deal with it. The key question here when it comes to federations and sort of this quick response is, do the subnational levels have the resources, the capability in order to make those responses? So I think it's an important question, but also it should be much more nuanced in how to look at it.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Chanchal, Johanna, Dr. Kim want to contribute to that? Johanna, can I maybe ask you the follow-up, because you raised the question of timing that Paul mentioned as well, right? That you said there might be an argument to say federal systems, because of the need to coordinate, might be a bit slower in response. Now, again, I would say that it's quite a contested claim, because there are some people in the literature, people like Natalie Behnke, who've made the argument that certainly in the first response for Germany, we don't see a time delay, right? The measures that came in more or less at the same time. There were days between the different measures in the different states. When we look at the downsides of federalism, the timing, the need for coordination, the different resources that Paul has mentioned, do you think these can be mitigated? Do you think the advantages of federalism overweigh that? Or do you really think we kind of need to strike a balance here?
Yeah, well, first of all, I agree with Paul that this is actually the question that we would all like to answer. And I'm actually also not sure if we can find a fully satisfactory answer even in the long term. But the answer I usually give is that federalism has certain advantages and certain disadvantages when it comes to managing a pandemic. And I think in the end, it's about minimizing the disadvantages and maximizing the advantages. And the reason I'm saying that is that there are certain trade-offs involved with when it comes to federal systems. So federal system allows to tailor policy to local circumstances. That's an advantage. It can materialize as a disadvantage if it leads to policy fragmentation and confusion among citizens about which rule applies in which part of the country and why there are different rules in different parts of the country. So the challenge is to minimize this disadvantage. And that has been mentioned several times today, is where coordination is important. So we need to make sure that on the one hand, federations have the ability to continue to tailor policy to local circumstances, but also coordinate so that these differences don't become too significant. And again, I think Germany can be an example here where this has been achieved fairly well, not without problems, of course. And I think the same applies to timing. Federations have shown that they're able to act quickly, but there have also been federations that took a longer time to respond to certain situations. In Germany, again, here is a negative example. There have been moments where Germany, and talking about the second wave now, took a much longer time until the chancellor and the premiers finally agreed to meet and decide on new measures. But I think what's important if we compare federations to unitary countries is that unitary countries have their downsides as well. So they might be able to respond quicker than multi-level systems. At the same time, they decide on a blanket approach. And I always Think of the example of a student of mine when we're doing online teaching who was in La Réunion, an island very far away from the French mainland. And France decided on lockdown. On the island, they had literally no case, but he was under lockdown. This would not have happened in a federal system. And I'm going to finish on that.
Thank you very much. Now, Dr. Kim, before I come back to you, let me just ask one question to Shansha. Linking to the debate we had with Paul and with Johanna is a question we have in the chat, right? I mean, I think one of the challenges of federal systems is the need for coordination between different levels. And your argument was that in India, this was a key problem. And the question in the chat is that the participant asked, that is baffling in a country like India with a well-developed local level, a state level, and the federal level. Why do you think was there such a failure to coordinate and to come to joint decisions and joint actions?
Right. This is actually a very important question and worthy of research. So what has been asked, if I rightly understood, is what explains the inability of the governments at different levels to coordinate during the crisis times. I would like to add one thing which relates to my previous response, that all the lessons which I had delineated were actually coming from the experiences of some of the states of India. Kerala has been the king in terms of pandemic management, especially during the first wave, but also during the second wave as well. So overall, based on my study of different states, in fact, I have found different categories. I have classified in terms of best performers, middle level performers, then low level performers, like that. So based on all that, I identify 4 causal factors. 2 are general and 2 are based on the way the federal politics is played. 2 structural factors include, number 1, a high level of vertical fiscal gap, which results in center-state friction on distribution of resources. However, the vertical fiscal gap in itself is not an issue. The problem arises when, despite having a huge resource advantage over states, the central government displays its reluctance to support subnational levels in difficult times. Second structural factor is the lack of extension of federalism to the third tier of government. Here again, I think the unprecedented crisis should have triggered an all hands on the deck approach, especially in view of the crucial role of the local governments. But the higher orders of the government, even at the state level as well as at the central level, made no systematic attempt to invest in capacity building at the local level. So what I'm suggesting is that structural factors are no excuse during the times of crisis, and the right things could still have been done. So what prevented the administration at the various levels from actually doing the right thing or doing things right? I argue that the culprit lies in, as I said in my response to previous questions as well, the 2 features of intergovernmental interactions in India. One is the confrontational partisan federalism, where partisanship is the major basis of center-state local interactions. And the second feature is the tendency to shift blame and compete for political credit and recognition. So we clearly observe center's reluctance to provide more fiscal space or independent financial resources to the states. On the other hand, we see states blaming the center for snatching their powers, especially during the first wave, and for shrugging off its responsibility during the second wave. In addition, we see opposition ruled states blaming the center for providing support to suit their political alignments. But we don't see any attempt by both the levels of government to invest in a joint strategy to build capacity at the local level for dealing with the crisis. So these are some of the reasons I can come up with for the coordination.
Thank you very much. Now I have to keep an eye on the time because I've just been told we have about 5 minutes left. Dr. Kim, you wanted to say a little bit about the experience of Nepal in the last 5 years, some of the challenges with the federal system. Can I please also, in your response, because of the shortness of time, ask you to pick up one of the questions from the chat, which asked to clarify a little bit what regional and local governments specifically did during the COVID crisis. So you said they worked well, there was good coordination, but what exactly did regional and local governments do? So over to you, Dr. Kim, for a short analysis of Nepalese federalism. And if you could weave in the answer to this question, that would be great.
Thank you. Just in the, I have another one questions. I think I saw this from the Nepal side. Maybe it is related to the autonomy of the sub-national government, autonomy of the local government or the provincial government. I have read one book written by the Anwar Shah, Anwar Shah in the fiscal federalism. And whether this is the federal governance system or the unitary governance system, the mindset of the government, the central government is the centralist mindset everywhere. Whether this is the the federal government or the provincial, or whether it's a local government, what he written in his book, giving power and the resources to the sub-national government is like giving car keys and whiskey to the teenagers. That is the what he written in his book. That is the centralist mindset prevails in the every people. This is the very one important thing. In comparing to in case of Nepal, we talk about the state power to the local level, state power to the provincial level, but going to in the real grassroots people, they are telling, in fact, we are not getting the state power. This is the issue what I try my best to link in the into some international practices. During 5 years, of we have the very small period, just in the 5 years, coming the COVID pandemic, in my observations, they did the best. The local government or in the provincial government, I already highlighted some of the observations what they did from the local government side. In the provincial, they are not in the 5 years. In the provincial government, they are the small, they are the baby, they're just baby. Now, just I'm highlighting some key points. I already said key points that what we did in the federalism implementations during 5 years. The first important is we restructured our unitary centralized state to the federal one. Federal one means the state power. The state power is divided. It means that the even local government, they are using the state power. I will give the examples of in the India and in the Australia. The Australia in the parliament tries 2 times. I think the 1985 period 2 times that the local government should be constitutional. Even in the India, they amend the constitutions twice for the for the constitutional status of the local government. So giving the constitutional status of the local government is very important in case of Nepal. So we restructured in the centralized state power to the federal one. The state power is divided among the federal units that I just mentioned. Provincial and local level came into existence. They are doing, they came into existence. The institutionalized proportional inclusive representations. This is the very important achievement in case of Nepal. I will give the example. In the last May, local election was held. In the local level, 35,045 are the elected local bodies, local people. Out of them, 14,445 are the women. 41% to 2% is the women. In case of in the women in parliament, as per the data set of the International Parliamentary Union, the women in the parliament in Nepal is 34%, and India is only 15%. China is 25%. USA is 28%. The another important thing is we implemented administrative federalism. What you said in the Filipino, the Big Bang approach, we tried in the Big Bang approach in case of Nepal. Out of 100,000 civil employee, more than 60% have been adjusted in the sub-national level, in the provincial and the local government. And we also implemented fiscal federalism. Previously those local government not getting even a 1 million fiscal transfers. Now they are getting tens of million rupees fiscal transfer from the central government. I think this is also the big achievement in the 5 years, during the 5 years period. And the reached public services to the people. Those people coming in the Kathmandu, those people going in the district headquarters for small services. Now local government, they are providing services from their doorstep, and previously it was the big problem in the migrations, internal migration. Now migration has been controlled. The most important achievement in coming to Nepal or discussing in Nepal, is peace arrived in Nepal. Peace arrived in Nepal. 14,000, 17,000 people were killed due to the 10 years of Maoist conflict. Because of this system, peace has been arrived. This is the key achievement so far we achieved during these 5-7 years development of the federalism of Nepal.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kim. I am really sorry we have to leave it here. I've already pushed our time beyond what we were initially given. I would like to apologize to everybody who's raised their hand, to everybody who's asked questions, that we weren't able to go through them all. I nevertheless hope you enjoyed this discussion. I hope you found it useful, you found it interesting, you got some useful insights, inputs. The discussions on the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic on federal and decentralized structures will probably take years for academics and practitioners to evaluate and to pick up. In that regard, I am sure the discussion will continue. Please join me in thanking our speakers. Thank you very much, Paul, Johanna, Dr. Kim, and Chanchal, for your insights, for your time today. We'd like to thank our audience for your questions, for listening to us, for discussing with us. And we wish you a very good rest of this conference, enjoyable panels, good discussions, and stay healthy. The pandemic is not over, so please look after yourselves. Stay healthy. All the best. Thank you very much. And I hand back over to the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Soren. Miss Aina, do we have the okay. So we will give the e-certificate to our speakers today. Our virtual certificate of appreciation is given to Dr. Paul Anderson for his invaluable contribution as plenary speaker at the 2022 EROPA conference with this year's theme, Governance and Public Administration in COVID-19 Pandemic, Learning, Innovations, and Reforms in Managing Global Changes. Signed, Dr. Alex Brillantes, the Secretary General of EROPA, and Mr. Arjun Prasad Pokharel, Secretary, Ministry of Federal Affairs and General Administration of the Federal Republic of Nepal. Our gratitude, Dr. Anderson. The same certificate is given to Dr. Johanna Schnabel with the same text. Thank you very much for spending your time and sharing with us your knowledge on the topic. Thank you very much. We also have the same certificate of appreciation for Dr. Kim Lal Devkota with the same text. We wish we have more time to share with you, to ask you to share more of your knowledge, but given the limitations, thank you very much for what you have shared with our participants. Also given to Professor Shanshal Kumar Sharma, the same text, also signed by the Secretary General of EROPA and the Minister of the Ministry of Federal Affairs and General Administration of Nepal. Thank you very much. With this, and finally, we also have a certificate of appreciation for our moderator, Dr. Kil Soren. I know you want to spend more time in this panel. It is an interesting discussion, Dr. Soren, but unfortunately, yes, we've already gone past the allocated time given to us. We hope to hear more from you and to see you in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good luck with the rest of the conference, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, with this, we move to the lunch break. The Zoom room will not be closed. The Secretariat will continue to show slides and also give you the instructions for the breakout rooms later on when we proceed to the parallel sessions later today. We will be back in 40 minutes to have our third plenary, which will be on reform of governance and public administration. Enjoy the break, everyone.
हाम्रो लन्च चाहिँ तल हजुरहरूले ब्रेकफास्ट लिनु भएको ठाउँमा हुँदैछ अनि यहाँ चाहिँ हामी 1:20 1:20 सहभागी हुन्छौँ। हस् धन्यवाद।
public administration, which will be focused on the modern mindset that assumes the public administration is the change agent, which distributes the democratic dividend to the people in a systematic and just way, among other emerging concepts in public administration. Our moderator for this panel has over 24 years of public service career to his credit, and he brings a wealth of knowledge and an insider's perspective in the study of governance and development. With his work and engagement with diverse organizations such as National Bureaucracy and UNDP, and with different professional groups and communities, he has developed a comprehensive understanding of the political economy of development and governance in developing countries. He has published articles in peer-reviewed journals, the author of the book Development Agenda and Donor Influence in South Asia, Bangladesh's Experiences in the PRSP Regime, published by Routledge. Currently, he is working on his second book, also under a contract with Routledge. Let us all welcome the founding Secretary General of the South Asian Network for Public Administration, Dr. Muhammad Mizanur Rahman.
So thank you so much, Dr. Sonia, for your kind words and good introduction to the audience. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. So can I start the session now?
Certainly, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. So since morning, I have seen that you have all engaged with deep interest in this EROPA conference. So the opening session was extremely, amazing, graced by the Honorable Minister, Governor of Nepal, and also we had two terrific, very engaging plenary sessions before lunch. Lunch in terms of Nepal's time, not in terms of times of different time zones. So, and I have seen that over 600 colleagues joined this conference. So this also indicates a huge interest of the academics and practitioners in the issues related to governance, development, and public administration particularly. So as our very good colleague and very Dr. Sonia, she has been very lovely and very highly communicating since the morning. So as she said that this particular plenary will focus on reforming governance and public administration. So in the morning, we listened to plenary sessions that discuss on the civil service aspects and the federalism, particularly in the context of the COVID-19. As you all know that we are passing through a very hard time because our life, livelihood, lifestyle, economy, and partnership, in fact, everything have been, severely impacted because of this pandemic and the recent war. And particularly the developing countries have been hard hit by the consequences of the pandemic and the recent war. And this just published Human Development Report by the UNDP that has characterized this time that we live in a world of ODI. ODI because the ongoing COVID pandemic and also the continuing regional local conflicts and also record-breaking temperatures, the climate change, and also fires and the storms. So across the world, we are experiencing very bad things, alarming things. So within this context, we are organizing this plenary session, and I am very thankful to EROPA for giving us the opportunity to collaborate in hosting this particular plenary, because many of you are not aware, but I guess some colleagues are particularly aware that this is a joint initiative, this particular plenary between SANPA and EROPA. And I need to take the opportunity to reflect a little bit on SANPA. SANPA is the South Asian Network for Public Administration. In fact, it was founded in 2020. So in terms of its experience, it's a recent organization. Although it focuses on the South Asian governance and development, but it has attracted the scholars from across the world, from different continents and different established public administration schools of different universities of the world. So it has been already a vibrant organization, vibrant platform, and we have been collaborating with EROPA since the beginning. And I am very grateful to my very good colleague and like my brother, the Secretary General of EROPA, Professor Alex. And I also express my deep gratitude to the EROPA Secretariat for organizing this particular conference, particularly Aina and her team. They are working very hard for a couple of months to organize this thing. We also recognize the contribution and support of the government of Nepal. So with this brief introduction, now we move to the presentation. We have here in this plenary three panelists, and they're all established scholars, in fact. And let me take the opportunity to highlight some of the backgrounds of those panelists. One of the panelists is Professor Yamina Salman. She is currently the director of the Institute of Administrative Science of the University of Punjab. And she is an established scholar in the region. She received her PhD from the Edinburgh Business School, and she has published her research outputs in different international journals. And she has been very active in advancing public administration research and studies in this region and beyond. And she's also a general member of SANPA. And now I also introduce Dr. Sri Krishna Sreshta, who is a former professor at Tribhuvan University. So he is one of the, in terms of his experience, topmost scholars of this region. He has over 42 years of teaching and research to his credit. And he was also a consultant at the World Bank, ADB, and also he worked with the government of Nepal. And last but not the least, we introduce our very good colleague, Dr. Win Hui Yang. He is an assistant professor at the School of Government at Peking University. He received his PhD from the University of Austin at Texas. His research interest centered around the political economy, public policy, and Chinese politics. But I am particularly, I should highlight one of the aspects of his, research interest is the political economy. Sometimes we miss the political economy aspect while we research in governance and development. But as I argue that this is the critical element, this should be a critical element in the governance research and development research. So without understanding the political economy, it's hard to really understand the real issues. So these are our very able panelists. So we can start with Professor Dr. Win Hui Yang. So I request Yang to present your perspective while we talk on reforming governance and public administration within the context of these, COVID-19 and the resultant impacts that are particularly the challenges that we are all experiencing for many years. Thank you so much. So I request again Dr. Win Hui Yang.
Yeah, thanks, Professor Ming Zhan. And now I share the screen. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Yes, thanks so much for providing this valuable opportunity to discuss on this very important topic. Now I just, I think, present a recent study by myself and my co-author on institutions' interest and policy support. I think policy support is very vital in public administration because public opinion matters for the policy implementation and reform. So this is a very important topic. We conduct a survey experiment in China and examine the relevant topic. Actually, this paper has recently published in last month, published in Public Administration, and this is the main page on the public administration. And I think the main question this research deals with is that how government can increase the support for policies with high cost. Because as we all know, in developing countries, the government have limited fiscal resources and face great challenges to implement public policies. So this question deals with how government can increase the support or garner support for policies, and why policy support support is important, I think there are several reasons. The first, the public opinion is a direct sources of policy change because as a important source of the policy feedback, citizens provide suggestions and comments, then government receives the comments and promote policy change. Another reason is that public support can reduce administrative costs and increase efficiency, because if citizens are unwilling to work with government, it is really difficult to implement the policies. And another reason is that knowledge about policy support is a policy stress test to test whether citizens are willing to accept the policy regulation. So this is reason that we deal with this question. And the theory we deal with is about institutions and interest. I think we isolated two very important elements of the sources for policy support, and we focus on institutions and interest. Because in developing countries, as we all know, developing countries have comparatively weak institutions. They have limited political accountability and formal political resources. And I think many scholars in public administration and politics and political science demonstrate that liberal institutions can co-opt opposite forces and increase cooperation from society. And another reason is that in developing countries, it's a weak development. Government have limited fiscal resources on public projects, so the allocation of the interest can shape citizens' preference toward public policy. So this is the two key variables in this study. And institutions, we also identify two possible institutions. The first is government transparency or government information disclosure, because I think based on current literature, the consequences of government transparency on policy support are mixed. On the positive side, scholars demonstrate that more policy information can increase a better understanding of government behaviors. As a result, citizens are more likely to support government policies. And government transparency can foster political accountability and increase policy responsiveness. So this is a positive side. However, many studies also demonstrate that government transparency can reduce policy support, because government transparency could increase information overload, because citizens may receive too many or too much information, and they maybe have a higher mental burden about the policy, and it's really difficult for them to understand the policies. As a result, they lower their perception of government performance and reduce government support. So this is a mixed result. And we argue that this mixed result because of result distinct institution context. In developed countries or democracies, citizens have adequate policy information. However, in developing countries or authoritarian regime, and they are limited information disclosure. So government can censor policy information or to reduce social unrest. And free flow information can also expose flawed government policies. So government have limited incentives to disclose policy information. So in developing countries, they are limited information. So we argue that government information disclosure in developing countries have a facilitation effect on policy support or increase policy support, because it allows citizens to avoid the negative impact of policy problems, reduce policy uncertainties perceived by citizens, and provide institution channel for citizens to monitor government performances. So this is our main argument. Another argument is that about political representation, because the definition of political representation is institutional channels through which citizens can express their interests and their demands can be respected or incorporated into policy content. And because this study is in take rural China as a case, because in rural China, it has election institutions. However, residents have limited formal political institutional channels to express their interests. So we argue that citizens can be more willing to support government policies when they can express their interests. So this is our main argument. Another argument about government compensations or government subsidies, because as a positive side, economic well-being is a very important source of policy performance preference. However, on the other hand, because of bounded rationality and citizens have limited knowledge about government behaviors, individuals may be willing to sacrifice personal gains for the sake of fairness. So it may not be fully driven by the interests. But in developing countries, because citizens have a lower income, they may care more about the interest or policy benefit and the burdens. So we argue that the government can provide compensations to increase policy support in developing countries. So this is our main argument. And the research design is that we use a conjoined experiment. Because of time limit, I just basically introduce the experiment design. And we just identify several attributes such as information disclosure, political representation, and government compensations, both in different contexts. And the policy case is about the clean energy regulation in rural China, because China have serious air pollution. So the central government promote a policy to reduce the air pollution by replacing coal with clean energy such as natural gas and electricity, but it's a very high policy cost. So this is the basic background. And we conduct experiment in rural China in 2019, and we selected around 200 villagers in rural China and surveyed 1,200 households and conduct the experiment. This is just a figure showing how we train our interviewees and how we conduct the experiment. And our model specification, we just use OS to estimate the mean result. So this is a figure show our mean estimations. The mean result just demonstrate that both information disclosure and political representation have a positive and significant policy support. It means that because it's an experiment and we randomly allocate the treatment. So this is the reason that we can identify a causal effect of the information disclosure and the political representation. So we just confirm our argument that institutions matters for policy support, and if government can provide institutional services such as information disclosure and also respect citizens' demands and preferences. As a result, citizens are more likely to increase their policy support. We also demonstrate that different level of the government compensations matters. If government can provide higher government compensations on usage of the clean energy, as a result, citizens are more likely to work with government on policy implementation. So this is our main result, and both regression tables and the figures show the similar result. And the second result is we just conduct reference checks to confirm the basic assumptions of conjoined experiment. Because time limit, I just skip this figure. And another question is why the institutions and interests are complementary or substitute with each other. To test the result, we just interact with the institution and interest to check the result. The left figure just demonstrates that the usage subsidy and information disclosure are complementary with each other. Interaction term is positive and significant. It means that when government can provide more policy information, the government compensations have a larger facilitation effect on policy support. So this is another findings of this study. And we also this is just a robustness check for another result. And despite that, we also identify some possible moderators of the study. We identify the exposure to policy problem, because during our survey, local cities have orange air pollution alert. So we just identify high pollution and low pollution during our survey between the first 2 days and last 2 days of the survey. So we just find that on the low pollution, we just propose that it's exposure to a weak policy problem. But if citizens are exposed to higher pollution, it means that the exposure to serious policy problem. We use this to identify policy problem. And we combine this natural experiment with conjoined experiment to identify the result. So this is the result. And the left figure just demonstrates that the interaction term, air pollution, information disclosure, and also political representation is positive and significant. It means that when citizens realize or exposed to serious policy problem, institutions have a larger facilitation effect, because when they expose to policy problem, they care more about institutions rather than interest, because the interaction term of the policy problem and compensations are insignificant. It demonstrates that when citizens realize it's a serious reports problem, they're more likely to care institutions rather than interest. So institutions are more important than interest in this context. And this is another result. We also identify income uncertainty, and our result just demonstrates that households with high income uncertainty care more about the government conversations, because I think when citizens a weak have limited sources of income or unstable jobs, they care more about interest. So this is and the condition is the policy support on government compensations. So this is our another findings. So to summarize this study, we just demonstrate that government compensation, government transparency, and political representation can increase policy support, and the government subsidies in both the short and the long run can also increase policy support. And we also demonstrate that government information disclosure and the long-run government conversations are complementary. And after that, we also show that the role institutions is strengthened when citizens are exposed to serious policy problems. So this is the main argument. Thank you so much for listening, and any questions are welcome. Okay, thank you.
So thank you so much, Professor Young, for your very precise yet very critical presentations, and that in fact deals with some practical aspects while explaining the policy and its legitimacy through the participation of the people and also its resultant impact. So what we plan now that we all listen to the panelists first, then we'll open the floor for the participation of other colleagues, and then they will respond to the questions if you have. So I now request my very good colleague, Professor Yamina Salman, the Director of the Institute of Administrative Sciences, University of Punjab, Pakistan. Professor Yamina Salman.
Thank you so much for such a gracious introduction at the beginning. I'm humbled, and this seems to be such a well-attended and nice conference. I'm looking forward to interacting with you all today. So, Mizan, do you want me to run the presentation myself, or would you do that for me?
I hope the Secretariat colleague will run the presentation. Is it okay?
Okay. Yes, that's fine. Yes.
No. I am just trying to contact with the Secretariat colleague.
Gee, it's here now. It's here.
Okay.
Now.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, the idea for the presentation, the plan for the presentation today is that I'm going to actually briefly define and tell you about what I mean by, and what most public art scholars, they mean by the terms reform, governance, modernization. And once I've defined that, I would like to identify the three important discourses that have influenced the reform movements across countries. And then I would like to share a few reform experiences that Pakistan has had in the past and what we have learned from them, and a few suggestions towards the end. So next slide, please. So the term reform basically has been defined in multiple ways by different authors across literature. I like referring to these two definitions. One is by Politan Bukert in their seminal book, which is Public Management Reform, mainly based on European experiences, but I still feel that it is a great text to work along with. So public management reform, as the author suggests, can be defined as deliberate attempts to change the structures, processes, and or cultures of public sectors or organizations with the objective of getting them in some sense to run better. The other one that I do like the way Anthony Chung has defined it in various readings. One of the most recent ones is that he essentially talks about reform from the perspective of changing how the state apparatus, particularly the civil service systems, are organized and how they operate. I feel that these two terms can adequately capture the essence of reform and modernization attempts across all countries across the world. Okay, next one, please. Now, the dominant discourses that have influenced the reform movements, they have been categorized into three major clusters. The first one being the traditional public administration or the Weberian paradigm. The Weberian paradigm, as you all know, talks about hierarchy, rules, and regulations. It emphasizes the importance of merit while hiring and the prevalence of merit across the service structures of civil servants. Talks about due process, legality of the functions, and the presence of rules, regulations, and administrative procedures. And they are mainly rational, talks about hierarchies, planning focused reforms have happened in those eras. They are pretty rational in nature, run on cost benefit analysis, and they believe that the science and expertise can lead to the progress of public sector organizations. The second most dominant and most talked about has been new public management during 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000, maybe in some countries up until now. I don't think the developing countries have abandoned the idea of NPM yet. They talk about market type mechanisms and a business management logic which emphasizes efficiency, productivity, results, decentralization, flexibility, competition, and strategic capacity, the development of strategic capacity to run organizations. And they believe that the better management leads to better results. The post NPM era has been a mix, and I would say it works like a big soup pot where you put everything in, let everything brew, cook for hours and hours, and then you see what comes out of it. We are still in that era. We still don't know whether we like it or not. So, new public governance of the post NPM era is a pluralistic paradigm which emphasizes the role and performance of government, citizen engagement, and the networks. There is no dominant model yet. The dominance of certain concepts in the discourse, like, for example, you can see terms like governance, networks, partnerships, transparency, citizen engagement, co production, trust, which have gained a lot of recognition over the last few years. And I feel that they do indicate that the trajectory of reform is moving in a certain direction now. Now, just to encapsulate what reforms in Asian countries have been like, I felt that most of our audiences they would be in Asia, so I kind of skipped talking about the other regions of the world. I hope the other audience don't mind. But reforms in Asian countries, I've just listed out a few examples that I've taken from Chun's article on administrative reform. Mostly reforms in Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Singapore have been led by the bureaucracy, and that's a top-down bureaucratic-led modernization agenda that has been followed. Those countries which have had a very strong democratic political agenda which have been manifested in the type of reforms that have been introduced have been in the countries like Malaysia, Thailand, and Philippines. Party-led legitimacy and capacity building agenda has been followed by China and Vietnam, while politics-led politician bureaucrats bargain agenda mostly in these post-colonial countries in the subcontinent, like, for example, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. So the overall conclusion is that the Asian administrative reforms are policy instruments to maintain the status quo. As those sitting in the top, they'd feel that the power is being diluted if they introduce reforms and modernization agendas and sustain a pre-existing pro-state and pro-bureaucracy agenda. Now I would like to, next slide please, talk about the Pakistan experience. Pakistan has had a very turbulent history over the past. There have been a lot of instability in terms of that democratic governments have not been able to fulfill their tenures and not stay the entire period. And then there have been episodes of military rule within the country. Then there have been episodes of military-led rule within the country. Pakistan, since I believe, why Pakistan? Because I feel that it is a second largest country in South Asia with a population of more than 230 million. And I feel that some of the reform experiences can be an insight for other countries in the region. And since the country's political history has witnessed periods of military rule, authoritarian political leadership, a highly centralized administrative bureaucracy, and So we feel that this well-organized bureaucratic setup that the country inherited after its independence in 1947 and built on traditional bureaucratic principles does have the capacity to implement ambitious reform agendas, but at times we have not been able to gain anything out of these reform agendas that we intended to achieve. Some of a brief political history and the context of the country. We have had periods of military rule. Um, there has been authoritarian political leadership, highly centralized administrative regime, and in terms of the administrative context, we still live with these post-colonial administrative structures, which are well-organized bureaucratic setups, which have been inherited after independence. We are invested in rule making and rule implementation. We are not focused on results at all. And there has been a lot of political patronage and elite-led policy making within the country. Next slide, please. Some salient reform interventions in Pakistan. These are not, this is not an exhaustive list by any means. These are some of the examples that I felt that would lend some credibility to the type of conclusions that I'm going to draw towards the end. So some of the salient reform interventions in Pakistan I'm going to discuss here. The first being the emergence of networks and regulatory authorities in the country over the last 2 to 3 decades. The country pursued privatization in the early 1990s with mixed results, and mainly because of the monopolistic practices of the private sector. Some of the examples that we always quote, and we teach these to our students as well, is the example of the energy sector, where the Water and Power Development Authority, WAPDA, which was a very large vertically integrated bureaucracy, was unbundled into 14 autonomous public companies, which were nested within the functional units of power generation, transmission, and distribution. So a number of private companies, IPPs as we call them, were also engaged for power generation to overcome the shortfall faced by the government, which has resulted in a network of autonomous public companies. And some of the key challenges that they faced were that there was too much centralized control mechanism by the federal ministry, and there were multiple controlling authorities, there were multiple channels of communication within the network, and lack of coordination between these newly engaged, newly created autonomous agencies, companies, arm's length bodies that they had created. Another significant example is that of emerging public-private partnerships. Pakistan has experimented with public-private partnerships for almost now 2 decades now. And many public enterprises under the Structural Adjustment Program of the 1990s, which was being sponsored by the World Bank and IMF, were privatized with no improvement in the performance of the public sector. So the government started thinking about many alternate public service delivery mechanisms. For example, public-private partnerships, outsourcing, they were being experimented with over the last 2 decades. We all started with public-private partnerships, especially in the infrastructure development area, and where the Ministry of Finance, they established an authority called Infrastructure Project Development Facility, which was mainly to build roads, bridges, and it was done with the help of public-private partnerships. It was later named, that entity was later named as PPRA, the Public-Private Partnership Authority, is now well established and well nested within the government structures of Pakistan. A good success story within public-private partnerships has been in the area of primary education, where the adoption of primary schools was being done by the third sector. For example, CARE, which is a charitable trust, they adopted these private schools, and an IIT, which is also a public trust, which was funded by national and international donors. They adopted those government-run primary schools, and they turned things around by providing quality education with the help of the donors, and better managed schools were seen by the government. Next, please. Another example which has been evident over the last few years because of that, but since there has been a regime change, but we still don't know whether we are sticking with these programs or not. was the introduction of these social welfare programs under the umbrella of SARS, which were being introduced by the government. SARS was an initiative by the Poverty Alleviation and Social Safety Division, which was newly created by the government of Pakistan. And it was a huge program which was to reduce inequality and invest in people, and also lift certain lagging districts where the literacy levels, health indicators, everything was very low. So the idea was to create a welfare state by addressing the elite capture of the developmental activities in the country by promoting financial inclusion. The different provinces across Pakistan, where Punjab being the most affluent and the most developed of them all, while the others being, for example, Balochistan and Sindh being the worst hit and having lesser resources, and they lag behind in the development indicators as compared to Punjab. So the idea was to bring them all at par and to empower those districts where the things were not very good, they looked bleak, and to empower them to run programs for the betterment. So some of the examples, although there were more than 260 initiatives which were planned, of which a few were in the planning phase, some of them were implemented, some of them were abandoned after not getting some results. So there were more than 260 initiatives. And the entire strategy was built on multi-stakeholder partnerships, was basically about where things were being executed by multiple government departments and ministries at one point in time. And it kind of required that these departments were to work in close coordination with each other and were supposed to be in sync with each other. So this was a multi-stakeholder, multi-sectoral strategy that required a lot of collaboration, a lot of shared resources, a lot of shared expertise across departments. And it was important that the government started thinking about it as a whole and started establishing those channels that would encourage flow of information, ideas, and sharing of resources across the different government departments, provinces, and even the different levels of government, if we talk about them. So this was one of the most important salient strategy that has come across over the last few years. There has been a recent change in government in Pakistan. Some of these projects are at halt right now. Some of them are being continued. So we are not really sure what the status would be in the future. But that too is a dilemma of reform, change in government, change in political leadership. Policy continuity is really important to see results of the reform efforts that the governments have been made. And unfortunately, changing governments, changing political ideologies are really harmful to the success of these programs. One important example and a success story during COVID times has been the cash transfers that the government has made to all those working on daily wages and temp workers who were out of their jobs during COVID times. They actually identified them with the help of their national ID card numbers, their tax returns, and those cash transfers were made to them so that they can run their households. Although it was not a very handsome amount, but it would have kind of helped them buy some basic food items or some basic necessities. Next, please. I'd like to propose, in fact, it's not entirely mine, but have been actually been some of these ideas they have come across after having lots and lots of colleagues discuss different things with us in discussion with different practitioners that we have had in our institute. Some of these ideas might be students, some of these things might have come from literature. I'm not taking credit for all of this. Has all come together with the help of all the people that I interact with on daily basis. So the first is to build resilience. And resilience at what level? Building resilient public organizations which can sustain and resurrect themselves after such. I talk about natural disasters and calamities right now because we are in a post-COVID world right now. And I'm not just talking about certain organizations with rigid structures. We should be adaptable. We should have fluid, flexible structures. But I'm also talking about public services where we need to bring about necessary changes in the form and structure of public organizations, where these public organizations should now be more closer to the citizens, to the public, and should be more responsive to them in terms of their needs. The second important point that I would like to make here is that we need to start thinking about how to govern these collaborative arrangements that we have initiated over the last few years. This post-NPM era has resulted in a number of different types of organizations that were not there in the traditional public administration era, which probably we as professors and practitioners may not have studied about in the books. But we have so many different types of agencies, third sector organizations, private partners who would like to engage with the government and would like to take part in delivering those public services, which primarily used to be traditionally be the primary function of the government and government only. So but this has caused a lot of complexity and chaos within these organizations because we are not used to interacting with anybody outside our boundaries, outside the rigid structures. So the resulting complexity, it requires a change in the approach, and we need to be more consensus oriented in terms of making decisions, making policies. We should be more inclusive. Let's involve everybody and let's talk to the public what they really need. And I'm not saying that we don't do that. And the mechanisms are in place and they have been in place for hundreds of years. But are we actually gaining anything out of those mechanisms that we have created? So better, we need to rethink and better use those mechanisms for engaging public and for getting feedback from them at different stages. And the leadership in general, we live in societies where primarily things are top down in nature. So we need to have such unobtrusive leadership where the stakeholders are acknowledged and considered as equal partners, and rather than undermining their interests or rather than undermining their voice in the entire policy making process. One thing that is really important, and local governments are here in Pakistan. We do have the ordinances. We've had a few local government stints in the country, but none of them have been able to deliver the results, and neither have they been empowered enough to deliver those results as well. We have had a local government ordinance way back in 2002, and which was introduced in a military-led government, and which was later implemented, and while the elections were being held in I would say a civilian government which was under the influence of the military, I would say. So basically, that local government experiment, on paper, that ordinance is beautiful. It empowers those individuals. Yet it was not able to deliver. We have not been able to empower them, give them the necessary resources, develop their capacity, and have not been able to tell them that they are answerable to the public at the end of the day. So uh, those local government structures, they need to be empowered more. We need to rethink the local government structures that we would like to create. We should have timely elections. There should be proper institutional support that is extended to them, and adequate financial resources need to be provided to them. Plus, as far as the staff goes, people, those street level bureaucrats, they need to be trained, they need to be told that they have to have a user centric focus while they deliver the public services. And the staff also has to make a difference and add value to the public services which are delivered on behalf of the government. So an overall shift from government to governance, I believe, is required on part of the government. Next, please. Finally, I would like to kind of, this is something which I believe is not unique to the developing countries only. I think it is everywhere in the world. We need to kind of think about how better we can make use of the policy lessons that we have learned in the past. So we generate here in Pakistan, we generate lots and lots of data. There are lots and lots of statistics. There is a Bureau of Statistics, and that operates at the federal level. You just look at their website, and there are huge data sets that they generate. But do we actually use those data sets? Do we use those? Do we analyze those data sets? Do we infer anything from them? So the need for evidence-based policy making and implementation is, I think, prime to all the developing countries. We need to have certain systematic accounts of public sector successes and failures, and they should be produced, they should be presented in front of the policymakers, and we should use this evidence to inform policy choices and reforms of the future. Rather than relying on that best practices approach to reform design that we have had in the past, where we look at what other countries have done and how they've been able to get results from those reform interventions, and how these can be used to inform I think it's better that we should rely on the indigenous data that we produce and use that to inform the reform choices that the governments make in the future. Some of the conclusions that I would like to present here, these mainly come from the presentation that I've just made here. I think we need to develop a discourse on governance and reforms in developing countries from a comparative perspective. There are very few accounts which compare the reform experiences of developing countries. So rather than, I think I've seen quite a few papers where we compare let's say US with Pakistan, or with UK experiences with or somebody in Belgium sitting compared a certain reform experience in Belgium compared that to Pakistan. I think the need is that we should basically compare reform experiences of countries which have had similar characteristics and similar administrative structures, and how they have been able to deliver, and what have they learned from our previous experiences, and how those lessons can inform the future reform choices. NPM-like reforms in developing countries, which are pulled in by the administrative elite to conform to donor pressures, which indicates short-term gains, need to move beyond the transactional approach and take a public service dominant approach. So we need to focus on the type of services that that the citizen needs. We need to put our citizen in the center of our. I think we can come to a we can strike a balance between what the donors want, what the country wants, and what the people want, really. And it is just a matter of developing the capacity, sitting down, and striking that balance between the priorities and the choices and the pressures of all these three important stakeholders that exist in the developing countries. So we need to build these stakeholder relationships and engage with these citizens to co-produce the understanding of the public service delivery mechanisms. I'm a profound promoter of indigenous research on theories of public management reform and governance. And I think these should be commissioned, which makes use of evidence collected on previous reform experiences to develop indigenous solutions for the country. And just to sum it up all, and learning from the COVID pandemic and the floods that we have recently experienced here in Pakistan, we need to build resilient public organizations, public structures, and public services which can improve coordination by establishing empowered local government structures and build national, subnational, and cross-national data sharing systems to inform policy decisions and choices of the future. I hope I just can see more than 400, 500 participants here at at the EROPA conference, sorry. And I think we all can make a difference and take this discussion forward and build an agenda for reform and modernization for the future. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, Professor Yamina, a good presentation. Although many of the issues we have been talking, since the post-colonial era, but still these are very important. From your discussion we can understand this, that, and you have presented it in such a refreshing way that we think the policymakers should take interest in the issues you have raised. So we'll have more discussion on your presentation, but at this point of time I request Professor Sri Krishna Sreshta, one of the senior most scholars of this region, to present his to make his presentation. So Professor Sri Krishna Sreshta.
Thank you. Thank you, Mohammad Rahman. Are you listening me? Yeah?
And good to note that he is making his presentation from the host country. So the earlier two presentations were online, now it is offline from the on the ground. Thank you so much, Professor Krishna.
Thank you. Yeah, the topic which I am going to discuss is about reforming government and public administration.
Please unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, we can't hear.
Yeah, are you listening?
Okay. Yeah. Now we
yeah.
can hear.
Thank you. Now, the topic which I am going to discuss is reforming the government and public administration, and my theme is, now it is time to advance our collective consciousness. Now, for building the trust, integrity, and ethics in order to uplift the government and public administration. My provocation is that the governance is the result of collective consciousness of the community member in order to run the society. So how the society has to be run is some sort of collective consciousness among the community members. So government as an institution, now government is responsible to carry out those things which come up as a collective consciousness. So in this sense, governance is the precursor of this government, and government is to play the role of the protection, is to revise, upgrade, promotion of the governance. And in essence, we can say public administration is about what is and how is government. So what is means that what government has to do, and how government means how the things are to be done by the government. So in the such way, we can see this public administration has to, sometimes it has to bend upon this is some sort of rationality perspective, and sometimes it has to go with the value perspective. But anyway, how the governance is running over the state, a public administration has to play the role of rather whether it is flowing in the right direction or not. Please, next slide. So, government is some sort of pervasive institution. It affects every aspect of our life. So, in this situation, then those all the factors, whether it may be the political, social, economics, or maybe the technological, maybe the sort of ecological, all those factors which influences us and bringing some of the social ills should be carefully addressed by the government. That is because that now it is mostly expected by the citizen. And generally you can say in the very developing countries, the expectation of the people towards the government is high. They think that government has to play the proactive role. Now, before coming up any situation, government should be ready to tackle that sort of things. And they think that they have to fulfill their promises, they have to play the role, proactive role, and they have to implement the policy, and they have to secure the entitlements by delivering the proper public services which is mentioned in their constitution. At the same moment, now we can see that now this the government has to bring up such a program which can address the need, aspiration, expectation of the people. These are the whole themes. That is why we need government and what government has to do. And this is the side where public administration stands. The next slide. There is some of the external pressures. We see the situation is going to be very uncertain, complex. Not only because of the human interactions, but also due to the various, we see the ecological characteristics. Since last few years, we can see about COVID, and we are listening about the climate change. Now, to what extent we are capable to address those sort of things? They have given more challenges for us that, look, what we can do for us. So these are the external pressures which now government need to deal. At the same moment, there are some questions. Next slide, please. There are some questions about that, whether the existing structure, institutions, the modalities, the capacities, whether we have to rethink it or not. So these questions are popping up, whether the existing institutions are capable, whether the existing mechanisms are capable. Then if not, then what? The next is about the trust. As we know that trust is a barometer of any sort of government. You see the level of trust upon the government all over the globally, we see slowing down. It's very low one. Whatever reform we do in the country, whether it may be economic policy reform or administrative policy reform or any sort of reforms, if it cannot reflect upon the trust, then we can say that there must be some sort of gap exist over there in our reforming process. And this trust is very interlinked with the integrity and ethics. That may be the organizational integrity or individual integrity. So if we cannot maintain this individual integrity and organizational integrity, obviously it will have some sort of impact upon to what extent the people will believe, people will have the trust upon the organization and individual. It is global phenomenon, but I am just considering some of the result of the research that have been conducted with respect to Nepal. In 2011, please next slide. In 2011, the Central Department of Public Administration, Day1 University, has conducted a trust survey. Then it shows that now the trust level is not satisfactory, except in some of the areas where some of the professional, because trust across the institution and across the professions, they are quite different, quite vary one. But we are looking about that, what is the level of trust of the government and institutions, and that was not so much satisfactory in 2011. Again, we conducted in 2014, the Central Department of Public Administration. Then in that also, the improvement is not so much astounding, is not so remarkable. But not only the Central Department of Public Administration has conducted these two different surveys about the trust, then the Kathmandu University also they conducted two survey, national survey, Nepal national survey, in which they also found that the service and trust level is less than what is expected. The next one is conducted by now Nepal Administrative Staff College. the Nepal National Governance Survey, which also indicated more or less the same sort of result. And 2018, as one of the team member of that research, civil service management in Nepal, we conducted some of the survey, and among all other surveys were conducted with the common people, but the civil service management that survey we conducted only for the civil service. And what it found that still the integrity level, they asked about that the integrity training, the ethics training we need much more, because we have that sort of dilemma, which we feel a dilemma in this context. So these results in the context of Nepal, going from this trust, then service delivery, then civil service management, then we make a sum of the relation that yes, there may be some sort of lacuna about this one. There must be something behind that one that we need to improve. We have to reform in that area. Please change the slide, please. Go on, next one. This is a trust survey of 2014. Next one. This is the survey conducted by the KU in 2017. Next one. They are Nepal survey people sample, that is School of Art, KU, 2028. Then next one. This is the survey, governance survey attained by the NACS. And the next one. This is civil service management in Nepal we have conducted in 2018. So it shows that now we have to rethink our way of doing the things. And the next slide, please. Next. Yeah. All these challenges, not only with respect to our context, globally also. Now, the way in which these ecological characteristics threatens us, the way in which the people's expectations just provoking us, just like the level of trust and the integrity shows us that now we need some another approach which demand that in order to address such issue, we need to build up this collective consciousness. You see, from the starting point also, this collective consciousness means the people from the different stakeholders. Yeah. Now it is a time that we have to seek. Now our government as well as those people, those all of us who are involving in delivering the public interest and public services, protecting the public interest and delivering the public services, we need to think that now all these are the potential contributor for protecting the public interest and for delivering the services. So we need to develop some of this collective consciousness among all of us. Next slide, please. Now we have to think how we can do. There is always a mismatch between this problem and the research. Problem demands very scientific solution, the scientific way of solution. It doesn't believe upon the trial and error. It believes that in order to solve the problem, we need the scientific solution, and this practitioner face the problems, not the academician, not the researcher. But scientific, when we talk about the scientific solution, then generally it demands to conduct the research, whatsoever maybe. And maybe the practitioner itself, they can conduct the research or something. It means that now if you would like to solve the problem, it should be based upon the evidence, it should be based upon the research. But gap remain there. The theory and the practice and research and the practice. Because just like a one side, what to address, the next is how to address. This is the basic fundamental questions regarding this one. So there is always some sort of disconnection between the practitioner and academicians. It is because that the way in which we are conducting our research to solve the problem may not be suitable to address those sort of things. We need to change our philosophical attitude about how to solve the problem. The problem of public administration need to be thought from the philosophical point of view. Philosophical point of view means its ontological, epistemological, and methodological perspective. Till now, most of our theories were built upon on the positivism concept. So that means that now it will see that there will be cause and effect. But you see, there is in our administration, it is very difficult to see the direct link between cause and effect. The human relation, the individual interactions, there could be different reasons for that one, which we cannot. So instead of cause, then we have to think about the reasons. So the approaches which we are adopting for the sake of identifying the causes may not be suitable to identify the reasons. So we need a different methodological perspective. If the practitioner academicians, they both come together, then this gap can be minimized. Then we can have some sort of gap between the way in which we see the research and practice gap, theory and practice gap can be filled up, and we can, because reform means that reform needs reforms. When we talk about reforms, means that we feel we need reforms. It means that there exists some problem of the existing one. So we need the reform. So in order to address such issues, then there should be a collaboration of these two ways. So in this way, I think just like in one way, we have to build up collective consciousness, and next one, we have to build up a good collaboration between the researcher and the practitioner to reform the things. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Sri Krishna, for your very outstanding presentation and very thought-provoking also. You have dealt with various issues. So at this point, we should move to the audience for question and answers. But before moving to the audience, let me take the opportunity, as the privilege of the moderators. So I need to make a few comments on the three presentations. Then we'll move to the audience for questions. And I hope then the panelists will respond to the questions. First of all, I appreciate three panelists for their outstanding presentations. Dr. Young, he made an empirical, in fact, research before us, and through his findings, we can understand that the policy representation is very, very important. And when you talk about policy representation, in other words, it should mean that people should be at the heart of the policy process. And he has empirically proved that if people are engaged extensively in the policy process, that the policy results in the positive. And his findings also are directly interrelated with other two presentations, particularly with regard to the presentations of Professor Sri Krishna, where he has focused on the collective consciousness. This is very important, this ethical aspect of governance and development. So if we look at the examples of the successful developmental states, the early generation, uh, I mean, the Asian tigers, if we look at their development pathway or the approach they adopted in their accelerated growth regime, you will find that the trust was the cornerstone in their development strategy. So they were committed that what they wanted to do. So they demonstrated the commitment. So I understand this commitment, this political commitment is very important, and this also resembles the feelings of trust and ethics within governance. So the point Professor Krishna has made is very important, that collective consciousness is very important. But if we want to ensure collective consciousness or ensure trust and ethics in your governance, then we need to have better politics. So because governance and politics are so interlinked, and that hardly we can separate them. Therefore, we need to focus on the quality of politics in order to bring quality in governance and reforms. Now, moving to the presentations of Professor Yamina Salman, I liked her approach of, because she has identified herself as one of the promoters of indigenous approach to reform. This is very important. In fact, many of the past reforms failed in Asia, particularly in many of the developing countries of Asia, because of the lack of ownership. Because most of the reforms were, orchestrated or steered by the international development agencies, particularly the World Bank and IRF, under the structural adjustment approach regime, 1980s, 1970s, up until 1990s. But we saw that these reforms, in fact, practically failed. So the suggestions you have made, resilience and the governing collaboration and local government, these, I think, three major issues you have identified, rightly identified, because considering the current context, particularly the COVID-19 that has exposed the challenges before us, so we need resilience institutions. And for all those things you have pointed out as recommendations, I think we need to have a little bit of serious look at our situation, to have an overall overhauling of the institutions, policies, and processes. And for this, again, we have to go back to the recommendations and points made by Professor Sri Krishna, that trust and commitment and consensus are very important. So with these comments, from my side, I now move to the audience for their questions. If they have any questions, please raise your hand and ask. And you can direct your question to a particular panelist if you have so. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen and colleagues. Any question?
Oh, hello. Can I have questions?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay. Hello. Good afternoon from Vietnam. I am Nguyễn Thị Thu Cúc from National Academy of Public Administration, Vietnam. My questions to Professor Yamina Sana.
Yeah.
Okay. Could you elaborate more on the shift from collaborative governance to governing collaboration? Are there any contradictions with the shift from governance to governance? Because when it moves from governance to governance, that means more stakeholders, and all stakeholders are equal. So any contradiction, please elaborate more. Thank you very much for very interesting presentation and very informative. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. The reason why I kind of wrote them as two different stages or two different modes of how you think about collaboration was that you do make institutional provisions for collaboration. You engage those institutions, those departments, and you want them, those third sector organizations, you want them to collaborate with you. But then you do not create a conducive environment for them to flourish in. You don't let those collaborations, they seem to be like there is one-way traffic between the government department and the third sector organization. You let the information flow, you let the orders, you let the directives flow from the government departments to those other stakeholders who are not actually directly involved with the government, who are not part of the government, but you don't let the information flow from their quarters to your own. So it has to be a two-way flow of information, two-way flow of communication, where the government puts forward their own requirements or targets or their own objectives on their table as well, but then they're also willing to listen to what they need to actually deliver those targets or objectives that the government wants them to deliver on their behalf. So basically, the reason was that you need to kind of think, you have elevated those structures, you have created them. Now you need to think about the nuances, the undercurrents between those relationships that you have with those organizations, and also consider them as an important stakeholder in the entire. The government itself is not the only one. They need to think about those stakeholders as well, their interests, their priorities, and what they want from the government to execute things in a better way.
So, Puttiga, you can make your question. Puttiga Narmin. So, yeah, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you all our distinguished delegates for your wonderful presentations. And my question is for Yamina Salman. And I'd be grateful if you share about the insights regarding any of the initiatives that is made by the government of Pakistan for promoting constructive citizens' engagement in all the processes of governance, especially while developing policies. Thank you.
Especially what? I missed the last part of the question. The signals kind of, I lost them. You mentioned some certain types of policies?
Yes. If any of the instances for promoting constructive citizens' engagement while developing policies.
Okay. One of the prime examples, like for instance, citizen engagement, one would be where you kind of go to a public sector office, for instance, like getting your birth certificate made, or as soon as you kind of walk out of that office, you get a text on your mobile number where you are supposed to rate the response rate, although pretty typical within the private sector where they would ask you to rate a certain service. And then there was where they started talking about the commissioners handing over their Facebook pages. If you would look, so you would find a DC Lahore Facebook page, which is very active, and just look at the number of people that get engaged with the Deputy Commissioner Lahore, who answers each and every post, comment on the Facebook page. So they've started using social media. These mobile operators, they push messages to these citizens and they get their response. Those messages are toll free. They don't charge you anything for replying to those messages or anything. Another one is where they've started talking about, for example, I work within the higher education sector, and recently they've started making up a policy for the BPS teachers here and working in the public sector universities, and they've started asking for their feedback for the very first time, and who have actually had kind of, we can send in suggestions and then they tell you whether those were incorporated in the main policy or not. So there are a few different examples. If you look at the SR strategy, the different apps that the government has made and how those apps are interacting with the citizens, with the youth for the attainment of loans, for microfinancing facilities, these could be good examples of citizen engagement as well here in Pakistan.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So any other colleague?
Hello.
Yeah, please.
Namaste and greetings of Indra Shrestha from Nepal. Currently that I'm representing Management Association of Nepal, which is very commonly known as the MAN. And I'm a faculty of management and the social science. This is my simple queries and my interest, and not rather than a specific question to the Professor Amina. Okay, thank you for your wonderful and it's a very meaningful presentation, basically on the reforming governments and the public administrations. And you more highlighted on the process of development of the management, though it depends on the context of the country, whether they are underdeveloped, developing, or say the developed countries. And basically that you highlighted on 3 phases, that is the traditional administration, Weberian paradigm, that basically the Max Weberian theories, and there's a new public management, and finally the new public management. Now my simple query is that, what are the major constraints and the turbulent factors that you think to pass these 3 stages, basically in the operation level, policy level, and the operational level, especially in the context of developing countries like Nepal and other Asian countries? Thank you very much.
I missed the earlier part of the question. Was the question for me? Just confirming.
Should I again repeat the question?
No,
Yeah,
I heard the question. Is it meant for me?
Yes, it's for you. It's for you.
It's for me. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so
thank you.
if you talk about the Pakistani experience, and I'm sure you would, there would be certain commonalities with Nepal, India, and Bangladesh also. There is a lot of bureaucratic and resistance from the structures within the governments to implement these reform and modernization agendas over the years. Primarily because they feel that their power gets diluted. I do feel that there are a lot of practitioners here as well. So mainly because they feel that the power gets diluted and they would have to share that power and the status with others within for example, the main reason why local government structures were initially given a very tough time here was that because the provincial governments felt that a lot of powers, a lot of authority that they used to have, they would have to delegate it to the local government structures. Although things were not like that, they would still would have not have been like that. But it's the way it is here in Pakistan.
Recording stopped.
That
Recording in progress.
Is the main resistance where they feel that the status quo would be threatened and where they feel that their power is going to get away if something new comes in. And that's why that's my personal opinion, and that's what I've seen within the bureaucratic circles within Pakistan. You may disagree with my opinion, but this is what I think. Maybe somebody could add to it.
Yes, I take the opportunity to add something.
Namaskar.
Thank you so much, because you have made the brilliant responses to the question raised by our colleague from Nepal. But I would also request both the practitioners and the academics to look at the phases of development since the Second World War. Particularly, if we look at the scenarios of these last 7 decades of development policy, we'll understand that many of the reforms agendas were advocated by the Western worlds. Synonymous with modernization. The issue you have mentioned in your presentation that we lack the indigenous approach to reforms. So therefore, we always lack a country ownership. The stakeholders within the country. The ownership issue is more critical rather than the domestic issues that
should I intervene?
Yes, I think we've lost Professor Rahman. He is obviously having some issues with his connection. I'll try to see if there are other raised hands among the participants.
Dr. Sonia, I have a question. This question is to Professor Sri Krishna from Nepal. There are huge administrative gaps, security gaps, and because of that, we see the sovereignty gaps. So, developing world is facing various gaps due to illicit collusion between political bodies and administrative bodies in different labor. How can these be mitigated and resolved properly? Professor, this is the question to you. And this is Matrika Podal from Institute of Foreign Affairs.
Yeah. Thank you, Matrika ji. Illusion and gaps. Collusion and gaps. Yeah, basically, such issues are not within the jurisdiction of administration and politics. Sometimes I think it goes some sort of more than that one. That is maybe parapsychology or philosophy or spirituality. Because if we think about the collusion and other things, it is related with the interest of the people. And in order to get rid of such interest, then we need more than the physical world. We have to go beyond the physical world. So, as such, it is very difficult to find its solution from the administrative point of view. But again, I am reiteratedly just talking about this collective consciousness. Now, if we can raise this collective consciousness, then naturally, then we can address such issues. Yeah, I think so. Thank you.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen and colleagues, for your very strong engagement in the discussion. So we have to maintain our time. So we are just almost done. At this point, unfortunately, I cannot allow any to raise question or present any question to any panelist. I hope the organizer will share their presentations, PPTs with you later on. So I hope you will get many of your issues clarified then. So now I need to conclude this session. So thank you so much, the learned panelists, for your very prolific and very, constructive discussions, presentations, and engagement with the audience. And I also again thank the government of Nepal for partnering with EROPA to organize this conference in this critical time of our history. And I also thank EROPA for partnering with SANPA to organize this particular panel, particularly Professor Alex, who is a great scholar, at the same time a great organizer, and his team, Dr. Sonia, Aina, and other colleagues. Thank you so much. So with this, I need to hand over my role to the Secretariat. Perhaps they will present the certificates to the panelists particularly. So Dr. Sonia, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Rahman. At this point, we will present the virtual certificate to our speakers for this particular panel. The first one is for Professor Yamina Salman for her invaluable contribution as plenary speaker at the 2022 EROPA conference with this year's theme, Governance and Public Administration in COVID-19 Pandemic, Learning, Innovations, and Reforms in Managing Global Changes. Signed by Dr. Alex B. Brillantes Jr., Secretary General of EROPA, and Mr. Arjun Prasad Pokharel, the Secretary, Ministry of Federal Affairs and General Administration of the Federal Republic of Nepal. Thank you very much, Dr. Salman.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm honored. Thank you so much.
The same certificate will be presented to Dr. Shrikishna Shrestha for his contribution as plenary speaker also for this third plenary session, also signed by Dr. Brillantes and Mr. Pokharel. Thank you very much, Dr. Shrestha. The same citation for Professor Wen Yu Yang.
Thank you so much.
We also have a certificate of appreciation to our moderator for this panel, Dr. Muhammad Mizanur Rahman, also signed by Dr. Alex Brillantes and Mr. Arjun Prasad Pokarel. Thank you very much, and we appreciate
Thank you
your...
very much. So we give a big applause to all. I hope the audience will give applause to the panelists for their contribution to this session.
Yes, it is a very, very engaging discussion, Doctor. Thank you very much. To
Thank you
those who
so
are
much.
asking about whether they will get a copy of the presentations or not, please be informed that the Secretariat still need to ask for individual permission from the speakers, whether they are willing to share their presentations. These are their properties, and we cannot share them with you without getting their permission first. So hopefully by tomorrow, we will be able to inform the body whether that will be available or not, and if so, the link where such presentations will be uploaded. At this point, we proceed to the fourth and last plenary for this day. This plenary session will be on another topic of interest to us, local governance and leadership. Leadership does matter. And does it have any bearing on how local governments dealt with and continue to handle the pandemic and its effects? This plenary hopes to enable knowledge sharing of lessons learned and identifying possible trends of concerns and challenges being experienced by local government
Thank you so much.
units.
Thank you so much for your good presentation. Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Relatively similar political and socio-cultural environments. To moderate this session is another constant in public administration fora. She is the Dean of the Graduate School of Public and Development Management of the Development Academy of the Philippines, President of the Philippine Society for Public Administration, also the President of the Philippine Futures Thinking Society. Our moderator has distinguished herself as an academic scholar, and in 2019, she attended the United Nations Committee of Experts on Public Administration. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to introduce to you my own mentor, Dr. Lizanne Perante Calina.
Thank you so much, Professor Sonia. And I'd like to welcome everyone to this panel. And this panel is entitled Plenary on Local Governance and Leadership. As mentioned by Professor Sonia, leadership is a very important component in governance, particularly looking at sound local governance. So with us this afternoon, we have four distinguished speakers from Thailand, from Indonesia, Nepal, and Malaysia. So I'd like to introduce to you our first speaker and also the other three plenary speakers. So let me begin with Professor Withizarn Tanchai, who is the Secretary General of the King Prahajokpok Institute, an academic institution under the supervision of the House of Representatives. Before being the Secretary General, he served as professor at Thammasat University, Department of Community Development, Faculty of Social Administration. We also have Professor Stithorn Tichot is the director of the Office of Innovation for Democracy, King Projects Institute, Thailand. He has published more than 20 books and many articles, most recently. And likewise, our next speaker will be Dr. Agus Promosito. He is one of the supporters, likewise, of the Philippine Society for Public Administration, and he now acts as chairperson of the Indonesian Civil Service Commission, which started in 2019 up to 2024. Likewise, he is chair of the Indonesian Association for Public Administration and chair of Department of Public Policy and Management, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Gadjah Mada University since 2016 to 2019. Our next speaker is from from Malaysia, we have with us Dr. Lim Mua, who combines professional experience in three areas, both in the academia and research, likewise in banking and finance and public service. He has multidisciplinary background in economics, political science, sociology, and finance. And after teaching for 10 years in Malaysia and in the United States, he became a banker with international banks in the US and various parts of Asia. He then returned to Malaysia and served as a city councilor for the World Heritage City of Georgetown, Penang, representing civil society. And of course, from Nepal, we have with us Dr. Gope Krishna Kanal, who is the Principal Secretary of Karnali Province. Dr. Kanal has an expertise in Nepal's fiscal administration and decentralization likewise. Prior to being promoted to the Secretary of the Government of Nepal, he worked in the field of local governance for more than 2 decades. Likewise, one of his primary contribution in local governance includes institutional restructuring of municipality by activating the municipal ward as a point of local services through the introduction of information and communication technology. So after having introduced our distinguished speakers for this plenary, I'd like to start by requesting Professor Woody Zorn to first present his study. Dr. Woody Zorn, are you there?
I'm Satithorn.
Yes,
Represent Professor Buthisan. Yeah, as we are the presenter together for today, but we select only myself for presentation. Okay.
You have the virtual floor now, Dr. Stithorn.
Right. Okay. May I share my screen? Okay. Good. Okay. Let me share. Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, our study is about the Thailand case during the COVID-19 and how the Thailand deal with the COVID-19. We entitle our study as why Thailand has done a fair job in dealing with COVID-19, and we point out to the role played by the local governance and the local leadership as a key success. So as other countries, Thailand has a very long time in dealing with the COVID in the year 2020 until now, almost 2 years. And we passed many critical time, and okay, we'll still survive. That's why we put in our study that the term fair. We don't want to put the term good. Actually, we survive, but okay, a million of people affected by the disease, and more than 30,000 people dead. So we should use the term only the fair management in dealing with the COVID-19 for the case of Thailand. This is a statistics about the vaccine, how many doses we already give to the people, and from this picture in Thailand we provide almost 125 million doses to the people already, and about 75% of people in this country receive a minimum requirement for vaccine already. So why Thailand has done a fair job in dealing with the COVID-19? Our argument point out to the model the Thai government used in dealing with this problem. We call this model as a centralization in command and administration plus decentralization in responsibility and management. And at the central level, and why we call it centralization, the national government of Thailand, they declare the state of emergency to and establish the center for COVID-19 situation administration to control the problem. And um, and according to this emergency declaration, there are several regulation that the government use to enforce the people. For example, at the home level, if the hospital or business established found suspect someone who may have a COVID-19, they must report their finding to the authority. And those who fail to do so would result in 20,000 baht fine. Yeah. So this is some example the regulatory used by the government to enforce how to reduce the case. And but and also the national government try to do the treatment for the cases. And if according to this picture, you may find that majority of the people treated by the field hospital and home isolation much more than in the hospital. And this is one of the evidence showing that how the local government is important for Thailand case in dealing with the COVID-19. Yes, let me shift to the role of the local administration and leadership and the COVID-19. We find many critical roles played by the local administration and leader during the past 2 years. And we call this model as the central government decentralize the power to the local administration to do some job for the people. For example, many local administration they provide the vaccine by themselves, especially when at the time when Thailand has a very limited vaccine at the beginning, during the late 2020, yes, and many local administrative organization they spend their own budget to purchase the vaccine for the people in their area. That's one of the example. And then when we have a lot of vaccine, the local administration they also play a very good job in empower the people to procure vaccine in order to speed up the prevention of the effort. That the role they play for the vaccine. And also during Thailand got a very critical situation, the increasement in numbers of cases. For example, sometimes we have the cases in only one day go up to like 30,000 cases in only daily. So the capacity of the public hospital to absorb this problem is very bad. So at that time, the local administration organization they provide a lot of field hospital, and also they provide some temporary places for people to waiting for the bed in the hospital. That they did a very good job in doing that, and finally the cases decreased very effectively. These are the law that the local administration they spend their capacity for the COVID-19 treatment. And according to this experience, also sorry to before move on that, also Thailand already adjust the policy to stay long term with the COVID already, and we the Thai government they already set the several place for the sandbox, and this sandbox is for preparation for the tourism. As you know, tourism is the big sector that provide Thailand with a huge number of income. So it's very important for the Thai citizen. So that's why the Thai government pay attention to the tourism. And then they try to do several sandboxes. For example, Phuket sandbox, Krabi sandbox, Samui sandbox, for example. And the local government in those provinces or area, they play a very good job to support this policy to the government and make the sandbox success now. So maybe in the near future, Thailand can open the country for tourism for 100% as usual. So and this succession is because mainly because the local administration and also in practice the local leader they play a key role in implement the policy. So okay, what we do we need for dealing with the future crisis? This is the lesson we learned from the study that okay we know that okay Thailand use the uh, centralization in command and administration plus the decentralization in responsibility and management, and at the decentralization level the local government play a key role. So what we have learned from this, I think first we learned that when we facing the crisis the multi-role of the government is needed. For example, we need the connector, we need the regulator like the national government, the local government, we need the promoter, we also need the technical advisor and also the incubator. We cannot use only one single player to dealing with the crisis, the complicated problem like in the crisis. So we need the multi-role of those government. Also, we also need to do the mission as we have to set up the project or the policy by focusing the mission based government and management. For example, we need to set up the national transformation plan and then set the goal and mission, then the strategic plan and action plan. So we have to do this step by step, but we need some cooperative from the or of the administration, especially the local government. And third, not only not only the mission based, we need also to think about the area based management. And this when the term decentralization came up, and with this idea, we need the city to do the centric development and also the multi-level governance to expand the development to other area. Then the fourth one, we need the open governance and but people control. As we learned from the experience of Thailand during the COVID-19, we know that when facing the crisis, people has a high expectation, people has a high demand and request from the government, both the national level and the local level. But also at the same time, when people cannot only request and demand, they have also to participate. So the government at both levels, we have to provide the space for the people to participate, to get involved. And we learn from our experience in many cases that when the people participate in the activity that organized by the national government and local government in dealing with the problem, the problem can be solved very effectively. And also at the same time, we not only need only hand of the people, but the work together between the government and the people. We also need something called transparency. That means we open for all and that means we can investigate by those who have some question or critical concern about the activity or the policy. And the fifth one, what have we learned from the COVID-19 experience in Thailand? That okay, we need the partnership model to work together between the public, the private, and the people. This should be the new model for the public administration. And we need both the non-state actor to participate, for especially the private sector, the non-government organization, to provide the public infrastructure, public facility, and public service. And at the same time, we need the state actor as the sector that can initiate the law and do the law enforcement task, and also making our any kind of regulation to be standard. That the fifth one that we need in dealing with the big crisis like the COVID-19. So this is our presentation. I try to make it very short but I think it could be have some idea for discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think Dr. Kalina was disconnected. We proceed to the next speaker. Hold on.
Can I start?
Oh, okay. Okay, Dr. Agus, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Sonia. Let me share my PowerPoint. So can you read it?
We can see it, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation, and I'm very honored to share my observation. As you mentioned before, that leadership does matter, and yeah, I think we agree that leadership has a central position for the success of local governance. And there are many examples that an organization needs quality leaders so that the organization or a region can grow significantly. Yeah. Let me share how the changes that occur in Indonesia to find quality leaders to build in the region. Currently in Indonesia, there are 34 governors, and overall we have 17,000 islands, and the government consists of one central government, 34 provinces, and 514 districts and cities. And in 2024, the elections for governance and regions or mayor will be held simultaneously, which is the first simultaneous local head election event. What changes have occurred in Indonesia in managing the local election mechanism? First, during the new order, and President Suharto, who was in power from 1966 to 1998, And with law number 5, 1974, which emphasized a centralized government system, local heads were determined by the central government. Local legislature, both at the provincial and district or city level, only proposed 3 names to the central government. Then the central government would determine who would become governor or mayor. And it was very often that the central government had its own candidates to be assigned to lead or to be a governor or mayor. And what happened at the time, local leadership was dominated by figures from the central government in Jakarta with mostly military backgrounds. Even if there were leaders with bureaucratic backgrounds, they also came from the central government who were assigned to become local heads. And we could see that local heads who were not from the region did not have a strong understanding of the region they had. That's why it was very rare that we found innovative leaders who were able to bring about significant local changes. And then the second one, we can see during the reform era in 1999. The government made changes in which the election of local head was carried out with full authority in the local legislature. The members of the local legislature would select candidates and choose the best one. Central government intervention no longer existed because the authority to vote was no longer in the hands of the central government. And anyone could become a local head as long as they could convince local legislature. What we can see at the time was local leaders no longer came from military backgrounds and also central government officials. Local people began to get the opportunity to gain power. However, most of the local heads were people who were close to the politicians in power in the local legislature. At the time, we had not found many innovative leaders. Third, in 2005, with the enactment of law number 32, 2004, local head elections were conducted directly with one man, one vote mechanism. Citizens have the full right to elect their local head candidates without intervention from the central government or intervention from the local legislature. This direct local head election gave a very significant change. Anyone can become a local head as long as the person can show popularity or achievements that are seen by citizens. The result of direct local head election is the emergence of local figures from various organizations. Some of them come from businessmen, college campuses, and figures from social religious organizations from the local area. And the positive The positive outcome of this process is the emergence of many highly innovative local leaders. Those who stand out in the private sector or dedicated professor will have the opportunity to be elected by the people. Ladies and gentlemen, what we see then is the emergence of innovative leaders. An example is Mayor Ms. Risma, who succeeded in building the city of Surabaya as a very well organized and clean city. The city of Surabaya has also succeeded in building e-government so that the entire process of planning, budgeting, procurement of goods and services, monitoring and evaluation is very transparent. For her success, Risma has now been appointed as Minister of Social Affairs. The second example is the Regent Hasto Wardoyo, who succeeded in leading the Kulon Progo Regency, Yogyakarta. Hasto was a medical doctor, and he was very successful and very creative in developing programs related to health services and also poverty alleviation. He introduced hospital without class and developed local batik industries that revived the economy of the Kulon Progo community. Hasto now is entrusted to lead the National Population and Family Planning Agency. And then the third example is the region of Banyuwangi. His name is Aswar Anas. He was very successful in building an area that was at the time called by witchcraft into a famous tourist area. Before becoming a regent, he was a very active figure from a young age. By introducing cultural festivals and building an airport, many tourists attended, which then revived the local economy. Regent Aswar Anas was also be able to reform the bureaucracy so that the bureaucracy is more transparent. Currently, Aswar Anas is trusted to be the Minister of Administrative Reform. And the last example is the Mayor of Solo, who was a furniture entrepreneur. When he led the city of Solo, Joko Widodo succeeded in building a participatory model by visiting local residents to listen to their aspiration. His success as mayor of the city of Solo has led him to the position of governor in the capital city of Jakarta. After that, he was elected as president to lead the Indonesian nation. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to conclude that changes in the local head election system have not only created a more democratic electoral system, but also produced innovative local leaders. They succeeded in developing their regions, which in turn they were elected as leaders at the national level. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Agus, and earlier, Dr. Stithorn. And I'd just like to make a summary of what has been presented earlier by two speakers of ours. First, in Thailand, it talks about why Thailand has done a fair job in dealing with COVID-19. What struck me in the presentation is that you shared your experiences, but at the same time, in your presentation, you look at what stories or lessons can be learned from the past in looking at the next emerging or in the next pandemic that Thailand may experience in the next 10 or 20 years. And you summarize those future direction by looking at four areas: the multi-role of government, the mission driven government, wherein you presented strategic planning is very important, area based management and decentralization, likewise, open governance, and the public private partnership model. So this is really good, wherein we learn from our lessons and we are ready for the next pandemic, or at least we can mitigate the risks that will happen in the next pandemic. And for Dr. Agus from Indonesia, thank you for sharing the emerging leaders that you have in Indonesia. And it talks about really change in the way they manage and govern the administrative system, wherein there are changes in the way they look at governance and public administration because of their experiences from different sectors, particularly from the private sector as well. And the leaders, emerging leaders that you presented are somehow familiar with us, I guess, also with Dr. Alex, like Mayor Risma, who introduced cyberspace and the digitalization in that regency. And also Dr. As well, we have Aznar Anas, a young active figure in Baniwagi. We're a bit familiar with him also, likewise, when he really improved the tourism area um, in that jurisdiction. And Dr. Hasto, wherein he introduced local health security, and of course, President Joko Widodo, wherein we have a case study on this, on how he introduced a collaborative leadership and used Blusukan as one of his leadership frameworks. So some of them are our frenetic leaders. So we're happy to hear that these emerging leaders are really contributor towards good local governance and likewise at the national level. So thank you very much, Dr. Agus and Dr. Stithorn, for that presentation. Now let's proceed to the next presenter. We have Dr. Malim from Malaysia. Dr. Lim, you have the virtual floor now.
Yeah, thank you. Let me see if I know how to share my screen. Oh. I'm not sure if I can share the screen. Maybe you can. Will the administration has it as my presentation? Will they be able to share it?
Yeah, we can request our secretariat to share the presentation deck of Dr. Lim, please.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, the organizers of the EROPA conference. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to be able to share some thoughts on this strengthening local governance as lessons from Malaysia. Next, please. Yeah, I think I will just try to use three as a framework for comparing local government's effectiveness, and then look at Malaysia from this point of view. Basically, I think there are two issues that I will look at. One are the theoretical underpinning of local democracy, which there are three pillars, what I call participation, representation, and subsidiarity. And in fact, Dr. Agus and Dr. Siton have given very good examples of some of these pillars that I'm talking about. And the second one is the way we look at the delivery of public services at the local level. Very often, it is focused on supply side, how effective it is to supply, the services at the local level. And not enough attention is paid to the demand side. That is, what type of services are really necessary and required, and what are the inputs from the local people. Next, please. Okay. Now, democracy, we know, is a term that derived from Greece, from the Greek word demos, which means people, and kratia, which means power or rule. Or put in plain English, it will be the rule of the people or people's power. And there are three pillars to this democracy: participation, representation, and subsidiarity. Next, please. So participation is what we call direct or participatory democracy, where citizens participate directly in making decisions that affect their public life. This actually is the core and essence of democracy. And it originated in Greek cities where citizens gathered in the agora or the market square, to debate and to decide on policies that affect them. And of course, if you go to today's, catapult to today, we seldom have such meetings, but we still do have them. Modern day participative democracy can be seen in town hall meetings that are organized at the local level, and where citizens or ratepayers are allowed to participate in city council meetings. So that will be a form of local participatory democracy. And finally, at the national level, it will be held as public referendums, which some countries do every now and then. And this basically lays the foundation for a democratic citizenry. Next, please. The second pillar is what we call representative democracy. And most people, when they talk about democracy, they basically talk about elections, which is talking about representative democracy. It's not about participatory and direct democracy. So when a community becomes too large, so it's difficult to have all this participatory democracy. So they then select representatives. And there are three major ways of selecting representatives. The first is what we are very familiar with, which is called election. And under elections, there are two major forms of election. First, past the post, that means winners take all. And the second is proportional representation. The second way of electing representatives is by appointment, which is what Malaysia does, and which is what Indonesia did under Suharto, as was told to us by Professor Agus. And the third form, which is seldom if ever practiced, and which actually seems very reasonable, is by sortition. That is by random choice of leaders. We think that it is a bit crazy, but actually the jury system, where we in the West sometimes they use to decide on the life and death of people, is through the process of sortition. Okay. Next, please. Finally, the principle of subsidiarity. What it means is that central authority should have a subsidiary or subordinate function, performing only those functions that cannot be done at a more local level, which means that the functions and powers should devolve as much as possible to local authorities so that they can carry out the functions and duties much more effectively. So let's see to what extent Malaysia practices some of these principles at the local government. Next, please. Now, Malaysia has three levels of government: the federal level or national, state or the provincial, and the local government. Malaysia has a highly centralized governance. Even though it's called the Federation of Malaysia or federal system, actually it's almost a unitary system where everything is centralized. The federal government monopolizes the provision of services, as we shall see in the next slide, and also the collections of taxes and revenue. So it's a highly centralized government. Next. This chart or table shows the distribution of powers between federal, state, and local government. On the left, the federal powers extend in foreign affairs, defense, internal security, legal, finance, trade, education, health, labor, housing, basically everything. State powers, the state only has 3 powers, 4. Islam, over Islam and Malay custom, over land matters and natural resources, and over local government. So you see that even though we're supposed to have a local government, we do not have it. The local government functions and powers are subsumed under the state powers. Right. Next, please. So what we have is therefore at the local government level, at the local level or the district level, local elections have been abolished. Malaysia used to have local elections, but they abolished it in 1963 under the pretext of political or economic confrontation with Indonesia. Then they had some problems with Indonesia, and based on that pretext, the federal government abolished local elections. But the real reason is because some of the major cities in Malaysia where elections were held were won by what you call opposition parties which do not have power at the federal level, right? So the federal government did not like that. So under the pretext of confrontation, they abolished it. And since 1963 until now, all local councillors are appointed by the state government. Hence, there is no local democracy. Next. Now, is there participatory democracy? I propose that there is a deficit in this, whereas there are some government laws which provide for some level of public participation. For example, when they prepare the local plan for the city and all that, citizens are supposed to give input and feedback to the preparation of local and city plans. But in practice, the local this procedure is just simply very bureaucratic, and they will carry it out with real no engagement with the people. Inputs are given, but they are completely ignored. And the Local Government Act allows for public to attend the full city council meetings, but then they can just attend and listen. They have no right to speak. So in effect, we do not have participatory democracy. Next, please. And this lack of public participation is manifested in the high level of public dissatisfaction among the people in Malaysia. 1/3 of all public complaints received in 2012 in a survey done relate to local government. And there are many protests from ratepayers regarding local government's functions and services. And in fact, there are also lawsuits by resident associations and local people against poor planning by the local government. Next, please. So the principle of subsidiarity is also disregarded. The provisions of basic local services, such as issuing bus license, bus routes, and waste management, these are centralized and done by the local government rather than, done by the federal government rather than the local government. So one would ask, why is this the case? Because the decisions are driven by vested interests and projects are given to cronies. And I presume this was the major reason why provision of local services and no elections happened during the Suharto era. Next, please. I'm almost to the end. Finally, we said that to looking at the supply of local government services, we should pay more attention now to the demand side of public delivery services. The bureaucratic delivery of services must be balanced with more focus on demand responsiveness, which means we should ask citizens to participate in decision-making process of planning, budgeting, monitoring, and evaluating. And accountability should be more focused downwards rather than upwards. And this is, I think, what Dr. Sudit-san was talking about. I'll finally end with an example where provision of services without the citizens' input from my neighborhood. Next, please. Okay, these are roads in my neighborhood. On the left, you see that the sidewalks are covered with trees. I mean, or at least planted with trees, where citizens don't really engage in planning, budgeting, and evaluation, and there's a very low level of subsidiarity, where devolution of power to local government is minimal. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lim, for your presentation. The presentation really looked at the three pillars of democracy, and you connected to the experience of Malaysia, the extent of the experience actually of Malaysia when it comes to participation, representation, and subsidiarity, and linking it to the delivery of services. So we really need to have a genuine participation when it comes to the delivery of services. Your example is like also what's happening in the Philippines in some areas where there is lack of participation.
So next speaker. It looks like Dr. Lisan was cut off. She's in another part of the country actually. So we shall therefore proceed to the next presentation, even I'm requesting the Dean Sonia to come in. Thank you, Maui. That was an excellent presentation. Very, very provocative. So before I guess we could go to the next presentation, because we know that after this we still will have some parallel sessions. Yeah. So thank you very much, Dr. Maui. He was supposed to do it here in the Philippines actually. And then of course now Dr. Maui is the head of the Third World Network. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Maui. As we're waiting for Dr. Lisan, like I said, she's in the other part of the country where perhaps the lights went off. Our next speaker is Dr. Gopi Krishna Khanna from Secretary of Government of Nepal, who will also discuss with us local governments in Nepal. Dr. Gopi Krishna Khanna, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gopi. Good to see you, Dr. Gopi.
Yeah.
So you can proceed, sir, and then okay.
May I start?
Yes, sir. Please do so, sir.
Yeah,
you have
thank
about
you,
15
sir.
minutes. That's fine.
Greetings from Nepal. All the distinguished professors and distinguished participants in this room. This is Gopi Khanna, Secretary. I'm now currently working as the Principal Secretary in Karnali Province. I have been there since 2 months. Next slide, please. Just let me provide some I have heard a few times. They say this Nepal is a country of great Himalayas. And it is the melting point of the two great civilizations, the Buddhist and Vedic civilization in this country. So whatever the governance structure over here, will have a lot of implications, a lot of impact of this civilization in our day-to-day governance. Thanks. Next slide, please. So basically the current the local government in this country is governed by the current Constitution 2015. So we have the federal government. We have adopted the federal course of government in this country. We have 7 provincial government. We have 753 local government. If you see our Constitution, basically there are 3 drafts over there. One is about the 3 major pillars of our Constitution: inclusive governance, liberal democracy, and equitable prosperity. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yes. Let me highlight some of the features of this local government in Nepal. So local government in this country has got first time the constitutional status with 22 exclusive functions as well as some concurrent functions. So we have 6 metropolitan cities and 11 sub-metropolitan cities and 200 municipality and 460 rural municipality in this country, and 6,743 ward offices. These are the vital delivery wings of the local government. They have been providing a range of service to the peoples across the country. And the fundamental feature about local government is that they are a bit permanent for the 5 year. They are elected mostly based on the first past support system. So we have the around 35,221 people representative are actively engaged in a range of development activities, service delivery and governance across the country. So besides that, we have the 77 district coordination committee at the intermediate level. They are responsible for monitoring and coordination and technical backstopping to the local governments. And the representatives from the district coordination committee are elected by the local government. Yeah, next please. So basically, in this country, the local government, you can see from different canvas, for example, these are the administrative entity providing a range of services to the people. These institutions are the political entity, and they provide a lot of political space to engage the citizens and to exercise in governance. These are the business entity as well, because they do a lot of business entity for the creating jobs and supporting the private sectors and boosting the local economy. These are also development entity because they provide a lot of development services at the local level, local infrastructures, and they also provide a range of services as per the constitution, as per the Local Government Act. Yeah, next please. So this I have provided some list, 22. What are the basic functions of the local government? It started from town police, cooperative institutions, local record management, management of the local services, water supply, management of control of agriculture. There are a range of things, the local roads, rural roads, so around 22 exclusively listed exclusive functions in the constitution, as well as there are some concurrent functions provided by the constitution. Next please. Next, okay, so basically, as I have seen in other presentations as well, we have adopted basically the subsidiarity principle, and while assignment of function to different level of government, and Nepal has largely adopted the cooperative federalism, where 3 tiers of government, the relation among these 3 tiers of government are based on the cooperation, coordination, they based on the coexistence, and the residual rights are like, unlike many in some federal countries, the residual rights are with the central governments, and the hierarchy of law, central laws prevents overseas sub-national laws. That's the and there are some list of concurrent functions and exclusive rights are provided in the constitutions. There are some challenges as well. For instance, there are still some overlapping and duplication of functions among 3 tiers of government. Unbundling of the function was carried out, not yet completed, it's going process. Many laws related to concurrent functions have not been enacted, and there's a growing incidence of expansion of the organizations in all tiers of government for the political purpose rather than for the development and service delivery. That's a normal tendency in this country. Unproductive or expansion of the provincial and federal agencies are there, sometime with overlapping duplication. Many agency functions have not been transferred to the subnational government, though there is a lot of feasibility. There are still problems, the unfunded mandates. The upper level government provide so many mandates to local government without resources, and there are still some contradictory laws that's happening in this country. Yeah, please. Next, please. So on structure-wise, there is a local assembly, what we call the local parliament. They are responsible for passing law, approval of the annual plan and budget, and and we have the local government have the executives, which are responsible for day-to-day management of the local governments, and we have the ward committee, which are the vital subsidiary wing of the local government. There are a range of sectoral committees, like account committee and development committee, and the local administration headed by the chief administrative officers, and at the local headquarters in ward offices, it is the administration headed by the ward secretary in responsible ward. Yeah, next please. Yeah, so Constitution has made several provisions for the coordination and cooperation among the local government. For instance, chief administrative officers are still deputed by the centers, though the debate is going on whether they should be deputed from the centers or the province level. The Minister of Federal Affairs and General Administration, the organizing ministry at this point, is the focal point of the local government in this country, which is helping the local government, coordinate the local government, resolving their problems, bringing them together. They say, at the province level, Office of the Chief Minister and Council Minister is coordinating point at the province level. Basically, the province are also responsible agency for supporting the local government. They are responsible for the recruitment of staff for the local government. They are also responsible for the passing the law related to the meeting, assembly, executive procedures. They are also responsible for the decisions on, fixing the amount of remuneration of the elected officials, and they are also responsible for the capacity building the elected officials, basically the technical staffs. For instance, we have one program going on, PLGSP, which is supporting the local government through the provincial governments in building capacity, and they are also responsible for passing on laws related to shared tax, land revenue, entertainment tax, selling of sand and gravel. These laws are fixed by the provincial government, and the amounts are collected by the respective local government. So this kind of coordination mechanism are over there. The next. So local governments have been very functional in this country in providing services, in handling crisis, in through the various the legal instruments. They have the rights to enact their own laws on the exclusive functions, but there are still federal laws which are very important for the day-to-day management of the local government. The Local Government Operation and Management Act 2017 is the key act. We have the Intergovernmental Fiscal Management Act 2017, the Constitution of Nepal, the Public Procurement Act, the Federation, Province and Local Level Coordination Act 2020, Land Use Act 2019, National Building Code 2002, and National Building Bylaws. These are the key vital instrument, legal instrument that shape the functioning of the local government in this country, which have been enacted by the federal government. Yeah. Next, please. Yeah. Local government in these countries has been, I think, one of the successful local government in South Asia because of the several development tools they have been adopting and implementing across the country. For instance, we have created environment-friendly local governance framework 2021 and child-friendly local governance implementation guidelines 2021, local level fiduciary assessment guidelines 2021, local institutional capacity self-assessment guideline 2020, local economic development index, that's index 2022, the toll development institutional management guidelines, nutrition-friendly local government framework, social accounting framework. These are the frameworks, development tools, development instrument, and for the local government provided by the national level. They are the national framework implemented by the local level, and which are very, very popular among the local government for providing services for the development, for the environment, and for range of services. Next, please. And financing mechanism, just like other country, they get fiscal license grant from both the province and central government. They also entitled to get the revenue sharing from the VAT and indirect excise duty. They also get the royalties from the natural resources, mostly on derivation basis, and they also get fiscal license grant from province and revenue sharing from province, basically the transportation sector, and they also get some sector-specific conditional grant from the upper level of government, and they have their own source revenue, basically the property tax, business tax, land revenue, building construction, these are the major source of income. Next, please. So this, the local government's planning process, we have adopted the participative planning process in this country since long time. Before the 2017 laws, there was 14-step participative planning process, and now it has been reduced to 7 process that the local government formulate the annual plan and budget, based on all 7 steps process. They have to adopt the strategy plan. They prepare the periodic plan, 5-year periodic plan, and they are entitled to prepare the midterm budget framework, and based on the midterm budget framework, they prepare annual development plan, and they also, some of them prepare also sector specific plan on a very scientific or a systematic way, on a very calendar basis. Yeah, please, next slide, please. So the leadership at the local level, basically at the COVID point, the COVID crisis, they provide the work, they have done tremendous job in this country, to mitigate the challenge, and still they are working. And administrative leadership, at the local level, they have the administrative leadership, the chief administrative officer are there, and they have the political leadership, mayors and chairperson are there. Ward chairperson, they are the leader of the ward committee. Ward secretary is the administrative leader of the ward officers. The deputy mayors are also vital leaders at the, they are the coordinator of different committee, ranging from revenue projection to resource projection. Like everywhere, in this country, we have 2 types of leaders. Some leaders are very transformational. They think beyond the contemporary horizons, and they have been doing tremendous job. Some are transaction leaders, just engage in day-to-day business. The challenge over here is that how we can, transform the transaction leader into transformation leader. It has been the challenge in this country as well. Next slide, please. So, local government in this country, they did excellent job in management of COVID crisis. They have institutionalized inclusive governance, and they have supported to strengthen the women leadership. If you see the local government, there are significant number of the women's leaders over there, and they provide space for the local democracy and leadership. They are also the vital wings of service delivery, local development, and they have strengthened the participatory management and development system in this country, and they have saved the central government and provincial government money, by implementing a range of agency services, and they have also helped to develop the tax habit in this society, preservation of local cultures and value, rolling out the national development framework. The next slide, please. Yeah, just some issue. Let me. Yeah, there is a Leviathan syndrome. Expanding organization, and in some areas we have the problem, the common pool problem. There is a problem is fiscal equity. Some are fiscally very strong. Some are poor. The public, there is always question of quality of public expenditure. Mostly, the poor ballot funding is over there. They have been suffering from expansion, unnecessary organization for the political purpose. Some local governments have followed the path of fiscal populism, distributing the budget for the pleasing voters rather than the fiscal consolidation. They have the limited fiscal space, capacity constraints are always there, fiscal dependency and huge fiscal, vertical fiscal gaps over there. The administrative constraints are there, and I think so we need to build the capacity at the all-level government, require precaution for the fiscal rules, and need to stop the stringent measure to control the fiduciary risk. We have, I think we need to adopt the performance-based funding system, strengthen the, federal institution is also necessary for supporting them. Reorientation of the public finance for the economic growth and equity rather than for the political purpose. Capacity of building of the local government is very important. Yeah, next slide, please. I think so. Yeah. So basically, in a nutshell, what I would like to say that local government in these countries have been very successful in providing the day-to-day service to the people, in delivering the development at the local level, in providing the space for the people to engage in the governance, and they are the the most visible and sane and most proximate government in this country, and they are the vital pillars of cooperative federalism, and they have helped to legitimize the governance, contemporary governance in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gopi. I must have mentioned, although I did, that of course Dr. Gopi really speaks as a, we call it academic, practitioner and academic. He himself having been the principal secretary of Karnali province and a PhD in Doctor of Philosophy in Fiscal Decentralization of Kathmandu. So thank you very much for that very, very enlightening and comprehensive presentation. And of course, I think we shall now proceed with our open forum. We have about 15 minutes, so I think we do have time. And I must mention also that our panel is really composed of very distinguished speakers. Of course, Dr. Mahui Lim, who made the presentation. Dr. Mahui just launched his book on local governance. He launched it in Thailand at the KPI. Great book. So at the King Prachati Book Institute, for two of our colleagues, Dr. Butisarn and Dr. Stitorn, Dr. Stitorn authored 20 books on local government. So it's an incredible, powerful panel. We shall now proceed with the open forum, dear friends. So we have about 15 minutes before we go on to the panel session. Let me now first call Arnie Niyupani. Please go ahead, sir. So what we'll do is maybe we'll collect 2 or 3 questions, then ask the panel to respond. So one from Arti, then another one from Mr. Baburam and Dr. T. Okay? Would you proceed?
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ma'am Arti. Go ahead, please.
Okay, my name is Arti Neupane. I am an officer for Government of Nepal. I would like to hear from Malaysia or else I don't mind. So my question is, we all know Nepal is still young in case of federalism. However, not considering it as an excuse, there has been huge challenges regarding this. And the Constitution of Nepal has made provisions for powers. It has given powers to federal, province, and local level as well. But still, the power have not been implemented as effectively as it could be. So, and it's like the central government tend to maintain the status quo, and they are not fond of delegating the power. And also it's because local levels are not competent with the resources. So do you see any strategies or a way forward to ease this situation? Or maybe like you have any suggestions for Nepal to solve this problem? Thank you.
Well, let's have 2 more questions. But the question about competence and the question about the refusal of national government to transfer power, about powers. Anybody in the panel? But I think you addressed that to Dr. Makwi or anybody in the panel. Let's have 2 more questions, then we have maybe we'll have a second round. Mr. Baburam Bull and later on Dr. T.
Namaste.
Yes,
it's
quick
me,
question, sir.
Baburam Bull from Nepal.
Thank you, sir.
As you know, the local governments has been played a very magnificent role to mitigate, to control the pandemic in Nepal. My question is to Dr. August from Indonesia regarding the local elections.
He's here.
So recently, we just have completed the local level elections in Nepal, and we faced new vibes and new waves in the leadership of local level that the independent candidates started to win in the local level among with the party-based candidates. So now we are facing the problem of commitment and support from the central political governments in Nepal, and we are facing that problems in Nepal. So what is the experience there in your country and in Indonesia regarding the local leadership and governments there? And
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. That also reiterates the first question about how national government would refuses or is not predisposed to giving a power. And that question was asked for Dr. Agus Pramosinto. He, by the way, is the chairman of the Civil Service Commission of Indonesia and also a local government expert. Let's have 1 more question before we go to the second round. Dr. Thitu, ma'am, madam.
Yeah, good afternoon from Vietnam.
Good afternoon.
Tukuk, yes. My questions to Dr. Lim, Malaysia, and Dr. Kanan, the same questions. How to ensure the participatory decision making when we are moving to the governance? Dr. Lim, You mentioned about the art in the planning, participation in planning and budgeting. So what are the roles of the local organization in the decision making? And to Dr. Hanam, you mentioned the planning process, and it seems it's top-down planning. So how to make it participatory planning process with the initiative or bottom-up approach? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very important points about how to ensure participation and the planning process. So why don't we now ask our colleagues around the room to try to have a quick answer, then we go to the second round. Is that okay with you guys? So who would like to take the first crack? There was initially a question for Malaysia, competence. Are you there, Doctor? Or okay, who would like to make the first reply? You could talk about competence, refusal to give power, the independence candidates for Dr. Agus, and of course, how strengthening the planning process. Dr. Mahui, and I must publicly congratulate you for the book that you just launched. Great book.
I think these are all very good questions, and actually, it shows a manifest the level of dissatisfaction that people have, not only as with local citizens, but even academicians, like in this August assembly of 500 over participants. Yes, there is no silver bullet answer to this question. It's an age-old question. I think asking the federal government to give up their powers is like asking the fox to take care of the chicken. You have to understand, all right? So if that's the case, then the chicken will have to get organized. They cannot depend on the fox, right? And there's no simple answer. But there are some good examples from different parts of the world where people have gotten together to organize and have a say in, for example, budgeting, right? And we just have to go and Google and we say, participatory budgeting or people budgeting. For example, in I think Philippines has quite a strong participatory budgeting process, so we can learn from them. And in India, in some of the villages and all that, the people are involved in that. So and as I say, in Malaysia, we are trying to do it, and it's very difficult, but we have no choice but to persist. I was a city councillor for 6 years in Penang, and I was not elected. I represented civil society because civil society had a mock election. They put up the candidates who, quote unquote, won the mock election and submitted our names to the state government to appoint us. So I was the lone voice in the wilderness of 24 councillors. Most of them are appointed on political, affiliation basis, right? But I persisted and raised voice and raised these issues in public, and it resonated with people. And so I think there is no substitute to organizing the people, in whatever ways we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mahui. We shall now ask Dr. Agus. I think one question was asked for you regarding the planning process, after which we shall ask our participants in Nepal to raise some questions. Okay, Professor Agus, are you still here? Oh, there you are. Question about leadership.
Yeah. First, I would like to answer the first question. I think for us Indonesia, it's just to a unitary system. All come from the central government, but the policy of decentralization to the district government, we try to give power to a local government, but until now we are still struggling how to empower a local government, although we already strengthen a local government in terms of competencies to make policies, to create good public services, and also improve integrity. So far, it hasn't worked out well, but good progress is, it's very good. And for the second question, we also have independent candidates, but rarely succeed to become local heads. Because elections do not only depend on one's ability, but also depend on political parties. In some areas, independent candidates sometimes find difficulties to gain support from the members of the legislatures. That's why, yeah, in most region, usually only people with political parties can succeed in winning the election. Thank you.
Terima kasih. Dr. Stitorn, or did you want to say something before I will now again ask some questions? There was a question about planning. Okay, maybe we can go back to that later. Okay, I am advised by our colleagues in Nepal that there are some questions from the floor, but please later on before we end, we'll ask each of you to raise, to address certain issues. Yes, from Mofaga in Nepal. Sir, please introduce yourself.
Thank you,
Namaste.
Alex. Just a question I would like to ask. I am from CDPA, Central Department of Public Administration. I am Buddhiman Shrestha. My just only one query is, principally, generally, pandemic situation in different areas is given to the central government, but people are facing such problems at local level, and they do not have, local government do not have the, generally, do not have the sufficient resources, capacity, even knowledge, infrastructure, etc. How the central-local relation can manage effectively to address the local people's problem who is suffering from, who are suffering from the pandemic? Yeah.
Thank you.
One question. Another one also important, I think. Generally, look at local level. Almost all developing countries have been facing the problems of process-oriented practices, but in reality, there is no goal-oriented activity so that result found poor at local level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So maybe what I will do will be to ask each of our panelists to respond because we're almost at the end of the session. But the very important question, national government, traditionally pandemic is done addressed at national government, but you talk about the importance of capacities. One final question from our colleagues in Nepal. I cannot hear you, sir.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Namaste. My name is Dhananjay Shah. I represent Ministry of Labor, Employment and Social Security here at this conference physically in Kathmandu. I have a question which is related to Dr. Gopikrishna Khanal sir's presentation. And in the times of crisis, for example, COVID-19 pandemic, how can the central government play a role to empower local governments to face confront the challenges so that we can overcome the crises and we can deliver democracy and the services to the people, and especially using the ICT. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So it's basically, again, the same question, national, local, but equally important, how do we use the ICT as far as it's concerned within the context of capacities? Maybe I'll ask our colleagues one by one to answer because we just have about 4 minutes. I'm sorry. But would any of our colleagues want to answer the questions raised to you on how to empower local governments, the tension between national and central, the refusal of national to give up, the planning process, and equally important, capacity building? Would any of you like to start? Maybe I can start with Dr. Stitorn, then our colleague from the our colleague from Mofaga. Okay, is that okay? Dr. Gopi, Dr. Stitorn, or Dr. Mahui? Okay, as we end our session. Dr. Gopi, would you like to say a few words on that? Your mic is not working, sir. We cannot hear you.
Is it working?
No.
Yeah.
No? Now. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for all these questions. I do very significant, important questions have been asked. Let me highlight one on participatory planning process in this country. You know, we have the institution called Toll Lane Organization, what we call TLO. So while making the participatory planning, most at the local level, the planning process is mostly the bottom up, not the top down. Unlike in province and the central government, the local governments follow the participatory planning process started from the community level. There is a community organization called Toll Lane Organization across the local government under the ward committee, and most of the local governments have been formed in the TLO, and this and the planning process start from the settlement level where the TLO are very active, and we have also other range of institutions called that provided the participatory planning spaces for the people. For instance, we have adopted social accountability measures like public hearing, public auditings, and these are very vital institutional framework for the strengthening the participatory planning process.
Thank
so
you.
social mobilization activities are there, and other question is central local level. Basically, I was as the secretary during the COVID crisis. I was the secretary of the Ministry of Social Development. Mostly, it was responsible for at the province level for the COVID crisis. At that times, basically the upper level government should provide resources, should provide training, and should provide the human resources and technical staff to the local government, so that so that it will be very easy for the local government to handle up. For instance, most of the quarantine, and isolation center were handled by the local government with the financing from the the central government, and the equipment and medicines were provided by the central province government, and day-to-day management activities, handling isolation center, handling the local health centers were managed by the local government, and it was done in a very coordinated way in that manner. But after the crisis, after the crisis, it has not been continued. I think that the government should continue that kind of cooperative behavior, which was adopted during the crisis time on a continuous basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I ask Mr. Shankar Bugati? He suggests that indeed there should be a question from the local level. Mr. Shankar, please kindly ask your question. Then we shall now proceed with the end of the session. Mr. Shankar, are you there, sir? Shankar Bugati, you suggested one question must be submitted from the local level. Anybody from the local level? Mr. Shankar, your hands are raised. I'm calling on you, sir. Oh, he's kindly unmute him. Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir.
Namaskar. I'm Shankar Bugati from Punarwas Municipality, Kanchanpur. Especially in this meeting, we are discussing about pandemic situations and the federal level, province level, and local level. Nowadays, our civil service is divided into 3 levels: federal, province level, and local level. Not only in the pandemic situation, in every time the local level is direct to the client or to the peoples, or their working body is called local levels. But the federal level has a power to make policy. Our federal level civil making one kind of policy, that policy making us hierarchy between federal, province, and local level civil. So in these situations, we, especially local level civil employer, how can we motivate to us to dutiful or to improve our local level service? That is my main question.
That's a very important question. And again, it goes back to the major theme about national, central capacities, how to motivate, how to let the proper role of national government. Would somebody like to take that question from anybody from the floor? And then we shall end. I don't know.
Okay.
Yes, Dr.
Okay.
Agus, Chairman Agus from Jacinto.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's all a problem we also face when COVID attacks all of us. The capacity of the central government, especially the local government, is very limited. This is very important lesson to increase the capacity of both different level of government to use of technology, efficient use of budgets, and also increasing the speed of public policy making, policy coordination between levels of government, public participation in policymakers, public and private partnership, changing modes of public service in new ways. That's all, and everybody must be fast learners. Thank you.
Everybody must be fast learners. So I guess I'm sorry, dear friends, we've just gone a bit over time. I think it was an excellent session, but this session, which was supposed to be motivated by my colleague, Dean Kalina, she's in another part of the country where the power went off, but I'll present now the certificates of participation and acknowledgement, but this is a session on local governments and leadership, the whole problem of how to empower, how to give up power, how to develop their competencies and equally capacities, and that's where all of us around the room are involved with capacity building, as was mentioned even in the earlier panels, IGR and intergovernmental relations, technical planning, and of course during the pandemic, who does what? Another issue that continues to bug all of us. That's why we're here today. So I did not do justice in summarizing it all, but like we said, we shall have proceedings of this. But as I would like to let you know, we're incredibly grateful to our very brilliant set of speakers, all of them academics, practitioners, and academics. So we shall now proceed with our certificate of appreciation. So our first e-certificate is to Dr. Wutisan Tanchai. He's the director of King Prachatipok Institute. Thank you, Dr. Chantai, for your and to Dr. Stitorn Tanatich Kol, also from the King Prachatipok Institute, Kopun Makap. KPI is one of the most prestigious institutions in Thailand. I know you do a lot of training, including training of prime ministers. Kopun Makap, Dr. Sitorn, Dr. Tanchai, and then similar certificate is given, of course, to Dr. Agus Pramusinto, a high-level official of Indonesia, who has been very generous with his time, and as you know, he's also done a lot of local government work. Terima kasih banyak, Dr. Agus Pramusinto, and we hope to see you soon, more than virtually. And the same similar certificate is to be given to Dr. Makwi Lim. Dr. Lim, your very provocative presentation was incredible for all of us. Where you talk about your analogy about the fox and the chicken, I think that applies to many of us. But keep on writing, and I recommend Dr. Makwi Lim. He just launched a book on local governance in Thailand and of course in Malaysia. Terima kasih banyak, my good friend, Dr. Makwi Lim. Okay, and the same certificate, of course, to Dr. Gopi Krishna Kanal, himself have been a practitioner with a PhD. We're grateful, sir, for your sharing very powerful real-life experiences. One of the most important things we do here is you have done is really talking about real-world experiences and bringing up to theory, and that's exactly what Dr. Gopi Krishna Kanal did in today's presentation. I'm sorry, dear friends, I know we have a lot of questions still. Maybe my colleagues and staff will collate these questions, and hopefully this will lead to more discussions in the future. Apologies, we're not able to handle all the questions, but we have to move on to the next plenary sessions. Thank you very much, dear friends. Let's give them all a round of applause. Namaste. Thank you very much. I'll now turn over the floor to Dean Dr. Sonia Pimentel. Dean?
Thank you very much, Dr. Brillantes. I think we will be talking about the fox and the chickens for for a few more months before we forget that. Yes, we will be proceeding to the parallel sessions, but before we do, allow me to express the profound gratitude of EROPA to all of you for your active participation in this conference. We will have more of these insightful and comprehensive discussions tomorrow when the conference reopens, also at 9 a.m. Nepali time. As we move to the parallel sessions, please take note that all participants will be able to choose their panel of interest. We have 13 panels that you may choose from. The breakout rooms will be opened, and a guide on how to join, as well as the topics of each parallel session, will be flashed on screen for your reference. Again, thank you very much, and we wish you more insightful discussions in the parallel sessions. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Dean Sonia.
Your host, Professor Sonia Fontanilla Pimentel.
It is 9:03 in the morning in our host country, Nepal, with its amazing culture and heritage. In the Philippines, it is 11:18 in the morning. Elsewhere, the sun is just about to or is already beginning to rise to our participants from Germany and Rwanda, Kenya, Lebanon, and Saudi Arabia. Iran, good morning to all of you and to those joining us from Switzerland, England, Kazakhstan, India, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and China. Good afternoon is in order to our participants from Japan and South Korea. Meanwhile, we hope you will keep awake all night, dear participants from the United States, Mexico, and Costa Rica. Good evening to you, and yes, we are already in your tomorrow. I am Sonia Fontanilla Pimentel from the University of Makati, and I will be your host today. Again, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. Together with this year's host country, the Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal, the Eastern Regional Organization for Public Administration is indeed pleased to welcome you to its 2022 conference with the theme Governance and Public Administration in COVID-19 Pandemic, Learning, Innovations, and Reforms in Managing Global Changes.